StarCraft, the Terran Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 676, Void Creation. The dark deep sky surrounding the planet Atreus was filled with the remains of starship battles. The huge wreckage of large warships was like tombstones marking the battlefield. Countless fragments surrounded them like star rings, shining coldly under the light of the stars. Some of the half-sunken warships were still spewing bright flashes from their gun barrels, while others were quietly heading towards their final destruction. Both sides lost dozens of warships. Some were sunk, or could no longer be put into the next battle, but with the same loss ratio. This was obviously in favor of the Terran Empire fleet. The Terran Empire's warships have been rapidly updated at a rate of 2 to 3 years, and the rapidly expanding military power caught the Tal'Darim Protoss, who underestimated the enemy, off guard. And now, the Tal'Darim are about to lose, and they are retreating in a panic. Otherwise, they will all be buried on this battlefield under the starry sky. After leaving behind more than 50 aircraft carriers and destroyer warships that were too damaged to follow the flagship, the Tal'Darim mothership took the lead in opening a hyperspace channel rift, and the remaining warships followed closely behind. At this point, all the commanders of the Imperial fleet who could accurately and quickly understand the battlefield situation would order to continue the pursuit. The following war could no longer be called a battle between two fleets of equal strength, but evolved into a stranglehold of a single Tal'Darim warship by the Terran Empire warships that had an advantage in multiple local battlefields. The Tal'Darim Protoss who were still fighting also understood that they were just fighting desperately. As time went on, the Tal'Darim warships that were besieged by several times or even 10 times their own Imperial warships were sunk one after another by fierce artillery fire, turning into beautiful metal fragments drifting in the universe. Some Tal'Darim warships were cut into 2 sections from the midsection by the explosion caused by the crystal core, while others were ignited like flammable haystacks, emitting dazzling light like torches. In the dark sky, these blazing warships stood out like beacons. As the battle was drawing to a close, another larger fleet of the Terran Empire completely destroyed the hopes of the Tal'Darim Protoss. The first to leap into the Atreus system was the Imperial flagship Gorgon battleship White Star. Its iconic T-shaped bow caused a cheer in the communication channel of the Imperial Sigma Sector fleet as soon as it appeared. At the same time, more black warships jumped out of hundreds of unfolding space-time rifts, followed by countless starfighters. This was the main fleet of the Terran Empire's Mobius Corps, which was known for its absolute silence on the radio channels and cold efficiency when carrying out extermination missions. For a long time, the Mobius Corps has been fighting against all alien enemies that threaten the Empire. The Empire's large fleets are now sufficient to launch and win a large-scale war alone, and Augustus no longer needs to concentrate a few main battleships and use his power cautiously. Report the battle situation, General Harris. On the bridge of the White Star, Augustus only took a few minutes to figure out the situation on the battlefield. From the comparison of the losses of the main battleships, the Imperial fleet had 3 Gorgons and 12 Minotaur battlecruisers sunk in this battle, and the number of those injured, or even severely damaged, was about twice that number. And because the Tal'Darim flagship abandoned its warships and jumped away from the battlefield, the Tal'Darim fleet's already precarious formation was gradually broken, and the number of lost aircraft carriers and destroyer warships was even more. In addition, another 7 battlecruisers and hundreds of affiliated frigates were dragged into the galactic vortex created by the Tal'Darim, and their whereabouts are unknown. It is possible that these warships will appear in the Atreus system again after a period of time, or they may never appear again, as if they were completely wiped out. Along with them, 5 other Tal'Darim aircraft carriers and a dozen destroyer warships were also dragged in, and they are also missing. The Protoss usually do not actively use the galactic vortex, because this terrible black hole does not distinguish between friend and foe. Of course, the Tal'Darim may not care at all. Your Majesty, my fleet has occupied the high-altitude orbit of the planet Atreus, and is conducting orbital bombardment on the main military facilities of the Tal'Darim on the ground. General Harris is an old school Imperial soldier with a pipe hanging from his head. He has been through countless battles and participated in a terrifying number of battles. I have begun to deploy more airdrop pods to provide air fire support for the troops that have landed. Very good. Augustus frowned and looked at General Harris, who had a red face and a white ivory beard. Continue to perform your duties, General. Then, Augustus emphasized the merits of the Sigma Sector fleet and ordered additional supply ships and medical ships to search and rescue the stranded Imperial warships. Even though the Imperial fleet has won the victory, its own losses are not small. At 220 degrees from the White Star's course, an Imperial Minotaur battlecruiser was still struggling in pain. Its solid battleship armor was covered with terrible scorch marks left by the destruction rays, and the interior was filled with large and small explosions and bright flashes. The raging flames rising from the stern violently burst out from the portholes, and the hull was covered with bright red dots of fire. Some terrifying large-scale explosions were throwing the wreckage of the hull in all directions, making it difficult to bear to watch. Sadly, the other Imperial warships were completely helpless against this battlecruiser that was irreversibly heading towards self-destruction and could only send ships to rescue the crew as much as possible. Compared with this tragic situation, the remaining Tal'Darim warships were also cruelly slaughtered by the Imperial warships. As more and more Mobius Legion warships jumped into the Atreus system, the newly joined Imperial warships joined the battlefield, and the Yamato guns fired at the remaining Tal'Darim warships one by one, and the scene was very spectacular. At this time, the image of the planet Atreus was projected from the star chart table on the bridge of the White Star. The green flashes that occasionally appeared on its bright brown continental plates were quite eye-catching. Atreus was a restless planet. The active continental activities would always frequently spray its underground high-energy gas resources into the sky. On the one hand, the high-energy gas that emerged due to earthquakes was easier to collect, but the high-energy gas extraction facilities built on the surface were also easily destroyed by earthquake activities. This kind of planet is actually more suitable for small-scale mining companies to develop. They only need to capture the high-energy gas scattered on the surface to make a profit at a very low cost. As for developing it into a mining planet, there are many more suitable planets in the Sigma sector than Atreus. And if it is forcibly developed, it may become another new Falsum planet. The Terran Empire does not have to have this planet, but the current activities of the Tal'Darim on this planet have greatly interfered with the activities of nearby Imperial colonies and nearby shipping routes. The Atreus system was originally an important stronghold of the Tal'Darim Protoss in the Sigma sector, and it must be taken out. The Tal'Darim had no good temper towards human colonies, and this race had no mercy even for its own kind. On the other hand, the Empire had heard about the bad things the Tal'Darim Protoss had done in the Sigma sector. In fact, since Augustus did not give Nereid much resources and support for the manufacture of hybrids, the Tal'Darim Protoss in this timeline replaced the original position of the Terran Empire and instead focused on the manufacture of hybrids. For this reason, an unimaginable number of Protoss Templars were captured by the Tal'Darim and taken to their hybrid factories, including a large number of scientists and craftsmen. Occasionally, the Tal'Darim Protoss, who were not picky about meat and vegetables, would also attack the Terran Empire's colonial fleet and plunder slaves. This hatred was deadly. The Terran Empire and the Tal'Darim fought each other as soon as they met, without mercy, and wished to crush them to ashes. What on earth are the Tal'Darim doing on this planet? Raynor said, looking at the rotating planet Atreus. There should be no Terrazine on it. Resources, Terrazine, or the temple. Augustus said, you have to choose one of them. Augustus reached out and touched the planet projection on the star table and zoomed in. A towering Xel'Naga temple appeared in front of everyone. Although this Xel'Naga temple is not as good as the temple complex under the Skyja research station, from the grandeur of the single building, it seems that only the two temples on Air and Shakurus can be compared with it. In terms of preservation, the state of this temple is also quite good, and even the towering huge statues seem to still retain their original grandeur. Moreover, this Xel'Naga building, which the Tal'Darim Protoss call the Temple of Ares, is obviously still in operation today. And one of the main functions of the Xel'Naga temple is to store energy and communicate with the void. Obviously, the Tal'Darim intends to use the Temple of Ares to communicate with their master, the Dark God Ammon. Temple of Ares. Augustus looked at the Dark Archbishop Zerachel next to him. Zerachel, what have you found? On this planet, I feel the call of destiny. Zerachel walked to the porthole and looked down at the towering Temple of Ares below. Ammon is pulling this temple closer to the void. The void reflects his will. It sounds like we have pissed off Ammon. Raynor laughed twice, but there was not much warmth in his laughter. The energy level of the void on this planet is still increasing. Zerachel said solemnly, that means the boundary between the void and the universe has been blurred, which is unusual. Following Zerachel's gaze at this moment, you can see the surface of the planet Atreus flashing scarlet light outside the bridge porthole. I have only seen this situation on air before. Zerachel said worriedly, the Dark Templar believe that the void and the real world must be crossed between life and death. In the memory of our race, the existence of the void has never been as clear as it is now. The Tal'Darim must be communicating with the void through the Temple of Ares. Ea may be the first planet found to be infinitely close to the void. The huge hole formed in the huge remains of the first overlord has become another Retarian rift. The terrible shadow and void corruption are constantly spreading on the beautiful land of Ea in the past. The situation on the planet Atreus also shows that the power of the dark god Ammon has indeed further revived, and his control over the void is far beyond the past. Anyway, we will go against the Tal'Darim and Ammon to do whatever they want. Augustus further unfolded the battle map around the Temple of Ares. Although the position information of each unit was delayed, the landing troops of the Terran Empire were obviously surrounding the Temple of Ares. In this regard, Augustus can only choose to believe that the commander on the ground will definitely be able to take down the Temple of Ares. After all, he is not a master of micromanagement. At this time, he can still stand on the battleship and command the ground troops far away on the planet. From the information we have received so far, it is the second ascender Jyn'ra who commands this Tal'Darim army. Augustus breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just Jyn'ra. Fortunately, according to Augustus' impression of Jyn'ra in the game. However, the Tal'Darim High Lord Marash may also be in the Temple of Ares. Augustus thought for a moment and then said, no matter who the Tal'Darim commander is here, they must be killed. Augustus couldn't help but think of where Alarak, the first ascender of the Tal'Darim, is now. If all the high-level lords and the second ascenders died here, this insidious guy would definitely be happy to see it happen. But I'm afraid that Marash is not so easy to kill. Maybe he really got the blessing of Ammon. Marash is a real madman. He knows that Ammon's so-called ascension is just a lie, but he is willing to send the entire Tal'Darim to a place of no return. However, Augustus has his own way to deal with Marash and Tal'Darim. Wait. Raynor suddenly looked at the battle map on the star chart. The sensor detected a large number of hybrid signals. The satellite image near the Temple of Ares appeared on the main screen, and it can be clearly seen that there are a large number of hybrids mixed in the Tal'Darim army. Until now, the Tal'Darim still seems to regard these hybrids as ascended ones who have completed ascension, and worship these evil creatures. It's a hybrid. Zerachel shouted, and it seems that it's not just a hybrid. As the voice fell, the green light shining on the Temple of Ares suddenly turned into a dazzling scarlet, and a large amount of surging void energy surged out like a thick fog, soon covering the entire temple. In these surging void energies, many biological entities composed of dark red void energy continue to emerge, including Zerg and Protoss, and even humans. They are made entirely of twisted void energy, and are different from any life form in the real universe. This is a void creature, a creature transformed by the shadow of the void. They cannot exert their full power in the material universe we live in, but they are still very terrifying. Zerachel looked at Augustus. I must join this battle. You were just injured, Zerachel. Augustus nodded. Be careful, my warriors will provide you with support. Okay, there is no time to lose. Act as soon as possible. Zerachel said, the sharp blade in my hand will pave the way for us to move forward. Chapter 67 Augustus, we can't leave this planet to Ammon. Let's blow it up. It's like a nightmare come true. Jim Raynor stood on the brightly lit bridge of the White Star, looking at the slowly rotating planet Atreus under the porthole. The terrible void rift was emerging from the surface of the planet, and the red void energy rushed up into the sky. The area it covered, and the height it reached, were so amazing that it was clearly visible from the high altitude orbit. The void energy gushing out like volcanic magma even triggered the crustal movement of the planet Atreus, creating huge whirlpools in the atmosphere that could swallow dozens of August grids. Such a scene of heaven and earth collapsing truly explained what Ammon's wrath was. At this moment, all those who witnessed such a horrific scene truly felt the horror of Ammon. No wonder the Tal'Darim worshipped Ammon as a god. Perhaps only gods could show such supernatural power. What Zarachil said is true. When nightmares become reality, the doomsday war will come. Augustus's face was expressionless, as if he had already anticipated this scene. In fact, even if he was really shocked, he would not show it. He is the emperor of the Terran Empire, the backbone of the Terran people. A king should be as immovable as a mountain, and remain calm even when the mountain collapses in front of him. At present, hundreds of pillars made of countless void celestial fragments are rising from the surface of the planet Atreus, supporting the sky like mountains. Surrounding these void fragments, large and small void cracks are still emerging, as if they are springs, with blood from hell flowing in them. Countless void creations are pouring out of the void cracks. These terrible monsters shrouded in dark red light are the cold reflection of the dark side of the void. Their existence subverts all common sense of the material universe. The void is now no different from the real hell. Ammon's anger and resentment have corrupted it. The only good news is that, although these void creatures are not ordinary life, they must consume a lot of void energy to exist in the material universe, so their combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. And they are not undead creatures, and they can be killed, which is also proved by the report from the ground landing troops. But on the other hand, the number of void creatures is huge. Even if they can be killed, the void cracks generated on the surface of the planet can create more. If it was Ka who ended up like this, how many people would have lost their lives? Raynor is an optimistic person most of the time. As a leader, his positive side can always infect his followers. But even he has a negative and depressed side. Raynor is not alone now. He has a big family to take care of. As the Marshal of the Terran Empire, the right-hand man of Emperor Augustus, Raynor, who has a heavy responsibility, is no longer the free cowboy in the past. There is an empire waiting for him to protect. I hope my worries are unnecessary. But if I were Ammon, as long as I took the capital of the Terran Empire, the morale of mankind would be greatly damaged, even if it didn't collapse. Raynor's worries were not unreasonable. On the planet Atreus, Ammon had already demonstrated his power. Only by seeing it with your own eyes, can you know how terrible the doomsday that Zarachil said would sweep across the entire Kaprulu sector would be. Before this, Raynor obviously lacked such an understanding. For humans, Ammon, the god of the void and darkness, was just a vague concept. They neither understood the void, nor knew what the Xel'Naga and Ammon looked like. In the final analysis, they couldn't even confirm whether they really existed before. Imagine that as long as a planet was pulled into the void and turned into a part of the void, endless void creations could enter the material universe. These void creations are composed of pure void energy and can never be killed. Any meaning of fighting on the planet will no longer exist, even if there really comes such a day. Augustus' words revealed his firm determination. Korhal will be an insurmountable iron wall for Ammon, the most difficult bone to chew in this universe. And even at the last moment before the fall, the Korhal people will not stop fighting. The Terrans are a young race, but they have never surrendered. It's not that easy to take down Korhal. Raynor's mind turned quickly, and he immediately followed Augustus's thoughts. In a sentence or two, they began to discuss how to fight this doomsday battle. What Raynor didn't know was that Augustus had deduced how to fight this doomsday battle countless times before he ascended the throne. But he could see that Augustus had long anticipated the possibility that Korhal would be attacked, and Sky Shield was prepared in this way. All preparations were for the final battle. If Augustus frantically expanded the army just to deal with the Zerg, it would be short-sighted. In Korhal, we have the largest fleet and the strongest orbital defenses. Even if the high-altitude orbit and the surface have all fallen, we can use the underground train track system in August Grid to enter the war below the surface, and the supplies stored there are enough to fight for several years. And to take Korhal, Raynor said, Ammon's army must pay a heavy price. Then, when Ammon is distracted to deal with Korhal and Shakiris, we will fight a decisive battle with him in the place he least expects. Augustus took over Raynor's words. In Augustus' eyes, Korhal is just a bargaining chip, which is the price of victory. In an interstellar war, a single mistake means the destruction of a planet and the destruction of lives, and there is no room for indecision. Point: if I had a hammer in my hand, I would hit Ammon in the face without thinking. Raynor thought for a moment, but we don't know where this guy is. The void. Augustus paused. In the void. The void? Raynor felt that he understood something, but not completely, but the phase technician Carrick said that the void is a place where life cannot exist. How can we get in? Use the Zelniger spacecraft. Augustus said, before life appeared, the Zelniger used their spacecraft to travel back and forth between the void and reality. Moreover, after testing, the energy shields and armor of the newly built warships can fully withstand the tearing of the void power for a period of time. Okay, then we will warp to Ammon's face and hit him twice. Raynor said, let him see how powerful humans are. At the same time, we must unite the Protoss and the Zerg as much as possible, and gather the last strength in the universe to enter the void and kill Ammon. This is the winner of this war. Augustus nodded, and said, desperate and burn our boats. As long as Ammon still has health bars, there is nothing to be afraid of. Before, in order to prevent Nered from noticing anything from Raynor and others through telepathy, Augustus never revealed this plan to them. But now it doesn't matter. Soon there will be no need to worry about this. Of course, Augustus also omitted many details, such as how to deal with the evil god host that Ammon used to descend into reality, and how to deal with the problem of Kara being corrupted by Ammon, and so on. It would be useless to tell Raynor now. Even if Tacitor announced to all the Terran Protoss that Kara might be corrupted by Ammon, and asked them to immediately cut off the nerve bundle, and cut off the connection with Kara, even with his prestige, he would immediately be regarded as a heretic by the angry Protoss. Because there is no evidence. How could thousands of years of traditions and beliefs be shaken by a few words? It was Kara who saved the ancestors of the Protoss Empire, and brought this civilization to another peak in the catastrophe of the ages. The AL Protoss are Kara's fanatics. They have been in contact with Kara since birth, and have never lost contact with her. As for telling Zerichel, it would be even more useless. He has been frantically pursuing the prophecy of the end of the world and the universe for many years, which has caused many people in the Terran Protoss to think that he has become paranoid and almost crazy. If Zerichel comes out at this time, it can only confirm that he is really a madman. In this kind of thing, only when the AL Protoss is about to die, will they believe that there is something wrong with Kara, and only then will they have the courage and determination to cut off Kara. However, as long as the artifact is still in Augustus's hands, the problem of Kara's corruption is not an unsolvable deadlock. Unite the Zerg. Raynor was stunned for a moment. The Protoss and the Terran Empire have long been allied, but what about the Zerg? When the doomsday comes, the Terran Empire must of course unite all the forces that can be united, and this matter cannot be done by humans alone. This second generation Little Master is determined to kill humans and Protoss, and there is no sign of cooperation with humans. Of course, this is not certain. Since Ammon is determined to destroy all living things in the universe, then for the instinctive pursuit of survival, the will of the swarm will also do its best to seek a way out. Primitive Zerg. Raynor thought of this possibility. Primitive Zerg have always been unruly, but considering that Zerwen, the ancestor of the Zerg, trembles when he hears the name of Ammon, maybe these guys will become Zerg cooperating troops when Ammon's army arrives, and happily follow behind to harvest the essence. It is certain that the Protoss, except for the Tal'Darim Protoss, the two branches of the Dalam Protoss and the Purifier Protoss will stand on the side of the Terran Empire. As for humans themselves, the Kel-morian Combine and Umajan in the Kaprulu sector are already considered half of the Empire's younger brothers, so there is no need to worry at all. The humans on Earth are too far away, almost separated by half of the galaxy, and no one knows what the situation is now. Maybe they are still too busy to take care of themselves. The Zerg side is currently divided into the primitive Zerg and the Overlord Zerg. The former only recognizes the essence and not people, and the latter does not recognize parents. Don't we still have Alpha? Augustus smiled and said, now it has become a primitive brainworm, and is no longer controlled by the main nest mind. Renault suddenly felt very tired. If they can only rely on the fat brainworm to save the world, then let's destroy it. Ever since Princess Louise raised this brainworm as a pet dog, this guy has been completely useless, living a life of drunkenness and dreaming, eating soda and chips all day long. It fights with Duke for no reason, and says that there is no room for two dogs in one mountain. This trick of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting itself by 800 really makes the old man angry. Unless it can really become the master. Raynor thought about it and didn't say it too hard. This brainworm still has some brains, but it is too lazy. Then we have to help it. Augustus said, of course, don't expect it to do anything. It will just sit in the position of the master when the time comes. Can we kill the master and all the brainworms? Raynor spread his hands. It seems that this is the only way. Augustus shrugged. But what if things don't go according to your plan? Raynor asked. I still have a plan B. Augustus said. I don't know your plan B yet. That is, no plan. Raynor sighed. This time is different. Augustus said. You said the same thing last time. Raynor was helpless, thinking that this conversation seemed familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he had heard it. There is also a plan C. Augustus said. Tell me about it. Raynor said. Zarachel has been gone for a long time. Augustus was silent for a moment and said, I don't know what's going on with him. Zarachel has his own spaceship and he has always been alone. A few minutes ago, the ground forces of the Terran Empire just reported to Augustus about Zarachel's movements. Agana claimed that Zarachel led several hunters to hack into the Temple of Eris, and then there was no news. This is the style of the Dark Templars. In Shadowrun, they have to fight 10 or 100 times more enemies alone. This is the road of the brave, and also the lonely road of living towards death. After entering the temple, Zarachel only sent a message to Augustus, saying that he would go to find the void catalyst used by the Tal'Darim in the Temple of Eris to communicate with Ammon. My mother said that good things will happen to the lucky people. Raynor laughed dumbly. Don't worry about Zarachel, but look, what should we do with this planet now? On the planet Atreus below, the surging void rifts are still increasing. It seems that it won't be long before this planet will be pulled into the void. At that time, they dare not guarantee whether the void creatures surging from it will attack the nearby Terran Empire colonies. Ordinary Sigma Sector colonial forces cannot compete with these terrible enemies. Well, we can't leave this planet to Ammon. Augustus looked at the main screen, which was transferring to the picture in the White Star Armory. Swan, tell me about your plan. Oh, your majesty, I asked my old friend to get the drawings of the Moser-class Doomsday device. Doomsday device, from the official map introduction of StarCraft I. Swan's familiar and sturdy figure appeared again. I've tested it, it's very powerful. This thing is much scarier than an apocalypse-class nuclear bomb. The old Federation militants used this device to detonate the entire Wotan II. The Doomsday device turned the agricultural world, agrarian world into an ash world. The Doomsday device detonated the core of Wotan II, triggering a global volcanic eruption, and everything on the planet turned to ashes. Now, the surface of the entire Wotan II looks as ugly as coal slag. Swan said, what a terrible tragedy. The unique geological changes in Atreus have produced many strange cracks that can go straight through the Earth's crust. As long as the Moser-class Doomsday device is sent in, it can detonate the high-energy gas enriched inside the planet and send the entire planet into the sky. Very good, Adjutant. Connect to Vane's Ground Command Center. I have an order to issue. Augustus heard this and paced a few steps and said, Wotan II is the eternal pain and the heart of the Terran Empire. The crazy Federation extremists are willing to destroy an entire world to avenge the Empire. But it was this incident that made the Empire realize this terrible old Federation black technology. The Ground Commander was Colonel Abraham Van, who was known as the Imperial Ram. His troops were known for their sledgehammer-like offensive. We are going to blow up this planet, Augustus said. Send them to hell. Chapter 678 Aulus, this generation's inheritors act so quickly? Recovering the remaining drop pods, all ground personnel have been evacuated. The Doomsday device has been deployed. The voices of the communications sergeants on the bridge deck of the White Star sounded one after another. At the same time, there were almost hundreds of people talking in the communication channel of the entire fleet, but they were still orderly. Where is Zarachel? Augustus asked after waiting for a while. At this moment, under the portal in front of him was the huge Imperial fleet anchored in the high-altitude orbit of Atreus. Hundreds of warships of different sizes and models were connected end to end, arranged endlessly, vast and spectacular. Below the fleet, the planet that was being pulled into the void bit by bit, was trembling in Ammon's anger, and the huge red spots generated around the void rift were all over it. The scene was extremely terrifying. "No news yet," Raynor replied. As if a stone had sunk into the sea, there was no news of Zarachel since entering the Temple of Eris. At that time, the Temple of Iris had completely become a medium for Ammon to pull the planet Atreus into the void. It was filled with violent void energy and terrifying void creatures. Even the Imperial soldiers wearing heavy pillager armor could hardly get close. "Then wait a little longer." Augustus warned himself to be patient. After a while, the situation of the planet Atreus became visibly worse. The psychic storm that swept across the entire planet brought about a dramatic change in the weather. The cyclone that easily covered half of the continent indicated that a terrible catastrophe was taking shape. Augustus stared at this terrible scene, and his heart sank. He would not allow Atreus to fall into the void like this, otherwise the surrounding Imperial colonies would be placed in a very dangerous situation. Atreus must be destroyed. "Sir, the Void Seeker has responded to our call." Finally, a communications soldier shouted at this time. "Pick it up," Raynor said. "Brothers, God bless you, I succeeded." In the other side of the screen, Zarachel was personally driving his Xelnaga spaceship Void Seeker through the stormy, lightning and thundering atmosphere of the planet Atreus. "Your safe return is more important than anything else, my friend." Augustus breathed a sigh of relief. "Zarachel, what did you find in the Temple of Eris?" Augustus Mengsk, "I'm afraid even you can't imagine what I went through in the Temple of Eris." Zarachel had just experienced a bloody battle, and his simple and low-key armor and battle robes were stained with the blood of the enemy. He must have escaped from death, but seeing the hope of saving the world really made him overjoyed. "I can imagine that. I also know that Xelnaga will definitely communicate with you through the Temple of Eris, and even know what he said to you." Augustus said in his heart. "Did you find the prophecy, Zarachel?" Raynor asked. Augustus also showed a curious expression. He really wanted to know if Horus would say more this time. "Yes." Zarachel rarely gave a very affirmative reply. "In the void catalyst deep in the Temple of Eris, I heard a friendly prophecy, as if an ancient voice from the other side was calling me. In that voice, I seemed to see the birth and death of the universe, and countless civilizations rose and fell during it, like the rising and setting of the sun and the moon, unchanging forever." That voice. Augustus looked at Zarachel and thought to himself that you are still keeping it a secret at this time. This is Zarachel's usual way of speaking. He always speaks slowly, one thing after another, and pauses from time to time, as if waiting for you to ask. Occasionally, Zarachel does have the intention of teasing people, but this is definitely not the case now. "That voice told me that the Keystone will guide you to find hope," Zarachel continued. "Keystone?" Augustus was very cooperative. "In a bright light, I saw that the Keystone was the Xelnaga artifact stored in the schedule research station of the Terran Empire," Zarachel said happily. Zarachel should be happy, because as early as the Xelnaga artifact was just discovered and assembled, humans had begun to study this magical creation. Recently, Zarachel witnessed a breakthrough in the research of the Xelnaga artifact, and found the coordinates of Erna. Obviously, that was the guidance that the voice said. And Zarachel still remembered that he blurted out Erna's name at the time, which made the voice in the bright light exclaim. I don't know why, but it's probably that Zarachel heard it wrong, and he has no ears. It's really a coincidence. Augustus said that it's a good thing that we are studying the Xelnaga artifact. It's really lucky. What else did the voice say? Raynor urged Zarachel. In the final battle, the Xelnaga will help us fight Ammon. Zarachel added, I believe that is the last part of the prophecy, the most important piece of the puzzle. Xelnaga. Where can we find Xelnaga at this time? It's a ghost. Raynor patted his head and suddenly realized, Ulna, the homeland of the Xelnaga. I don't believe it. It's impossible that we can't find even one Xelnaga. But if they could have dealt with Ammon long ago, why did they have to wait for us to find them? He thought of many things in an instant and felt that this script was familiar. Are these Xel'Naga imprisoned, waiting for us to rescue them? Raynor felt that he understood. And if Tychus was here, he would probably say that it's useless to rescue them. It's better to die. This is good news. Augustus nodded, but only when we really enter Ulna can we reveal the answer to the puzzle. At this time, the advanced sensor array of the White Star had detected the location of the Void Seeker, indicating that it had risen into the high-altitude orbit of the planet Atreus. Swan, it's time to start. Augustus ordered, activate the Doomsday device and end it all. The Moser-class Doomsday device is enough to turn a planet into ashes and destroy all life on it. This is a terrible planetary extinction weapon, more terrible than 1,000 Apocalypse-class nuclear bombs. After Ori Swan's transformation, the power of this old Federation Doomsday device is even more terrible. The planet Atreus, which has a large amount of high-energy gas resources stored inside, is itself a huge barrel of explosives. Once detonated, its terrifying power is enough to throw entire continents into the air. Even during the Second Total War, the Terran Empire activated this device only a few times. It would rather use nuclear bombs or virus bombs for large-scale orbital bombing than use this terrible weapon. Soon, Augustus's order was passed down layer by layer. In a certain silent moment, huge and bright spots of light suddenly flashed on the planet Atreus, and the violent explosion ignited the huge cracks filled with high-energy gas at an extremely terrifying speed. The cracks formed by the flames spread across the surface of the planet like a spider web at an incredible speed. All the volcanoes were erupting violently, and countless lava rivers were flowing. I hope we won't have to use this weapon again. Augustus ordered, Navigator, send us out of orbit. Suddenly, Augustus found that a war could be so simple. No matter how terrible the Tal'Darim and void creatures on Atreus were, they would have to finish with this planet. Sometimes, he didn't have to win the game at all, he just had to overturn the table. This feeling is a bit strange. I hope this won't open a Pandora's box in my heart. With Augustus's order, the huge Imperial fleet, led by the flagship White Star, jumped into the opening hyperspace channel one after another and disappeared. In an instant, the brightness of Atreus suddenly increased 1,000 times, until it became the second sun in the system. This short-lived sun struggled for a while, and then turned into a shattered ball of light in an extremely shocking manner, and shattered with a bang. As the last Imperial warships disappeared, it exploded. Countless planetary fragments were thrown into the air, some as big as starships, and some much larger than August Grid. The explosion also detonated the second and third satellites of Atreus, and flung the largest satellite to the edge of the system, until it completely escaped the gravity of the star, and became a dark and cold wandering star. Most of the volume of Atreus was shattered, and the remaining part will slowly darken after the remaining oxygen and high energy gases are burned, but it will not cool down. In the millions of years that follow, its crust and most of the mantle may cool again, and aggregate together to form a broken dead planet. This is the trace left by a war between civilizations, and the trace left by a human civilization that rose at the edge of the Milky Way. A few standard Earth days later. Sigma Sector, Imperial Colony Terran III. The first person to discover this planet was a Kel-morian explorer, who was lucky enough to find this planet in a system that was thought to have no colonization zone. This explorer is also a gold digger, an interstellar escort who explores crystal veins in the stars all year round. In the core worlds that have long been controlled by the consortium, even the unmined resources have been taken as their private property. In the endless starry sky, all resources are ownerless. As long as you explore far enough, opportunities will always come to you. Of course, you have to protect these treasures. The wisest way is to sell them as soon as you make a fortune. After getting a considerable amount of credit coins, the explorer turned to dedicate this planet to the great Emperor Augustus and returned to his hometown after 13 years to reunite with his wife and children. The landing point of the colonists on the southern subcontinent of Terran III is located near an estuary delta, where the climate is suitable, the water source is abundant, and it is far away from the dangerous native wildlife communities on the main continental plate. It was an autumn, in the dense forest outside the city of West, the largest settlement of the Terran colony. Golden fallen leaves covered the ground, and the trees were shining with colorful luster. A white road runs straight through the forest, covered with golden leaves, like a thick blanket. The sky here is very blue, with soft white clouds piled up in clusters. When the wind blows, golden rain falls from the sky again. There are many gorgeous small birds living in the area near the water around the forest. You can pick up a lot of eggs anytime and anywhere. If you want to fish, just sit by the river for an afternoon and you can harvest more Terran trout than a person can eat in a month. The people of Terran III are very lucky. They caught up with the era when the Terran Empire opened up a new colony in the Sigma Star region, and this planet is really, as the Imperial Immigration Bureau said, it is a paradise that everyone dreams of. There are nearly 2,000 habitable planets that have been discovered in the Sigma Star region, but few of them can be developed. Some are either too far away from the mainland, or have terrible natural disasters that are difficult to understand and solve. And it is difficult to find a second place as beautiful as Terran III in the Sigma Star region. Today, the Terran III colony is basically self-sufficient, and no longer needs to be shipped in from the mainland of the Korhal sector. Within 2 years, the more than 20,000 colonists who arrived at Terran III built a city with the materials at hand and water drawing facilities. As the first pioneers, people reclaimed new land and built convenient automatic irrigation facilities to harvest food from the land promised by Emperor Augustus. Gradually, around the first settlement, the colonists continued to expand outward, building towns and villages around new farmland and new mining areas. As the colony developed, small-scale shops, restaurants, and hospitals also sprang up. On the other side of the galaxy, a small human society with all the necessary organs was formed naturally without deliberate guidance. When people no longer had to worry about survival, the population of the colony began to grow on a large scale. In the first month of this year, about 800 newborns were born on Terran III. These newborns knew nothing about their parents' homeland. For them, this is home. The only thing that remains unchanged is the flag of the Terran Empire flying over every colony. In the Imperial colonies in the Sigma sector, every colonial governor is still an official sent from Korhal August, and their children will grow up on this land during their term of office. This is a unique memory of this era of great expansion. It is almost perfect except for the territory close to the Taldor and Protus. But today, the air in the colony is filled with an atmosphere of uneasiness because many uniformed Imperial soldiers have appeared among them. Although the huge Imperial fleet is still parked in the planet's orbit, the colonists who are catching wind and shadows soon realize that the war is approaching. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. These Imperial soldiers who came to Terran III were not wounded soldiers who had to be evacuated to the rear after the war. They were dressed in double-breasted dresses, tricorn hats and tasseled seals, and they came here just to receive the Emperor's award. Chapter 679 Home. The undulating lights of Olympic Avenue ripple in the surging blue water, the aroma of cinnamon and barbecue wafts in the air, and the beer in the tavern and the swaying skirts of the girls attract the cheers of the Imperial sailors who have just earned a short shore leave. There are many vendors selling local specialties on the street, but in fact, it is just a hodgepodge of food culture from the many hometowns of the colonists, and the ingredients rely on local materials. Speaking of the real specialty food of Terran III, it is probably a thick soup made from Zuka giant eel, which is just cut into small pieces and stewed, and seasoned with chopped parsley, spices and scholar milk, and sprinkled with flour to thicken it. It is a rare delicacy. You should try it, Jimmy. At this moment, Augustus was tasting this local delicacy on the street of Olympic Avenue. Among the local colonists, the smart people from the Imperial world soon smelled business opportunities in these sailors, realizing that their bulging pockets were filled with credit coins that they had nowhere to spend due to their long-term fleet life. Soon, residents from other worlds followed suit. For a while, the people in the colonies were no longer afraid of the coming of war, because these Imperial soldiers were their confidants. Another cup. The eel soup was in a biodegradable paper cup, and with Renault's appetite, he drank it in a few mouthfuls without tasting anything. But in the final analysis, this eel soup is cheaper, and 1 Imperial credit coin can buy 8 cups. In those marginal colonies far away from the core world, credit coins are still the most important currency in circulation, and there is no exception in any Imperial colony. In the Terran III colony, credit coins are more valuable than gold, because local residents still have to rely on merchant ships that travel between the mainland and the Sigma Star Zone every once in a while to provide necessary living supplies. To be truly self-sufficient, this new colony is still far from it, but even if it completely loses contact with the imperial government and other worlds, the people on it no longer have to worry about starving to death. How is it? Augustus took another bite of the Scowler meat sandwich in his hand, with a very satisfied expression on his face. Stepping on the solid ground paved with bricks and stones made Augustus feel at ease, and seeing the prosperous scene of the new colony gradually made him feel better. For Augustus, there is nothing more pleasing than seeing his people live and work in peace and contentment. This monarch has ruled the Terran Empire for 7 years, but what he really wants is never the praise of the people. In the initial stage of developing a new colony, these foods are an important source of protein for the colonists. The rapid development of the Terran III colony is to a certain extent due to the advantage of abundant resources. The stable supply of fresh meat has largely surpassed the living conditions of these colonists before they came here. Most of those who are willing to come to the remote and unknown world of the Sigma sector to expand the territory of the Terran Empire are those who have difficulty surviving in their hometowns, such as Tarsinus and Korhal, which have the highest population density. For these people, being able to join the colony fleet is a rare opportunity. A new world means a fresh start and more opportunities. If it weren't for the pressure of life, the colonists would not abandon their familiar homes. But fortunately, Terran III is a much better place, so good that they would rather die here than return to their homeland. On Terran III, at least survival is not a problem. A hard-working family can even open up hundreds of acres of land with automated farming equipment. It doesn't look good, but it tastes good. Raynor commented honestly. The appearance of the Zuka giant eel is very scary, but it doesn't seem to be a difficult task for the Tyrannids who dare to try even the Allosaurus chicken wings. This is a really good place, Augustus exclaimed. He has been to many planets, probably hundreds of them, and planets like Paradise are still rare. Every planet gives Augustus a different feeling. Terran III. This pale blue planet is the ideal home of mankind. Its axial inclination, gravity, atmospheric oxygen content, average temperature and rotation period are similar to those of the ancient home planet Earth. It even has a satellite of moderate size to provide stable tidal forces. It is so great that it is unbelievable and makes people burst into tears. In the sparsely populated Sigma sector, this is a place that glitters like gold. Since humans first left the cradle of the Earth, they have been looking for their dream new home. The vast universe has endless possibilities. Maybe there is really an identical planet in a corner, but it is also possible that the birth of Earth and its life form is just an unrepeatable coincidence. If Terran III is different, it is that a highly intelligent race has appeared on it. This creature is no longer primitive and has even evolved language and social forms. Perhaps in a few thousand years, this race will enter the civilized era. In the universe, the Protoss has seen hundreds of highly intelligent races and even fought wars with some of them. It was the first time that humans had encountered a highly intelligent race other than the Protoss and the Zerg, and they were not as kind as the Protoss. This is a really good place, Raynor admitted. See, this is why we fight. Augustus stopped on the street as he walked, unconsciously sublimating the theme out of habit. Next to him was a shop selling barbecue. The owner was pouring gravy with a lot of spices on rows of hanging sausages. The sausages were also made of scorella meat, which originated from Kel-morian. This strange alien creature can adapt to most environments in the Korhal sector. It can not only produce meat and milk, but also has extremely high value for its leather. In front of Augustus, a cooking shop was slaughtering a huge Tarsinus turkey, and even a shotgun was used. In its native place, this giant monster, which is taller than an adult man, is brutal by nature, and will try to attack rail trains passing through the wilderness in groups. Although the meat of this turkey is very tough, it has been promoted by the Terran Empire government because of its fast growth rate and high meat. Even such remote colonies have breeding. On the other side is a shop selling smoked Terran salmon. The expensive glass window imported from Hades is full of these giant water monsters that can easily reach more than 10 feet in length. Opposite it is another cake shop. The products inside are also very local, using many unheard of local fruits and vegetables. The unique alien style is naturally formed. There are always people willing to sacrifice for this. Renault also said, now it's us, and it will be our descendants in the future. You are not the kind of person who will leave trouble to the new generation. Augustus smiled. Yes, I'm not that kind of person. Renault said. At this time, Augustus and Renault were just walking on Olympic Avenue, and the guards of the Royal Guard followed far behind. Many people here have recognized Augustus, but more people are just busy with their work and life. The neatly arranged buildings on this street are a unique symbol of the official colonial period, and the central building is the governor's building converted from the bridge of the colonial ship. The fusion engine of the colony ship is used to power the entire colony. If it is properly maintained, it can be used for at least another 100 years. Many systems of the Terran Empire are inherited from the old Federation, and the colonial buildings are all modular steel and alloy plates. Modular construction technology is quite mature in this era, and the fact that buildings can be erected anytime and anywhere is also a feature of the Terran human race. The streets are not very wide, and they are crowded with many Imperial sailors. There are a lot of people and shouts everywhere. After a while, when the Marines come down, it will probably be more lively. These soldiers are well trained and disciplined, but in order to prevent them from causing trouble, the figures of military police can be seen everywhere. It is no exaggeration to say that the number of soldiers is much larger than the population of the colony. There is a breath of life here, away from death, blood and killing, which is very good for restoring morale. In such a picturesque place, even the most impetuous heart will gradually calm down. Hi, I saw Emperor Augustus. Wow, you're so tall. Can I touch him? A group of children ran past Augustus and Raynor, their faces looking happy like a group of fluffy ducklings. As they ran, they boldly looked at the two adults in front of them until the girl in the lead said, "You must have seen it wrong. He lives in the palace of Korhal. How could he come here?" Augustus and Raynor couldn't help laughing, and they felt more relaxed. People say that children in Char must learn to hold a gun before they are born, and children in the port of the dead can steal money from your pocket before they learn to walk. Children who grow up in the new colony are much more innocent and kind. They just hope that these children can grow up safely, because the mortality rate of children in the colony is still very high. The colonists themselves are pioneers and explorers, and their children must also face such risks and challenges. In the early days of the establishment of the Terran III colony, giving birth also meant greater risks for the Great Mother. Watching these children gradually go away, Augustus couldn't help but think of his two daughters, Louise and Charlotte, thinking that children were the hope of the future. At this time, Augustus noticed the statue in the middle of the street in front of him. It was his bronze statue. It was a man much taller than him, wearing the emperor's red dress and thick cloak, holding a sword symbolizing power in his hand, and a golden giant wolf flying at his feet. The inscription on the base of the statue reads Augustus the Pioneer. There was also a similar statue in Korhal in the past, but it was built for his grandfather of the same name. It can be seen that everyone who passes by this statue will salute it. These emperor statues were voluntarily erected by the colonial people, and were not imposed on them by the imperial government. Whenever Augustus saw these statues, he would remind himself that the people could both build statues for him and tear them down. Why does this wolf look so much like Alpha? Augustus looked at it and commented. He may have forgotten that there are no wolves in Korhal now. Before they knew it, Augustus had already left his mark in this world of StarCraft. You know what? It really looks like it. Raynor did not see any power in the giant wolf's sharp eyes, but saw a shifty look. Nera's pointed ears were instead weak and cowardly. They had plenty of time to stroll around here today. After all, Augustus had always wanted to see with his own eyes what the new colony in the Sigma sector looked like now. Before setting off for the Temple of Erna in the Atarian Rift, Augustus's huge fleet would stay here for a few days to rest and replenish supplies. In the past few days, many local welders and auto repair workers in Terran were also called up to go to the fleet in orbit to repair the warships damaged in the Battle of Atreus. During this time, the fleet quartermaster should also seize the time to purchase enough supplies from the Terran III colony to ensure the supply of a variety of materials, food and clothing. Take the Gorgon battlecruiser Bureau as an example. Its 8,000-man crew consumes a lot of food every day, and energy bars and protein paste alone are not enough to meet their needs. Due to the large number of materials required, each battleship has nearly 100 professional soldiers responsible for this work. Most of the vegetables and fruits that can be bought from the new colonies are seasonal. Boxes of broccoli, apples, potatoes, as well as whole slices of squirrel meat, dairy products and butter. At the same time, the high-energy gas resources of Terran III are also quite abundant, enough to provide sufficient fuel for the fleet. Another advantage of having many colonies is that it can provide ports and supplies for the ocean-going fleet, so that no matter where it sails, the Imperial fleet can get enough supplies and support. After all, it is really difficult for a human fleet far away from the human world to survive alone. As for the Imperial soldiers, who were injured in this battle, but were not sent to the ground, it was because the fleet had enough medical ships with extremely advanced medical technology dedicated to war. Besides, this colony, which was only established for 2 or 3 years, could not maintain a large and sound medical system at all, and it was still very fragile. People will remember all this. Raynor pointed to the statue of Augustus and said, even if the statue decays, even if the memory is blurred, even if all of us are gone, look at what you said. Augustus said half jokingly, we have to live another 10,000 years. At this moment, the lights on Olympic Avenue became brighter, and there seemed to be meteors falling from the sky. Standing on Terran III, and looking at the sky, even the position of the constellations is completely different from that on Earth. This is a new home. In the future, these colonists will tell their children why they came to this new world, and tell the story of Emperor Augustus and the Terran Empire. I deleted and revised it today, and I feel that the writing is not in good shape. CAC. Chapter 680, Still Thinking About Liberating Aya. The fleet was originally scheduled to stay in the Terran III colony for 4 days, but it was later extended to a week to further complete the work of ship repair, supply, and replenishment. During this period, thousands of shipyard workers such as shipbuilding technicians, cutters, and welders were mobilized from the nearest Sigma shipyard to repair the Imperial warships that were damaged in the Atreus system and towed to the Terran III orbital space station by barges. The technical soldiers in the Sigma sector fleet under General Harris also had to work overtime to repair and maintain the engine, electrical and naval gun weapon systems. The captain and ship officers also had to apply for additional personnel from the friendly Mobius fleet to replace the equipment and accessories damaged in the battle and fill the huge cracks in the armor torn by the Tal'Darim warships. They were very busy. Most of the sailors in other positions were allowed to take leave, and they were even allowed to drink a few glasses of local tequila in the colony's taverns. But after the only stock in the tavern was quickly sold out, the next morning, the military police wearing armbands had to use the flatbed trucks carrying high-energy gas storage tanks to transport truckloads of drunkards and shower them with cold water generated by the reactor liquid nitrogen cooling tower. As for the Mobius Corps fleet soldiers who had to stay on duty on the warships, they were not so lucky. At most, they played poker and billiards during their breaks, because they were late, and did not contribute much to the battle of the Atreus system. In addition to paying attention to the local young girls, the Imperial soldiers on leave certainly had other things to do to entertain themselves. The officers liked hunting activities. They either hunted blue-crowned deer and wild buffalo in the fields of the Terran III colony, or participated in beach volleyball, squash and football games with the soldiers. For this reason, the Imperial Navy and Marines specially formed their own squash clubs to compete with the locals. Most people choose to spend time in bars or cafes, or walk around the colony and swim at the nearby beach. In this rare leisure and relaxation time, the tension and repressed emotions are well released, and morale is effectively restored. Of course, due to the large number of soldiers who descended to the Terran III colony, it is inevitable that there will be violations of discipline among such a base. After all, they are also human beings, not machines or socialized soldiers. Most minor violations are not intentional, but the soldiers who make mistakes must still be punished by the captain of their warship. In principle, this is to prevent them from accumulating small mistakes into big mistakes and killing their comrades in battle. but in general, the strict military discipline still makes the behavior of these soldiers restrained accordingly, and no major chaos occurs. As for Augustus, he only stayed on Terran IV for one night, and called Raynor and Zarachel to take a small boat to the sea for night fishing at night. They are not interested in fishing, but talk about the mystery of the universe and the simple philosophy hidden in nature. In the second half of the night, Augustus, who had caught nothing, felt relaxed for the first time in these days. He actually fell asleep in the lazy long waves and quiet sea breeze on the sea. Interestingly, Raynor was very lucky that day and actually caught a giant eelic fish that was more than 10 feet long. This powerful sea monster almost dragged the ship away, but Zarachel jumped off the ship and killed it directly. Later, as soon as Raynor returned to the fleet, he asked everyone how he knew I caught a big fish. In short, the pleasant time passed quickly. In the last few days, the sailors on vacation were recalled to the fleet one after another, returning to normal life and order, and saying, compared with the leisurely life, the management on the warship is much stricter. When Augustus confirmed that his fleet was ready for battle again, the Terran III colony, which had become lively due to the arrival of the soldiers, once again returned to its former tranquility. But Augustus still did not give the order to set sail, but ordered the fleet to remain on standby. The Imperial warships that were sucked into the vortex of the galaxy by the Tal'Darim mothership in the Atreus system never came back, as if they had never existed, and they disappeared completely. Disappeared. There was no news anymore. Augustus kept waiting for these warships to return, but there was no news. In the end, he could only sadly accept the fact that they might never come back, and the chance of survival after being sucked into the black hole was really slim. Later, Augustus had to tell himself that the things he had to do did not allow him to delay too long. So he ordered the establishment of an observatory in the Atreus system and arranged a group of scientists and soldiers to stay. The scientists told Augustus that, because the passage of time in the black hole would be very slow, when these warships returned to the universe again, they might find that 1,000 years had passed, but they only knew a few short days. Given the slim hope, Augustus could only choose to put the matter aside, but still instructed the remaining personnel at the Atreus Observatory to report to Korhal regularly. The crew members on the missing warships were temporarily notified of their deaths and their families were given pensions. The more than 40,000 missing Imperial soldiers were 40,000 families, which was really sad. Finally, Augustus had to devote himself to the expedition to Erna, the legendary hometown of the Zelniger. In the following days, Augustus finally waited for Admiral Tycho Isha's East and West Gema sector fleet. At this time, Augustus, who had assembled 3 fleets, already had more than 400 battle cruisers, including more than 50 Gorgons. This fleet was equivalent to 1/5 of the Terran Empire's naval power. Considering that the Empire had to mobilize heavy troops to guard against the Tal'Darim Protoss, Overlord swarms and primal Zerg near the border, this was already the largest fleet that Augustus could assemble. Now, rows of battle cruisers with flashing lights are anchored majestically around the orbital space station of Terran III and have been adjusted to the best state for another voyage. Below the fleet, the emerald green planet is shining with charming brilliance, as if it has been plated with a layer of gold under the shining of the stars. Augustus and Raynor are standing on the bridge deck of the White Star waiting for something, and the radio monitors on the deck are paying close attention to all possible communication channels. Artemis should be here too. Raynor occasionally looked up to confirm the time on the main screen of the bridge. If he is late, he must have been delayed by something important. Augustus said, "Warp signal detected." 2 or 3 communication soldiers on the bridge reported loudly at the same time. It's the Dalam Protoss fleet. The multifaceted control panels in front of the star map console lit up at the same time, and 3-dimensional images of multiple Dalam Protoss warships appeared on the holographic radar scan. This golden blue Protoss fleet is huge, with 4 Mother ships alone, and the number of aircraft carriers and storm warships exceeds 700, and the number of attached frigates and small and medium-sized spacecraft is countless. It's the Spear of Adun, the treasure of the Protoss Empire. Raynor said. In this fleet, the magnificent and majestic hull of the Ark-class battleship Spear of Adun is even more eye-catching. Her hull of dozens of miles is much larger than all known Protoss and human warships, and the huge space inside is even rich enough to take off and land aircraft carriers. As the flagship of this huge fleet, the Spear of Adun itself is equivalent to a fleet. To have such a giant Ark ship, the Protoss Empire in the Golden Age once built 3, and it was not because they could only build 3, but because a Supreme Protector believed that they only needed 3. Even though these Ark ships were built a long time ago, the technology they used is still very advanced in the eyes of today's Protoss. The Terran Empire is jealous, but there is nothing they can do because their ancestors were not rich. The Earthlings have to hide their wars, fearing that the Earthlings will learn their technology. Perhaps this is also the Earthlings' strategy, to control their huge colonies, otherwise the continuous rebellion alone would be enough for them. Emperor Augustus Mengsk, Marshal James Raynor. The Protoss can simulate human communication signals by connecting to the human communication system through psychic energy. We abide by the agreement and come to this galaxy. Darum is here as promised, as always. The one who spoke at this moment was Artemis, the high-level executive of the Darum Protoss and a disciple of Archbishop Tacitus. Behind him stood 2 female executives, namely Salandis and Terris. Every time they cooperated with the Terran Empire, Tacitus would always send his close disciple Artemis, which was both an expression of his appreciation for the human ally and a way to hone this slightly young executive. At the same time, with the solid friendship built by fighting side by side, in the long run, Artemis, as his successor, will surely make Darum and the Terran Empire humans live in harmony. Under the leadership of Augustus Mengsk, the Terran Empire is rising at an astonishing speed. The potential and resilience of this race will eventually make them a powerful force that cannot be ignored, not just a flash in the pan. As a Templar, Tacitus is always ready to fight a war, to protect the Protoss Empire and his people, but no one is more eager for peace than him. In previous wars, the Protoss people have almost died out and urgently need time to recuperate, but their enemies do not give them this opportunity. The broad-minded Tacitus believes that what the Protoss need now is peace rather than war, and friends rather than enemies. To this end, they must abandon their past arrogance and prejudice. It's great to see you, buddy. Where are the Tacitus? Raynor looked at Artemis, looking at Salandris and Terris standing beside him, thinking that from a human perspective, this buddy is living a pretty cool life. It seems that the Protoss never talk about love, nor are they troubled by love, as if it would be strange to put the word love on them. But anyway, the Protoss also have parents. My mentor Tacitus is really busy. He must command the Golden Fleet and preside over the war to retake Aya. Artemis replied. Tacitus and you are not in Shakuras, so who is in charge among the Darum Protoss now? Raynor asked casually. The Terran Empire had actually heard the news a long time ago. Such a large fleet could not fail to make a little noise, but they had not received the news that Tacitus confirmed that he would personally lead the army. But think about it, Tacitus, who was born as an executive officer, would never hand over such an important war to others. Tacitus thought that this expedition would inevitably face numerous difficulties and dangers. If something went wrong, he would take the responsibility and hand over the post of Archbishop to others. Otherwise, the people would never give up retaking Aya. Now retaking Aya is the will of the people, and the arrow is on the string, and must be shot. Tacitus was so wise that, even though he could not guess that there would be a problem with the Kara, he was still keenly aware that Aya was now in crisis and full of strange things. However, the Golden Fleet still set off. Tacitus could no longer find a better reason to persuade his people to temporarily give up the expedition to Aya. 3 years and 3 years of preparation. When will it end? And the Protoss can no longer wait to wash away the shame and regain the glory of this race. The social system of the Aya Protoss is highly dependent on the unique mental network. This is a sea of mind formed by the accumulation of countless emotional fluctuations. It is extremely vast and connects all the Protoss. When there is a slight emotional fluctuation in the Kara, it will be noticed by other Protoss. When several streams will converge into ripples, and when the ripples converge into huge waves, the voices of tens of millions of Protoss must not be ignored. In this regard, Augustus, who knew the truth, was helpless. Zarachol's situation proved that even the prophecy could not stop the Dalam Protoss from retaking air, and he would never jump out and say that your Kara has problems and will be contaminated by Ammon. Augustus had no way to prove it. Playing the role of a prophet was not Augustus' style. He was used to ensuring that everything was under his control through controlling the plot and making detailed plans, rather than pinning his hopes on whether others would believe him. In the end, he endured everything alone. The current Protoss Derim is terribly paranoid and fanatical. Even at this time, they are still thinking about reclaiming air. The Freedom Matriarch Rasigel is in full charge. Our people are convinced by her kindness and tolerance, Artemis said. When it comes to reclaiming the fallen home planet Air, these Protoss have been preparing for 7 or 8 years. Even for the Protoss, this is not a fleeting moment. Augustus listened for a while and said, I didn't expect Tacita to let you lead so many warships here. It seems that Erna is really important to you. Yes, Erna, the hometown of the Zelnaga, is of great significance to us. Looking back at the history of the Protoss, there are too many mysteries about the creator that have not been solved. Artemis said, you are so selfless and generous that you are willing to share such important news with us. In the eyes of the Protoss, Augustus is undoubtedly the upper limit of human morality, although this is mainly because the Protoss can't help but put on a thick filter when looking at Augustus after the Battle of Aya. The existence of Erna has surpassed all our previous cognition. I still doubt that the number of warships carried by the fleet is not enough to meet the next challenge. Artemis replied sincerely, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Augustus really believes that, even if the Spear of Adun is counted, this may only be a small part of the Golden Fleet, but it is still quite large. Augustus has nothing to say. The next moment, a warp signal from a larger fleet appeared. The streamlined ship with pure white armor and bright orange lights was undoubtedly a warship from the Purifier Protoss. Purifiers. Salandis beside Artemis couldn't help but say, why are they here? Thanks for voting. Thanks for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 681, Two-Handed Preparation. We have also invited a new friend, Raynor said. At Raynor's whistle, more majestic Purifier warships jumped out of the vortex of blue arc light at the exit of the hyperspace channel. The advanced Sybaris plate armor and powerful armaments showed unparalleled deterrence and power, and the muzzles of the giant cannons were looming in the golden-orange sun matrix flash. Smooth lines and fine craftsmanship are the embodiment of the Purifier Protoss's pinnacle in technology and engineering. In a short period of time, thousands of Purifier aircraft carriers, storm warships and void glow ships arrived in the outer space orbit of Terran III. What surprised Augustus and Artemis was that 3 years after the end of the Second Total War, the Purifier Protoss even had a mothership. In fact, since Awakening, the Purifiers have been strengthening their armaments and upgrading war technology. The automated factory of Sybaris operates day and night, with the furnace roaring and the lights burning. As time went by, a large number of new warships and mechanical warriors that combined traditional Protoss weapons and Purifier assembly line construction technology came out one after another. Under the instruction of Executor Korhal, the Purifiers have integrated the new Protossoms that emerged after their slumber into the data network and reprogrammed the program and optimized the protocol. Although they are military technology products created by the Protoss, the Purifiers themselves are not without creativity. They even developed intelligent mechanical disruptors equipped with solar arsenals. This war weapon designed and built for destruction once impressed the Dalam Protoss. From the new generation of mechanical sentinels, apostles and dark templars, to the phoenixes, prophets and void rays in the sky, the Purifiers quickly developed their own mechanical versions, and their efficient replication capabilities are beyond the reach of the Tal'Darim Protoss. The intelligent programming of these new age automated combat machines is advanced enough, and they are almost the same as ordinary Protoss warriors in intelligence, and can select the best combat plan from a series of complex combat responses. As the second generation of Purifiers, they are precise and efficient. but let alone the Terran Protoss. Even humans have doubts about these mechanical Protoss warriors. Machines never make mistakes, but they do not understand the value of life and the meaning of fighting. This is a gap. Transmission completed. Calibration protocol. Testing completed. All systems are operational. I'm Executive Officer Kel-morian. Along with the broadcast of the data network, Mechanical Purifier Executive Kel-morian appeared on the main screen in front of Augustus. The war will never end. The purifiers have answered the call. From behind Kel-morian, you can see the shining bridge, and the light emitted by the solar matrix is as bright as a star. I have never doubted this. Augustus said immediately, your support is very timely, Executive Officer Kel-morian. At this time, Kel-morian's purifier fleet is still arriving at the preset assembly point coordinates in the Terran system, and the huge shadow of the ship is shrouded in the sun-like glory. It can be seen that the size of this fleet of purifiers is also unusually large. Even without counting the void rays, the main battleships such as aircraft carriers easily exceed 1,000, which is larger than Artemis's fleet. Since the time of awakening of the purifiers was greatly advanced, their current strength is far greater than when they were sealed on the Cerberus. Driven by a sense of crisis, they have never stopped expanding their already very deterrent fleet since they woke up. By 2503, around the huge planet Bellum 4th orbiting the star Edion, the purifiers had occupied many mineral-rich worlds and established their empire. Due to the characteristics of the machinery, the purifier Protoss can adapt to a wide range of planet types. Around the towering solar core matrices on these planets, magnificent buildings such as the purifier Protoss hub, central control center, communication tower and purifier floating temple have sprung up. The manufacturing process of the purifier Protoss is highly advanced and efficient. The countless purifier alloy furnaces that are highly integrated into the data network consume thousands of tons of crystal ore every day, smelting, rolling, cutting, grinding, and forging into the bodies of purifier warriors and the plates of warships. The purifiers are as precise as machines when working, tireless, and never stop. Their war potential is quite terrifying. The unrestricted purifier Protoss is extremely terrifying in terms of expansion speed and strength expansion speed. If the main body of them is not a legendary Protoss hero with noble character and no ambition to dominate the galaxy, they will most likely turn into a terrible mechanical disaster. What makes all races in the Korhal sector a little relieved is that the purifier Protoss only stopped expanding after occupying hundreds of uninhabited worlds. The conflict between the purifiers and other races is only about resources, but if the purifier Protoss confirms that the external threat has been lifted and there is no need to start a war, they will not plunder resources endlessly. Otherwise, their neighbor, the Terran Empire, will jump up and down. In the past period of time, the only two things that the purifiers were interested in were expanding their military strength and burning insects. Just like punching in at work every day, the purifiers would go out to sweep the hive worlds that dominated the Zerg and perform purification tasks every once in a while. The people of the Terran Empire believed that the time these purifiers went out to clean up the hive worlds was extremely regular and rigorous, even accurate to the second. Indeed, the existence of the purifiers has greatly reduced the pressure on the imperial territories near the purifier worlds, and indirectly acted as a protective umbrella. If the Terran Empire fleet calls for purifiers for support, the purifiers don't mind helping out. Anyway, they are idle anyway. In short, the Terran Empire invited a door god. Because of this, Augustus didn't care so much about the mines dug by the purifiers. Probably. He is not a stingy person. The purifiers have always been very straightforward. When they heard that they were going to fight with the Zerg, they would come immediately. If they said they were going to overturn Ammon, they would call him and bring their weapons and come too. Executor Kel-morian, to this day, your deeds are still praised by the Templars, and people yearn for them. Artemis was also in the channel, and he almost said that he grew up listening to your legendary stories. I'm Artemis, the high-ranking executive of Durham. It is my honor to fight side by side with the legendary hero thousands of years ago. We have rested for too long. Kel-morian said indifferently, this time, the purifiers will dominate their own will, and no one can control us anymore. Fortunately, under Tacitus' efforts, the relationship between the Purifiers and Durham has eased. Otherwise, if Kel-morian had just woken up, Artemis would have been choked by the difference. However, although the relationship on the surface has eased, the possibility of war between the two sides is not high, but Durham and the Purifiers are still secretly wary of each other. They occasionally share scientific and technological achievements, but that's all, and they are still always wary of each other. For the Durham Protoss, the Purifier Protoss machine-like body and lifestyle are really a strange existence. Some of them sympathize, some are curious, some are sad, and some are secretly wary, but these emotions will hurt the Purifiers without exception. Although the Purifiers have a data network that can replace Kara to a certain extent, it is not Kara after all. And if they cannot integrate into Kara, and cannot resonate with emotions and thoughts, the Purifiers will not be understood and recognized by the AL Protoss faction. In this regard, the Narazim Protoss have a similar experience. This is the gap between Protoss relatives. You are right, Artemis said in a humble tone. The will of the Purifiers is free, and free will should never be constrained. We hope to make up for our past mistakes. The Supreme Council once guarded against you, but they are no longer here. I know you are true Templars, just like us. He said, we were united in the past, and we will be the same now. We choose to fulfill our duties, and all we seek is due respect. Perhaps Kel-morian is not a talkative person, or he just doesn't want to talk much with the Templar class. In short, he quickly exited the communication channel. Remember this, time will prove everything. Praise your tolerance, praise your kindness. Artemis bowed and said, well said, Artemis. After the image of Kel-morian disappeared, Augustus nodded and said to Artemis, Ulna may be more dangerous than any place we have been to. Only by working together can we defeat the enemy. Has no one told you that you are eloquent? Raynor blinked. This is called leadership qualities. Don't compliment me, James Raynor. Artemis said, this is an executive who was active countless centuries ago. In front of such a great warrior, all the eloquent speeches seem to be boasting. Can you hear it as a compliment? Raynor saw Artemis say this and teased him. Artemis, I thought you Protoss couldn't hear it at all. After a while, the Aterian Rift. The location of the Aterian Rift is a chaotic dark deep sky. Until now, humans have known nothing about its existence and location. The Aterian Rift cannot be found on any nautical chart. But if you actually come to the Aterian Rift, it is hard not to be attracted by its astronomically amazing size and breathtaking beauty. At first glance, the Aterian Rift seems to be located between a group of dim nebulae, but that is not because the brightness of these interstellar dust itself is too low, but because the bands of light pouring out of the rift are too bright. In fact, as long as humans cast their eyes here, they can easily observe this kaleidoscope-like colorful strange celestial body. The Aterian Rift is so large and so bright that the two Imperial fleets anchored near it look like small black flies on a white light bulb at night. But in fact, these two fleets are quite large, with more than 200 main battle cruisers added up, and a large number of small and medium-sized warships attached. Looking at the logo and number, the two fleets are obviously the Nova Squadron and Alpha Squadron established in the old Federation era, Jackson Holes and Edmund Dukes respectively. As one of the few veteran squadrons, the Nova Squadron is about 5 times the size of a normal squadron, and the number of warships in the Alpha Squadron is even larger. The Empire's deployment here is obviously more than that. Where these Imperial warships are parked, you can also see hundreds of Imperial mobile space stations that have been warped here, or built on the spot, orbital defense turrets equipped with destructive air-to-air weapons, the Tower of Heavenly Law, and large starports. These large space facilities are enough to provide large fleets with all the services provided by large military ports, and are fully capable of dealing with a large-scale interstellar war. At a certain point in time, after a flash of light, the Imperial flagship White Star was the first to jump into the assembly point. A moment later, more warp signals appeared on a large scale, like stars shining. This is the Aterian Rift. Standing on the bridge of the White Star, Augustus scanned the huge rift that occupied the entire porthole, and then looked at the densely packed Imperial space stations and ancillary facilities below. Holler and Uke did a pretty good job. The Nova Squadron and Alpha Squadron below had also discovered the Imperial fleet that was jumping in, and when the Purifier and Terran Protoss fleet appeared, the weapon systems of the two fleets immediately locked onto these unmarked warships. Augustus had no doubt that they were really ready to open fire. If they really had no precautions at all, and were lazy and indifferent, then Duke and Holler should be sent to Blaxis to grow potatoes. No, to Char to grow trees. This Terran rift is much more beautiful than I imagined before. Raynor looked out the porthole and said, but it looks like we are about to jump to the center of 1,000 suns. Is this really okay? Now, the cosmic rift marked as a high-risk celestial body on the white star's star chart is shining brighter and brighter, and its terrifying void energy is causing the warship's sensors to frequently sound alarms. And the legendary homeland of the Xel'Naga, Erna, is in this Terran rift. Then let me change the question. Augustus looked at Raynor and said, brother, who will jump first? That will still be me. Before Raynor finished speaking, the communication channel on the Terran flagship Spear of Aten was connected. Emperor Augustus, I'm Artemis. Artemis's helmet, shining like a crown, appeared on the main screen. My warriors want to be the first to join the battlefield. Since you said so. Raynor spread his hands and said, well, you go first. I have no objection. Augustus also nodded and said, my fleet will follow closely and cover your flanks. In every battle, the Templars will never allow themselves to fall behind others. This is their arrogance. Salandis, assemble the fleet and prepare to attack. Artemis immediately ordered. Now that they have arrived at the Terran rift, the Terran Protoss does not intend to delay any longer and is determined to find out what is going on. Then, Artemis's flagship Spear of Aten took the lead in sailing towards the brilliant light pouring out of the Terran rift, followed by 6 huge Protoss Mother ships. At this moment, the gathered Imperial fleet and Purifier fleet are lined up on both sides behind the Terran fleet, waiting to enter later. This was just right in Augustus's eyes. With them behind the Terran fleet, they could respond immediately if Artemis' fleet had any problems. All signs indicated that Ammon's resurrection had been brought forward. In Augustus's eyes, this also meant that the Aya Protoss Kara was at risk of being corrupted by Ammon at any time. Crossing the Terran rift meant being closer to the real void and more susceptible to Ammon's influence. Ever since he knew that Ammon's will was reviving, Augustus had always been on guard against any changes in the Terran Protoss. Calling the Purifiers over was a two-pronged plan. One was to ensure that the Purifiers had enough combat power for the trip to Erna, and the other was that the Purifiers, as mechanical Protoss, would not be affected by Kara, and could respond immediately if Artemis' fleet was corrupted. Chapter 682, God made star Erna. In the Protoss's cognition, the Terran rift is a gap between the void and reality, and now, the huge fleet that is passing through it is undoubtedly approaching the void. Let General Edmund Duke come to the channel. Augustus looked at the mighty Protoss fleet under the porthole, waiting for the communication to be connected. After just a few seconds, Duke's iconic diamond-shaped pointed head like a venomous snake appeared in front of Augustus. The wrinkles on his forehead have obviously increased, and his face is tanned. In the past 2 years, Duke's Alpha Squadron has been transferred to the Imperial world of Scotia to deal with the invading swarms and eliminate the Zerg infection in the mines. It is a volcanic world with an extremely cruel environment. The steep ash mountains are crawling with a kind of poisonous worm variant hunting insects that can jump up and down like fleas. In the words of the soldiers of the Scotia Empire garrison, when you lift the quilt at night, you will see bagasse men with purple skin. These poisonous worms can even climb cliffs, which is really unfair. Although Scotia is the world with the worst environment and the most difficult conditions in the Empire, Duke still devotes himself to his work with great enthusiasm. He is not afraid of how dangerous the task assigned by the Emperor is, but he is afraid of being far away from the center of the military high level. As long as the Emperor of the Empire can give Duke a large fleet and give him enough power, whether the enemy is the rebels, the Zerg, the Protoss or the Xel'Naga, it is just a merit. Emperor Augustus Mengsk. Duke saluted Augustus first, and then asked, what are your instructions? Duke, I will take Holler's Nova Squadron into the Terran rift. Augustus looked at Duke. After this, I want your Alpha Squadron to continue to stay at the entrance of the rift. You must guard there in person and do not allow anyone to enter or leave. It is not to prevent someone from breaking in, but to be afraid that something will come out from inside. When hearing this order, Duke on the other side was obviously not very satisfied, and it can even be said to be thunderstruck. After receiving the order to garrison the Terran Rift, Duke had been ready to do something big, but the Emperor still asked him to guard the gate. Although he had already been promoted to the rank of Admiral, Duke's ambition was not limited to this. He was determined to become the Admiral above all admirals and step on the heads of Renault and others. Yes, Your Majesty. Duke shook the 42 medals on his general's uniform. His thick eyebrows twisted together, and his expression became more tense. Unless the enemy takes off my head, no one can enter the Terran Rift. Military orders are like mountains, and cannot be questioned. The Emperor is not discussing with him. Although Duke is barbaric and impulsive, he is not really brainless. At least he knows who has the final say in the Terran Empire. His mortal enemy Renault called him a venomous snake because he was insidious and vengeful, and called him a mad dog because this guy was irritable and aggressive. But he is not stupid. Keep your head, Duke. Raynor had always been at odds with Duke, and now he couldn't help but say with concern, no one wants that thing. Watch your tongue, country bumpkin, or I don't mind twisting it off. Duke didn't dare to show his displeasure to the Emperor, but in his eyes, the famous Jim Raynor was nothing. If they were standing on the same deck, they would definitely fight. Okay, shut up. Augustus frowned, and Raynor and Duke didn't say anything else. Jim, tell the fleet that we are about to enter the Terran Rift, and be prepared to fight the enemy. Duke, remember the mission I gave you. No one can replace you in this matter. Fight for you, my majesty. Duke was so happy and flushed by Augustus' words that Raynor was speechless. A moment later, Duke roared and conveyed Emperor Augustus's order to the officers of Alpha Squadron in the bridge of the Norad III, and then left the communication channel with a haughty attitude, just like a silverback gorilla that had just received a bunch of bananas. At this time, most of the large-scale Terran Protoss fleet had already sailed into the Terran Rift in front of them. On the other side, the flagship of the Purifier Protoss Executor Korhal IV also took the lead, followed by a number of majestic Purifier warships. It's our turn. Augustus gave an order, and with the White Star as the flagship, thousands of Imperial warships pressed towards the Terran Rift. The closer they got to the Terran Rift, the brighter it became. This was not a reflected light, but came from the celestial body itself. When the White Star jumped into the swaying white light band at the entrance of the Terran Rift, a strong light that made people unable to open their eyes shone in from the bridge porthole. Even under the isolation and filtering of the shield force field, this strong light was so bright that it wiped out the shadows of people. Previously, you could still see the shining stars outside the porthole, but now you can't see anything except a vast expanse of white. The light was brilliant. Fortunately, this strong light only lasted for a short time, as short as Augustus just stepped over a threshold, and the gap between the void and reality was as thin as a piece of paper. In a blink of an eye, the light on the bridge quickly dissipated, replaced by a magnificent structure shrouded in a large cloud of glowing gas and bright dust. In the distance were countless void celestial bodies colliding and exploding in the dark space, and countless stellar-sized celestial bodies were born or destroyed with every flickering light. The stars of the universe cannot be seen here, but perhaps this is also the other side of its cold and dark side. Augustus approached the porthole and found that the legendary urna was much larger than he remembered. This was what he saw with his own eyes, and it was a shock that could not be felt by just watching the game cutscenes. He suddenly realized that the dazzling radiance that urna was emitting came from itself, and that light could nourish everything. Urna was so large that it looked like a huge, pyramid-shaped planet, an epic and magnificent spectacle. Its surface was full of light, like a work of art on a planetary scale. But everything he saw told Augustus that it was not a planet in the ordinary sense. Its organic rock structure, which seemed to have life, was engraved with exquisite patterns, hieroglyphs and golden ratio spirals, showing the perfect artistic attainments of the Xel'Naga and the natural aesthetics that penetrated the truth of the universe. There were no lines that floated on luxury, and everything seemed to return to nature. All beauty came from the universe itself. I really should have worn a pair of sunglasses. At this moment, Renault was still rubbing his eyes that were almost blinded. He had no time to appreciate and could not appreciate much beauty and art. I think most people would close their eyes at that time. Augustus said, "It's instinct. I think I'm blind." Renault opened his eyes and stared at Erna in the blue and silver waves. As the white star got closer to Erna, the magnificent structure became larger and larger. The huge walls almost occupied every porthole on the bridge, as if a diamond-shaped continent was unfolding before the eyes. In comparison, the two Protoss fleets in front seemed a smaller stardust, and even the spear of Adun was just a small glittering dot in the distance. This is where the cosmic giants live. Is this Erna? It's quite impressive, Raynor said, but this place doesn't look like it's habitable. What is it used for? Is it a planet-sized temple, or an artificial planet transformed into a temple? I can't tell the difference between the two. Augustus looked at Erna outside the porthole, but I know that we have to go in and find out now. I'm good at this. The Marines can handle any battlefield in the universe. Raynor stared at Erna, already trying to figure out where to get off the airdrop pod. The engineering corps has also made sufficient preparations, just waiting to see how many treasures we can pry back from this place. I guess the masters here won't mind. Augustus raised his lips, his eyes shining. They are not Protoss, and they don't mind taking back some of the legacy from Erna. It's like ZHU Beiji yelling that, although the master is lost, the luggage still needs to be divided. If there are two races destined to inherit the mantle of the Xel'Naga, why can't it be us humans? I don't think this has anything to do with us. Raynor has always felt that the Xel'Naga have little to do with humans. They inspired the Protoss, transformed the Zerg, and never paid any attention to humans. Praise the gods. Erna, the star created by the gods. At this time, Zarachel slowly walked into the bridge deck, his eyes shining with flames, and gazing at the shining giant celestial body with excitement. The homeland of the Xel'Naga, the legendary country. Since the Battle of the Atreus system, Zarachel has been staying in a very quiet cabin in the White Star to recuperate, either meditating and practicing, or talking with Augustus about the Xel'Naga, mysticism, philosophy, politics. In short, they are both teachers and friends, and they talk about everything. In the culture of the Protoss, Erna, the resting place of the gods, has a pivotal position. And because it is too mysterious, Erna has always been considered a place that only exists in myths and legends. In the last period of his life, Zarachel was immersed in self-blame and pain, and he was always looking for the prophecy of salvation of the Xel'Naga. However, he never went to Ulna, the place he was looking for. In Ulna, the truth that all civilizations are looking for is waiting for us to discover. Zarachel said, Augustus Mengsk, all the secrets are waiting for us to solve. Incoming signal within a few seconds. Daram and the two executives of the Purifiers, Artemis and Kel-morian, appeared in the channel. I have deployed Alpha Wingman to the surface of Ulna to find a way to enter it. Kel-morian's face seemed to be shining behind the white steel. His tone was very calm, and he seemed to be just stating something when he spoke. We see that the path to ascension is unfolding before our eyes. This is not to say that the Purifiers have no emotions. In fact, they are Protoss who are close to 100% personality simulation. Augustus had met several other Purifiers executives, and they seemed to be filled with anger and thunderous voices when they spoke. Through several exchanges over the years, Augustus also had a general understanding of the character of this Purifier executive. In that golden age when heroes gathered, Kel-morian was also the most outstanding and famous among the Templars. He was noble, resourceful, and possessed extraordinary courage and will, and was admired by thousands of people. When talking with great ancient heroes like Kel-morian, Augustus always benefited a lot from the other party's profound knowledge and profound insights into strategy and tactics. The fact that this legendary hero could be furious when he woke up shows how inhuman the Supreme Council that enslaved and oppressed the ancient Purifiers was. Kel-morian told Augustus more than once, if he had known the Supreme Council's attitude towards artificial intelligence machines, he would never have joined the Purifier project. But even such great figures have no choice. As Templars, they are just sword bearers who obey orders below the arbitrator class, and have no right to question the orders of the Supreme Council. Ulna, this is the sleeping place of the Xel'Naga. Rahana, the supreme protector of our tribe, told me that the past arbitrators had speculated that the Xel'Naga tribe returned here after completing their guidance to us. Artemis said, "Your Majesty Augustus, as agreed, we now plan to awaken the sleeping Xel'Naga. The Light and Shadow Council believes that they will bring salvation to the Protoss tribe." Okay. Augustus nodded at Artemis and Kel-morian. Perhaps these Xel'Naga can bring us real enlightenment. But to explore Ulna, we still need brave warriors to serve as pioneers. I suggest that we each send an army into it and find a way to open the temple there. Artemis said. The son of Sybaris has no objection. Kel-morian paused and said, "The Purifier's data network is a low-profile version of Kara, which can only communicate data information, and the expression of emotions is much worse. Whenever there was a major decision to be made, all the ancient Purifier personalities in the data network would vote. So when Kel-morian spoke, he often represented the will of all the Purifiers. At this moment, ships gathered around Urna, and the three forces were all mobilizing their elite forces to explore this place of gods. Tell Jackson Holler that I need a special combat elite from the Nova Squadron. Where is Titus?" Augustus asked habitually. "It's time for this old bastard to show up. You forgot that he is still in the White Star's detention room for more than half a month." Raynor smiled unkindly. "Remember? When the fleet stayed in Korhal, this guy seriously violated discipline and did not return to the team on time and was a deserter for several days." Later, the August Grid Press began to compete to report that the famous Imperial hero could not afford the prostitution fee and had to pawn the belt and underwear granted by Emperor Augustus. This guy was really drunk. What? Augustus was not really worried that Titus would make a big mess. This guy was lawless and daring, but he was also very shrewd and cautious. Although he had low moral quality and bad character, he never did evil things that harmed others or bullied men and women. I remember now. Augustus couldn't help but cover his head as if some painful memory had revived. This bastard. Get Titus out now and let him go out to work. Not to mention that Augustus would never give a gift. At most he would give a pistol accessory, at best a vulture car. If he wanted to give a gift, he would not give man a belt and underwear with bad taste. What kind of words is that? His reputation was damaged. Chapter 683, Heavenly Blockade. As the special forces of the Nova Squadron descended to the surface of Urna, in airdrop capsules and transport ships, thousands of high-precision scans were continuously uploaded to the supercomputer of the White Star and handed over to the Imperial Xel'Naga scholars in the battleship laboratory for research and deciphering. But Augustus did not have much hope for his scientists and archaeologists, and was more waiting for the results of the deciphering from the Protoss. In terms of archaeology, the Protoss were still professional. The Xel'Naga hieroglyphs that the Imperial scientists could not decipher were just children's literacy cards for the Protoss. After all, they had been studying for at least thousands of years. The way the Protoss read and understand the Xel'Naga text is much more advanced than that of humans. For them, the arrangement of each atom has its own meaning, and it is not just on the surface. This place is really scary. Raynor carefully looked at the scan of the main structure of Urna on the main screen, as if he wanted to figure out the mystery of those towering stepped pyramids and hexagonal platforms. Urna is not a sphere or a regular cube, but an equilateral double cone with a soft blue light. Along its steep surface, spectacular stairs and huge corridors arranged diagonally reach the sky, and giant patterns large enough to accommodate cities are clearly visible. The largest Xel'Naga temple in the Kaprulu sector is also insignificant in front of Urna. In comparison, it is just a small hill of sand next to the pyramid, which can be flattened by a rain. But this is obviously not all the mysteries of Urna. If you want to really explore it, you may have to enter it. Legend has it that Urna is the first planet created by the Xel'Naga, and this is also the place where they first spread life. Zarachil was also excited when he saw the scene in front of him. He had a hunch that all the mysteries that puzzled him would be solved soon. If Augustus hadn't stopped him, Zarachil would have been ready to go down and find out for himself. Zarachil, this means that Urna existed before the first life in the universe appeared. Augustus couldn't help but imagine. Before the emergence of humans, the Xel'Naga had already stood at the top of the universe, but now their tribe has been wiped out and there are few left. In Augustus's view, it is amazing just to move these huge rocks like mountains here and then polish and carve them into shape, not to mention the need to infuse such a huge amount of void energy into them. With the current level of human technology, this is simply impossible to do. It can be imagined that in many fields such as engineering and genetics, the Xel'Naga have already reached the pinnacle. For the entire universe, the history of the Protoss and humans is just a brief moment. Countless civilizations have risen and fallen, and only loneliness and death remain forever. But the life of the Xel'Naga is calculated according to the cycle of the universe. In a sense, they are gods. Some of the Xel'Naga believe that they should play the role of gods and fulfill their duties, while others do not think they are gods and should not interfere with the natural evolution of creation. This is a point of disagreement, and one of the fuses of the Xel'Naga civil war. Boss, the void energy below has blocked the communication signal. The signal here may not be able to reach the outside. You'd better be careful. Swan, who was working in the armory of the White Star, appeared in the communication channel. I have never seen such a situation. Hello, Swan calling the bridge. Can you hear me? Swan raised his voice, as if it could offset the hissing sound of electricity in the channel. I can hear you, old man. Augustus couldn't help but smile and asked him, Swan, how do you think we should enter the Temple of Erna? Oh, this. Swan thought for a while. Wait a minute. Hey, great inventor, what do you think? Raynor asked. See that gate? It's so big that it looks like it was built for giants. Swan sent a set of pictures and said in a loud voice. It was a huge gate built into the organic rock wall. The huge gate was made up of many geometric bodies tightly spliced together. Its size was quite large, and the Imperial soldiers standing below looked like a group of small black dots. No matter what method is used to blast the door open, the entrance is right there. Swan waved his hands and said, to be honest, damn, this broken door really makes me angry. All the methods I can think of don't work. It seems that it will take some effort to get in. Raynor said, stroking his chin. Go and do your thing. Swan will call you later. Augustus nodded to Swan and didn't make things difficult for him. After all, he was not omnipotent. Emperor Augustus Mengsk. At this time, Artemis entered the communication channel again with good news. My warriors have discovered a Xel'Naga facility called the Skylock on the surface of Erna. The Supreme Protector Ahana believes that it may be the key to open the temple. As Artemis was speaking, a psychic signal converted into a radio signal sent the image of the Skylock he mentioned. It can be seen that the so-called Skylock is actually a giant obelisk located in the Xel'Naga altar, and a buzzing bright green void crystal is hidden in it. The core of the Skylock is an organic monolith carved and arranged with superb, miraculous engineering accomplishments. The polished surface of the monolith is inlaid with exquisite void crystal decorations. The complex and beautiful spiral and arc patterns outline the amazing perfect outline, and the green flashes that symbolize life shine on it. This is a poetic explanation of the aesthetics of the Xel'Naga. From these beautiful and fascinating lines, you can see not only the twinkling stars in the universe, but also the mountains, rivers, trees, flowers, and plants. Just looking at it, you can't help but immerse yourself in the tranquility and elegance of it. Key. Raynor raised his eyebrows. How to use it? There are a total of 5 Skylock facilities like this. Artemis replied, as long as you control all 5 Skylocks, the road to the front will naturally appear, and everything will be as the prophecy says it is destined and mentioned long ago. Yeah, Zarachil responded, indicating that he also thought so. Erna is both a temple and a palace. He continued, this is a test site for the successors of the Xel'Naga, and the successors must demonstrate their strength here before they can step onto the steps to godhood. Perhaps this is the first step to gain the recognition of the Xel'Naga. In other words, this is an entrance exam. Raynor thought thoughtfully, I think I know what to do. In short, we have to perform well in front of these Xel'Naga. Contact the Purifier executive Karl Anelian immediately and ask him to discuss the next plan. No matter what, Augustus had to pull the Purifier to follow him to feel at ease. Augustus kept one thing in mind, that is, Ulna is close to the void and is more susceptible to Amon's influence. In other words, compared to the physical universe outside Ulna, Amon can more easily corrupt the Karahir and control all the Aya Protoss in it. With the Purifier Protoss escorting him, Augustus felt at ease. On the other hand, the Golden Fleet led by Tacitor is likely to have arrived at Ea soon, and if it is finished, both sides will probably be finished together. If Ammon creates a ripple in Kala, countless Protoss will go crazy. Only the Protoss with the strongest will can barely resist Ammon's corruption, but even so, the time they can maintain themselves without being controlled is very short. I'm afraid Augustus will have to help the Protoss again, and it seems that this is the only way. Since the Battle of Ea, Augustus can be said to have maximumed out the favorability of the Protoss, and this time it is estimated that he can maximum it out. Jokingly speaking, maybe he can even be canonized by the Protoss. I'm honored to receive the wisdom and guidance of a legendary executor, Artanis said immediately. Klalarian's reputation is already quite big in the Protoss Empire, otherwise his deeds would not be widely spread by the Templars until now. When such a person stood in front of Artanis, he had to be humble. I'm Klalarian. Klalarian responded quickly. Hail to Executor Klalarian, may your reputation shine forever in the world. Zarachel said. Dark Archon Zarachel, I have heard of you. Klalarian said, brave Dark Templar, you deserve the respect of the Purifiers. The Purifiers have a much better attitude towards the Narazim Protoss than the Ea Protoss, probably because they have all been suppressed and exiled by the Supreme Council. It can be seen that the Supreme Council has come to this end for a reason. Executive Klalarian. Augustus looked at him and said, Executive Artanis told me that, if we want to enter the Temple of Erna, these 5 Skylock facilities may be the key. Now, we are planning to send troops to control these areas. Klalarian was silent for a moment after hearing this, both to confirm the location of the Skylocks and by Augustus and to distinguish the authenticity of this information. Artanis has a supreme protector, a position that is extremely rare even in ancient times. He is familiar with ancient and modern times, and can be said to be a mobile library, so there is really nothing to doubt. To this day, the Purifiers still cannot fully trust the Dalam Protoss, because the attitudes of high-ranking officials such as Tacitor and Artanis cannot determine that ordinary Dalam Protoss will not regard the Purifiers as slaves. It seems that this human actually believed the words of an alien without reservation, as if he had known the function of these Skylocks long ago. Of course, this is impossible, so this trust is really precious. We will occupy the 2 Skylocks in the northeast and northwest. Klalarian said. We will be responsible for the 2 in the southwest and southeast. Artanis also said immediately. It seems that we can only deal with the one in the middle. Augustus smiled. Wait, your majesty, our Iron Ravens have detected a large number of Tal'Darim and hybrid signals near the Skylocks. Suddenly, a warning sounded on the bridge, and the main screen immediately showed the image of the Tal'Darim Protoss army advancing in large numbers, mixed with a large number of terrifying hybrid monsters. Since no fleet was found to come in with them, these servants of Ammon may have come in a long time ago. Hybrid. Raynor's eyes widened. It's quite big. It's the Tal'Darim. How come they are here? Artanis said in surprise. The Tal'Darim, the body forged by the gods, is for forging. Klalarian muttered a passage of ancient Protoss language. He was a little surprised, as if he thought it was a very rare thing that the Tal'Darim were still alive. It seems that they really found their god and got what they wanted. It's really haunting. Raynor cursed. Their god is not a good thing. What are they going to do? If Ammon's army takes the lead in occupying the Skylock, they will enter the Temple of Erna before us. Artanis said. Maybe it's not that simple. Raynor thought for a while and said, I guess they want to blow this place up. Oh. Marshal James Raynor. Klalarian's tone is closer to the ancient Protoss language, mixed with many Kalani words that the Protoss no longer use today. Why do you think so? This is the intuition of a blasting expert. Raynor spread his hands and said. When he followed Augustus to fight the revolutionary army, Raynor often brought people and explosives to blow up the governor's building and the armory of the Federation colony. And he knew that if he wanted to intercept a Federation train used to transport important materials, he only needed to blow up the rails. Well, if Ammon controls all the Skylocks and overloads them, Erna may be at risk of destruction. Artanis also agreed with Raynor. But when Artanis wanted to say something, he was interrupted by Raynor's exclamation. Oh my god. Raynor almost groaned. When the Iron Raven's detection system locked and magnified a ground target near a skylock, a large number of Imperial soldiers in black and red power armor appeared in the center of the screen. But they did not send soldiers from the Mobius Legion to the surface of Erna. Gods, there are still humans in Ammon's army. Artemis obviously saw it too. They are soldiers of the Mobius Legion. Raynor gritted his teeth and said, I think I already know where the missing Mobius fleets have gone. Ammon used the hybrid to corrupt and control these humans, and then use the controlled humans to deal with them. This is Ammon's usual bad taste, letting this race kill each other, and their own people against their own people. Damn it. Looking at these soldiers with bloodshot eyes, a wave of sadness flashed through Augustus' heart. He will settle this account with Ammon sooner or later. These respectable human warriors have been corrupted. Zarachal also sighed and said, their spirits have been tortured, but they were still defeated by the hybrid. Immediately deploy the Legion soldiers and march towards the sky chain. Korhal knew that this matter could not be delayed any longer, so he said with the coldness of an ancient executive, all enemies, kill without mercy. Before the Karash arbitration incident, the Protoss Empire had fought wars with many races. At that time, the executive played a role similar to that of an executioner, and would not be merciful when dealing with alien races. As for the Tal'Darim, who are also Protoss, they killed many of their compatriots when they resisted the enslavement of the Supreme Council. Deploy all our ground forces and mobilize the fleet. Augustus knew very well that the next battle would be much more dangerous than before. Attack. I found that 6 o'clock was a bit early. Oh my god, I can't even get up. Why did I say to post the setting map in this chapter? Chapter 684. Return to the temple. I heard someone is looking for old Titus. Titus Finley had already changed into a power armor painted with bright blue paint when he walked into the bridge. He was holding a honey persuader heavy machine gun in his hand, panting heavily as he walked, and his steps were windy. Raynor raised his eyebrows and pointed at Titus's blue armor. Why are you wearing this? Most of the ordinary Imperial Army soldiers are red armor, and only the Rangers, which are elite light infantry units, are blue armor, and the most famous unit among them is the Raynor Ranger. Those damn mechanical technicians welded the joints of this armor. Damn it, Titus sighed and was listless. This crappy armor is going to grow on my body. What do you mean? Raynor looked at Augustus and knew that this was his handiwork. Considering that Titus has done a lot of stupid things recently and offended Augustus severely, this is also what he deserves. You know, Titus still has 3 months left in his imprisonment. Augustus had prepared this armor for Titus a long time ago, but he forgot about it because there were too many things to do later before the imprisonment period ends. This armor will be his new cage. Titus's mouth twitched, and he didn't dare to say anything more, and didn't dare to ask more questions. He was not afraid of anyone in the huge Terran Empire, but he didn't dare to provoke the man in front of him. In fact, this problem was not a small matter for Titus, which meant that he could no longer go out and have affairs before he was allowed to take off his armor. It just so happened that the crime he committed this time was a bit serious, and it was not something that could be fooled by just talking and throwing a tantrum. Where is this? Titus was thick-skinned and looked at the star map table and the purple glow outside the porthole without caring. As soon as he saw Zarachal next to Augustus, he knew that nothing good would happen. During this period, he was locked up in the White Star's confinement room and was not even released when the fleet docked at the Terran IV colony. Until now, he didn't know where he was or what he was doing. But Titus only needed to look at the Imperial ships covering the sky and sun outside the porthole to know that this was another large-scale interstellar war. Following the old boss, there would always be battles to fight. Titus was a very contradictory person. He was greedy for enjoyment and afraid of death, but he still killed people on the battlefield of blood and fire, as fierce as a lion or a tiger. A Terran rift, Erna. Raynor said and shook his head again. You won't understand, even if I tell you. Anyway, we have to take this place now. As he spoke, they could all see through the porthole that huge Zeus-class landing ships had landed on the surface of Erna, and more large landing ships were descending above them, preparing to land. The sky was filled with huge Imperial fleet ships, and the majestic outlines of the Imperial battle cruisers were clearly visible. Hundreds of warships were firing at the same time, and the sound of gunfire was like thunder in the sky, which was terrifying. At the landing site, that had been cleaned several times by the fleet's firepower, battalions of Mobius Marines and landing ships packed with combatants filed out one after another. The giant walking mechas, which were more than 10 feet high, made the landing springboards creak. The steel torrents of alloy armor and heavy machinery rolled over. In an instant, the sound of plasma torpedoes and rockets being fired and exploded rang out. Countless shells and rockets with tail flames passed over the soldiers' heads and fell like raindrops on the fierce enemy, bringing earth-shaking roars into purgatory like a blazing fire. Under the terrifying firepower attack, everything was reduced to ashes. This is the offensive method of the Empire's Mobius Corps. Firepower coverage, advance, establish positions, continue firepower coverage, continue to advance, and repeat. In addition, the Empire's most cutting-edge weapons are equipped in the Mobius Corps, and some are even in the experimental stage. For example, Swan and Regal installed flight stabilizers, reverse thrusters and jetpacks on the Mobius siege tanks, allowing them to fire while airborne on the surface. Wow, this is a big deal. Titus was a little surprised, but he didn't ask any more questions. In the years of fighting with Augustus in the Caprulu sector, he had seen too many strange things. Stretch your neck and quack like a duck will only make you look ignorant. Where is my baby Odin? He asked. I'm ready to do a big job. Don't worry, you will be useful later. Augustus waved his hand and told him to be patient. Jim. Then he turned to Raynor next to him. How is the situation with the purifiers and Aram? They are moving very quickly and have each controlled a skylock. Raynor replied, Artemis and Kl'lerian's army is still advancing. It's really unstoppable. The Protoss are also holding back a fire. Augustus nodded, but our progress is not slow. After a hard battle, the Mobius Corps has established a foothold at the landing site near the central skylock and built fortifications on the spot. As Raynor said, build a battlefield, set up turrets, have siege tanks in front, and bunkers in the back. Our defense line will be impregnable. These enemies that appeared in Ulnar are extremely difficult to deal with, mainly composed of fanatical Tal'Darim Protoss and humans corrupted by hybrids. Among them, huge shadows are moving on the ground one by one. The hybrids lead these servant armies loyal to Ammon. At the same time, the hybrids also caused a lot of trouble for the landing troops of the Mobius Corps. If the Mobius Corps was not a battle-hardened army specially built to fight against the hybrids, they would have been unable to move forward under the attack of the hybrids' psychic attacks and mental pollution. However, it was also because of the frequent contact with the hybrids that many Mobius Corps soldiers and even entire warships were corrupted. What on earth are those disgusting beasts? Titus's blue eyes, full of hostility, were fixed on the holographic screen of the tactical console. The holographic screen was fixed on an extremely terrifying scene, with a huge hybrid monster at the center of the picture. The monster's gloomy and evil face could remind anyone of the most terrible nightmare he had in his life, and he would vomit out everything he had just eaten. The monster had a heavy body and a black carapace covered with razor-like spikes. On its twisted head, there was a huge and gorgeous crown and a terrifying red giant eye, and a large number of tentacles on its bulging back. When these tentacles are waved, they are like long tough whips, with hard and dark red knives tied to the ends, which looks shocking and terrifying. It is unusually large, and when it stands upright, it is almost as big as the largest mecha of mankind. It is like a walking giant, and can easily trample on human positions. This new hybrid variant is much larger than the earlier hybrids, and is also more powerful and brutal. And it may not even be the largest one. Imagine that Ammon will have many such pets, but there are always some that are particularly favored. And the giant hybrid on the screen is inserting its red claws that seem to be flaming into the cockpit of Mobius Legion Thor mecha as easily as cutting butter with a hot knife. Titus knows that this is not an ordinary Thor mecha, but the Empire's elite Black Hammer. Compared with ordinary Thors, the Black Hammer has upgraded armor and more powerful cannons. Only elite and ace pilots are qualified to drive it. This is the first new hybrid variant to appear in Urna. Raynor explained, we call it the hybrid behemoth. It is the largest hybrid species we have ever recorded, but I bet that sooner or later, there will be a bigger one. I have never seen this kind of monster either. Zarachal also said, they are like a stronger variant, based on the hybrid predator, and their physical functions have been further enhanced. Fortunately, it is not immortal. Augustus took over Raynor's words and said, our heavy firepower is fully capable of dealing with this monster. Thinking of the Mobius Legion soldiers who were controlled by the hybrids, Augustus became more disgusted and hateful of these twisted monsters. This is a warning that there may be more terrible monsters hidden in the depths of Urna. Zarachal's excitement when he first arrived in Urna has faded by half. Such a sacred place has so many evil hybrids, which makes him more worried about the situation of the Xel'Naga in Urna. At this time, Raynor received a report. Augustus, take a look at this. Reports from the front line show that the enemy's offensive is weakening. General Riley has ordered a counterattack. At this time, more than 2 hours had passed since the landing operation, and the bloodiest and most brutal stage of the battle had ended. As more follow-up troops arrived at the landing point, the Mobius Corps finally firmly controlled the central skylock and cleared the enemy forces that tried to compete with them for control. The medical soldiers were shuttling between the wounded, using laser mail guns and nano-medical kits to do preliminary wound treatment for them, waiting for the arrival of the follow-up medical transport ship. Very good. Augustus nodded. Hurry up and build fortifications and rescue the wounded. Your Majesty, there is a communication request from the executive officer of Kel-morian. A communication soldier said. Take it in. Augustus said. Emperor Augustus Mengsk, we have occupied two skylocks. Korhal said, if the Terran Empire humans need help, we can deploy Phoenix arcing mechas to your position. The purifiers are still used to calling Talandar's original name Phoenix. Maybe this name has left too deep an impression on them, and they can't change it for a while. Why is it like deploying nuclear weapons? Titus on the side couldn't help but complain. Then, Artemis also got on the communication channel. We have also completed the predetermined goal, and are recalling the ground troops. Since the Empire, Darum and the Purifiers all sent a large number of troops to the 5 skylocks at the same time. The roads between the skylocks were soon opened. Boss, the sensor shows that the void energy below is increasing. After a while, Swan's voice appeared again in this channel. I marked a coordinate. There is a door opening there. You can send someone to take a look. I suspect that is the entrance. A void door is opening. Zarachal's eyes burning with psychic flames became brighter. Yes. Artemis also said, we also noticed it. We have to go in and find out. Kel-morian said. But given the intricate corridors in the temple, it will be difficult to deploy a large-scale army. Artemis expressed his opinion. So we have to send another elite force. Raynor said, this is not difficult to do. The important thing is to find out the situation inside first. Swan, how much do you know about the situation inside? Augustus said to Swan. Not much. I'm still sending out drones to investigate. Swan scratched his head, but the void energy below is too strong. Our drones have become headless flies. The situation is very bad now. I wish I could split a person in half. Continue your work. Augustus didn't embarrass him anymore, but there's no need to split a person in half. Your work is crucial, Engineer Swan. Artemis is always used to encouraging his subordinates, that is, sprinkling chicken soup or something, which is very useful for the Protoss. Just wait and see, great hero. Swan said happily. Great hero? Artemis didn't know how to respond. So, Emperor Augustus, what is your decision? Kel-morian asked Augustus at this time. For a moment, Artemis also looked at Augustus. The leaders of the 2 major Protoss camps actually sought the opinion of a human at the same time. Of course we have to go in, Augustus said in a firm tone, and we have to go quickly, otherwise the hybrid will get there before us. 10 minutes later, Augustus, Raynor, Zarachal and others took a spaceship down to the surface of Urna, and came to the door of the temple that was opening. The Emperor of the Empire rarely went to the front line in person. In fact, even if he just sat in the August Grid Palace, to let the soldiers know that he was still safe, it would definitely be much more useful than firing a shot on the battlefield. But this time, Augustus decided to go there in person. Raynor and others wanted to stop him, but it didn't work after all. If the Urna Temple really involved the issue of the heir of the Xel'Naga, as the leader of a race, Augustus still had to go in person. Zarachal, you were injured before, you shouldn't have come. Augustus knew that he could never convince Zarachel to stay on the White Star and not explore the temple under such circumstances. At this moment, they were standing in front of the suddenly opened gate of the Temple of Erna, and the shining light shone through it, as if it came from the light of heaven. The humming sound of the void crystal echoed in the winding corridor, like a beautiful movement that was created by nature. Don't worry, Augustus. Standing in front of the gate of the temple, Zarachel laughed from the bottom of his heart. If it is too dangerous, I will definitely avoid it. It is precisely because of this alertness that I have been able to escape from death countless times. In fact, Zarachel could not quite understand why Augustus said this, but he realized that he was very worried about his safety. This made Zarachel feel that Augustus was a noble person, because as a human with little psychic power, he was much more fragile than himself. After a while, Artemis arrived with a team of Templars and Dark Templars, ready to enter the temple with Augustus. But when the Purifier Executor Kel-morian personally led a group of Legion soldiers to arrive, Artemis was really surprised. Mechanical High Templar Adan, I must have made a mistake. Artemis was rarely able to control his emotions. The Purifier Protoss do not have psychic powers, because they are pure mechanical warriors, but what he saw before him had obviously overturned Artemis's cognition. Then, the Purifiers must have achieved this in another way. Augustus suspected that Artemis was even a little jealous. When I saw those purified Dark Templars, I was as surprised as you, Artemis. Zarachel said. In contrast, the mechanical warriors loaded with the invisible template were not unacceptable. Titus muttered in a low voice that these ancestors of the Protoss were quite fashionable and insisted on keeping up with the times. P.S. The flying tank comes from the official novel Dark Templar Legend, Twilight. Yes, this thing can not only fly after installing flying wings, but also dive bomb. Chapter 685 Artemis, let me see who killed Zarachel. After entering the Temple of Erna, Artemis led the Terran troops to walk in front. There were 200 to 300 people in the troops, of which half were Templars and half were Dark Templars. Behind them were Augustus' elite royal guards, including 2 additional field response theater medical soldiers and the Bulwark company of Goliath robots. The Purifier Legion soldiers, commanded by the Kel-morian intelligent personality carrier, walked at the end of the team. They were more numerous, with about 1,000 mechanical warriors and large mechas. Kel-morian executive promised Augustus that he would bring in more elite warriors. Keep your distance from each other, be alert, and move forward. Raynor, wearing a commander power armor painted with the heavenly demon, walked in front, with a Colt revolver hanging on his waist, and the magazine was filled with hollow bullets with amazing lethality. Augustus behind him was also dressed in a similar outfit. At Raynor's command, a company of royal guards ran past him quickly, followed closely by a medic holding a Red Cross shoulder shield. They were standing thousands of yards away from the open door of the Erna temple, but the long corridor seemed to have no end. The road here was very wide, and the ceiling was probably several hundred feet from the ground, enough for the Odin mecha to easily perform its fists and feet inside. The walls on both sides were clearly outlined with lifelike carvings and murals, vividly depicting the universe and the stars. Spiral patterns and shining emerald crystals were everywhere on the road, spectacular and fascinating. There were thousands of such corridors in the Erna temple, connecting countless magnificent stairs and porches. How weird. Titus muttered, his eyes kept turning, and he still couldn't figure out what this Erna was. But if it was about digging for alien artifacts, he was familiar with this matter. This ground seems alive. I don't like this feeling. The rock floor in the Erna temple is extremely hard, but as flexible as a sponge. Even running all the way with alloy boots can't make much sound. We have seen something similar in the Zelnaga temple in the Kaprulu sector, but it feels different. Augustus was standing in front of a huge statue, thinking about the possible secrets hidden in it. The statue was deeply embedded in the wall on the right. The appearance and details of its carvings were magnificent and delicate, like ancient ghosts and gods. There was a statue like this standing every other section in this corridor, like a mummy warrior guarding the pharaoh's coffin in the pyramid tomb. Augustus tried to find traces of corruption by Ammon on the statue, but found nothing. Zarachel, have you seen it? He asked Zarachel. No. Zarachel admitted, I guess the Zelnaga built Erna together and divided the work. to perfect every detail in it. This is a manifestation of their different views on art and aesthetics. Your Majesty, an exit has been found ahead. At this time, the report of Virgil Kane, the captain of the Royal Guard, came from Augustus's command channel. The Terran Protoss has entered. Keep moving forward, and keep the communication open. Augustus withdrew his gaze from the statue in front of him, raised his legs, and the power armor servo transmission device began to operate. He hadn't worn this armor for a while, but he was still familiar with it. As he said this, Augustus deliberately slowed down his pace until the Purifier Executor Kel-morian behind him caught up. Kel-morian's intelligent personality carrier is a mechanical fanatic who is taller than the ordinary Legion soldiers of the Purifier. He wears a white Executor ceremonial armor as dazzling as the sun and carries a solar halo like a corona. At this time, it can be seen that the art style of the ancient Purifier's armor is different from that of Talon next to it, with sharper edges and more oppressive feeling. Since the era when they were active is very long ago, the Purifier Protoss is still using the technology that the Protoss Empire has long abandoned. Generally speaking, these technologies mean more powerful and more dangerous. Behind Kel-morian, the Purifier Legion soldiers with strict steps are advancing like a wall and a forest with unstoppable momentum. Each Legion soldier can load the intelligent personality of an ancient Templar, as if their noble and great heroic souls have returned to the battlefield again after thousands of years. We Protoss have many ways to survive the disaster, but only the Purifiers will last forever. As if reading Augustus's inner thoughts, Kel-morian said to him, whenever we need these great warriors to join the battle, we will visit their personalities sleeping in the Purifier Council. The Purifiers still regard themselves as Protoss and Templars, otherwise they will not take Tacitus' feelings into consideration. Executive, thank you for your support. Augustus walked with Kel-morian, followed by Zarichel and Raynor. Only Titus looked at the soldiers of Kel-morian's Purifier Legion with suspicion. Titus always disliked Protoss, let alone mechanical Protoss. Of course, no one here would care about his opinion. His emperor was really good at making friends. He could get along with ordinary Protoss, even mechanical ones. Seeing you again, Augustus Mengsk, your words still make me feel like spring breeze. Purifier Talander greeted Augustus and others enthusiastically as soon as he came up. Zarichel, old friend, I'm so happy to see you. James Raynor, my good friend. He walked up to hug Raynor, but accidentally lifted him up, and both sides were embarrassed. Talander was more human than the ancient Purifiers, but that might also be because the ancient Purifiers lacked trust in the outside world and rarely communicated with others. Strictly speaking, the Purifier Protoss can be divided into three factions: the ancient Purifiers, the Glacius Purifiers, and the AI machines that lack independent personalities. The Glacius Purifiers come from the Purifier project after the restart of the Protoss Empire, and this group of Purifiers calls themselves the Sons of Glacius. Phoenix was not the only one who was ordered by the Supreme Council to go to Glacius to record his personality, but many personalities have not been awakened. As for the third category, it is the mass-produced mechanical warriors. Although they do not have independent personalities, the height of their AI simulation level is still jaw-dropping. When they arrived at Kel-morian, Augustus continued to move forward under the protection of the Royal Guards and Purifier warriors. They walked along a wide staircase and passed through an elegant giant arch, and the view in front of them suddenly opened up. Rather than a huge cave, it is more like the entrance hall and atrium of the giant's residence. The stacked geometric columns support the magnificent dome, which is full of amazing and exquisite scroll carvings and artistic hieroglyphs. The ancient walls are dotted with clusters of glittering blue crystals. It was like an art gallery. The large obelisks, statues, shrines, altars and magnificent murals carved on the dome walls indisputably showed the glory of the Xel'Naga era. The only problem was that the Xel'Naga might not have considered the lighting when they built this place, so it was quite dim inside, and the only light source was the crystals on the ground. It was also possible that this place was once bright and transparent, but since the ancient times, the Xel'Naga gods fought cruel battles in Erna, and the sky was dark, and it no longer had its former glory. Artemis and his Terran Protoss troops were exploring not far ahead, using the crackling psychic blades in their hands to illuminate as they walked. Oh my god. Titus opened the visor of his helmet and looked around with wide eyes. It looks like this is just one of the halls. Augustus turned on the searchlight on his power armor. Ulna is like a planet. I really can't imagine how big it is inside. There is a temple in front. Artemis and the others are on that side. Raynor pointed to the front. Let's go and take a look. Let's go and take a look. Augustus was surrounded by Raynor, Titus, Kel-morian and Talander, and the elite royal guards, so he was naturally not afraid. Walking in this hall, all he saw were ceremonial and magnificent buildings, showing majesty. Accompanied by a group of purifiers and heroes of the Terran Empire, Augustus came to the temple in the hall and climbed the stairs. This temple is not big, but it is built with great momentum. Under the ornately carved eaves and in the canopy shrine, there is a long scroll. The psychic blades of the Templar and the Dark Templar illuminated the huge murals carved on them, like a bonfire in the dark. The prophecy of the Xel'Naga. Zerachel walked in front, looking at the murals. One prophecy is linked to another prophecy. This is fate. It's quite stylish. Titus complained. Titus, they should put up a statue for you here. Augustus said. There is a prophecy here about Zerachel. At this time, Artemis's deputy, Executor Selendis, shouted in a low voice, attracting everyone's attention. Selendis was standing in front of the first mural, interpreting the meaning of the sculpture, and her unspeakable surprise and horror were revealed in her mental language. Zerachel will be killed here. Here, in Urna? Everyone was shocked when they heard the voice, and Augustus also hurriedly led people over. Is this you, Zerachel? Looking at the scene depicted on the mural, Raynor's pupils dilated slightly. Is this the prophecy? Augustus looked over, and the mural was very vague, which was very different from the exquisite and famous Xel'Naga golden curve. He couldn't make any sense of it, but he could recognize the scene depicted on it. Artemis held Zerachel, who had already returned to the void, in his arms, and bowed his head in silence. Selendis. Upon hearing this, Artemis hurried over. Who killed Zerachel? This is not true. Selendis looked at Artemis, without any words. The sadness in color had proved everything. Thus Artemis looked at the mural, turned his head to look at his executor's robe, and looked at the mural again, and finally shouted in shock, is it me? I killed Zerachel with my own hands. Why? No. This is impossible. As Artemis spoke, he stepped back repeatedly, because of extreme shock, staring at his hands in disbelief and despair, as if they were stained with Zerachel's blood. The Xel'Naga, Ulna, and the prophecy are all of great significance to the Protoss, so what they saw this time touched them much more than humans. After all, although Augustus and Raynor seem to be friendly on the surface, they are actually ruthless people who say they want to fight the gods in a matter-of-fact tone. Zerachel was also stunned when he saw it, and then suddenly realized, if this is my destiny. Looking at this mural alone, you can't see anything, but for the Protoss who have studied the Xel'Naga prophecy in depth, it still has other interpretations. Zerachel's final fate in the prophecy seems to have been determined. It was not someone else who killed him, but Artemis. His life will be ended by Artemis himself. But no one knows what happened before that, and what they have experienced. Zerachel looked at other murals, and muttered to himself, the hybrids are coming, the stars are dimming, and endless darkness will eventually come. Zerachel, this is definitely not your destiny, and it should never be yours. Augustus didn't know what Zerachel understood. Yeah, how could Artemis do it to Zerachel? They are good. Raynor wanted to say that they were good brothers, but somehow he couldn't say it. Only his good brother Titus looked at it for a long time, and felt that he seemed to understand something, and silently stopped Zerachel behind him. Does this mean that the Davam Protoss may split? Selendis gave her own interpretation. Anyway, she really couldn't imagine the day when Artemis and Zerachel would fight each other. Zerachel and Artemis' mentor Tassida were as close as brothers, and the relationship between the three of them was quite good. After hearing what Selendis said, the Templars and Dark Templars under Artemis looked at each other with strange eyes. I don't believe this is true. Don't say it anymore, Selendis. Artemis turned and looked at the warriors under his command. It must be Ammon who is playing tricks. Selendis, don't you think about the occasion when you speak? Artemis is right, Augustus said firmly to reassure everyone. Perhaps Ammon had the hybrid sculpted as a mockery. It turns out that in the timeline, when Artemis came to Erna and saw this mural, Kara had already been corrupted by Ammon, and Zarachel also paid his death in Ea to cut off his nerve bundle and sever his connection with Kara. And now, all this has not happened. The prophecies in Erna have indeed been fulfilled, but upon closer inspection, it can be found that, whether it is Zarachel's death or the destruction of Shakuras, the events depicted in it have been secretly intervened by Ammon. Well, according to Ammon's nature, the axemen ambushing on both sides are ready to jump out and take Zarachel's life to confirm the prophecy. Ammon predicted all this and then realized it himself. It's just a painting, isn't it? Ty just said, not taking it seriously. What's the big deal? I don't believe they are that powerful. Otherwise, I'll immediately convert to Zelnaga and ask him to help me pay off the money I owe to the strip club. Titus is an honest man, and he always remembers to pay back his debts, unless he really forgot. As he spoke, as if sensing that Titus's presence had desecrated this place, a thunderous roar rang out in the temple of Erna. The twisted monsters roared, like snakes and scorpions in the shadows of the porch. Those who have seen this must have noticed that all the names of people, places, and military units that I have given English annotations for are characters in StarCraft, regardless of whether they are from short stories, comics, game maps, etc. I basically didn't create anything original. P.S. I couldn't hold back last night, so I sent it away. Tomorrow is my elder's birthday, so I went to bed early today. I'll update tomorrow at night. As usual, I ask myself what I have adjusted. Chapter 686 Hall of Revelation. All things will eventually submit. In the darkness, hideous hybrids extended huge black claws from their armored limbs. They raised their broad crowns, cracked rows of jagged teeth, and let out terrifying roars and grotesque screams. Hybrid predators, a mass-produced variant that is more similar to the Zerg in form, are absurd and evil, and are the perfect product of genetic engineering. They either move quickly in the shadows of shrines and pillars, or use their flexible and strong appendages on their backs to climb pilasters and steep walls. Their hard black shells emit a faint glow in the dim light of the crystal clusters, like snakes swimming quickly along the walls and ceilings. Many years ago, even before Augustus Mengsk established his empire, Emil Neridor Samidaran was secretly developing, producing, and improving hybrid monsters. These monsters will all be used to meet the final battle. Be careful. It's a hybrid. Raynor shouted in the communication channel. Prepare to fire. The hybrid has appeared. Ammon's minions are everywhere. Artemis also ordered. The enemy is rushing over. Templar, show your shining blades. Nerazim, draw your swords. Purifiers, destroy these hybrids blocking the way. At the command of Kel-morian, the iron-forged Purifier Legion soldiers formed a solid battle formation and moved forward. The first to attack were the Terran Protoss warriors. High-ranking Executor Artemis followed Kara's guidance and correctly directed the anger in his heart to the psychic double blades in his hands. After a few flashes, Artemis flashed in front of a hybrid predator running wildly on all fours, dodged the fierce forward attack of its claws with poetic grace, and wielded the psychic blade filled with anger to slash off a section of its raised claws, causing the giant to scream. Without exception, the Protoss executors were also powerful warriors, and Artemis was even more proficient in the ways of Kala and the Void, which few could match. With the executors leading the charge, the Dalam Protoss also moved forward bravely. As always, they chose to face the enemy head-on, igniting the psychic blades in their hands that looked like glowing leaves, and after a run-up, they charged at the enemies attacking from the darkness. In an instant, the blades burned long and the swords danced. The Protoss steps were swift and elegant, with both agility and strength. The high jumping posture even reminded Augustus behind them of a big cat jumping up to prey on birds. Ammon. With the help of several Templars, Artemis personally killed a hybrid predator. Wherever you are watching all this, face me. The prophecy involving Zarachel's death was really unacceptable to Artemis. Since the fall of Air and the attack on Shakuras by Auriga, he had never been so angry as today. Artemis felt insulted by Ammon, but at the same time he was actually doubting in his heart. What if this was true? The more absurd, the more likely it was to be true. If he really killed Zarachel, he would never forgive himself. Perhaps this is the fate that must be born to save the Protoss, whether it is Zarachel or Artemis. At this moment, the Dragon Knights, Stalkers and Immortals opened fire immediately. The terrible phase weapons emitted dazzling flashes. The terrifying scorching plasma instantly lit up the entire hall, and the hissing sounds of burning flesh and the roars of monsters resounded in the dancing flames. When the purifiers joined the battle, the offensive was like a storm. Their seemingly heavy mechanical bodies moved on the ground like the wind, and fell like a hammer. For the purifiers, the carriers of intelligent personalities were just consumables. Even if they were seriously injured, they could be repaired in time, by replacing the parts of the assembly line process. These bastards are so ugly. Titus held the heavy machine gun in one hand, and closed the drum filled with Kel-morian armor-piercing bullets with the other. Titus had been locked up in the confinement room for a long time. It was so hard to endure. Now he urgently needed a battle that would make his blood boil and regain his passion for life. But the battle had not yet spread to this side. The Protoss were charging in the front, and the elite royal guards were guarding the Emperor, and others in the back. The royal guards were well equipped, and the firepower of a guard company was enough to suppress the battlefield. As the main ground support firepower, the Goliath Bovic Company was additionally equipped with anti-aircraft locking bullets and Mobus M34 Fear bullets, with strong firepower. Amid the deafening roar, various Gauss rifle bullets swept across the area, and there were explosions of grenades, rockets, incendiary bombs and grenades everywhere, knocking the mixed group to the ground. These hybrid predators seemed to be more difficult to deal with than a few years ago. Augustus took a deep breath. I hope this is just an illusion. There are many hybrid specimens soaked in solution in the Empire Skyja research station and other similar laboratories. The hybrids that appeared in earnest seem to be larger and more powerful. Hybrids, even these predators that lean towards the Zerg, can affect the human mind. The first thing that scientists who are engaged in hybrid research for the first time are told is that they must never stare into the eyes of hybrids for a long time, because they can control their human mind and imprint their thoughts. From then on, the hybrids who serve Ammon's chosen people became messengers to implement his will. In the battlefield before them, whether it is the Templar or their Dark Templar relatives from Shakiris, every Protoss warrior who has been tempered for hundreds of years is a master of swordsmanship who has honed his combat skills to perfection. In comparison, the hybrids with only power are as clumsy as poor dancers who can't keep up with the elegant steps. But even so, the battle is extremely dangerous. The hybrid predator in front of him was fighting a Templar in close combat, while at the same time he raised his hand to drag another Dark Templar out of the twisted shadows, grabbed his shoulder, and threw him out fiercely. The Zerg were ferocious and savage, while the Protoss were agile and powerful. They fought against the enemy with a small number of people, and were not at a disadvantage. If the hybrid predator rushed into the human battle line, its destructive power would not be inferior to that of an Ultralisk with a King's Blade. Generally speaking, without the support of large combat mechas or other heavy firepower, an Imperial Marine Corps can only rely on solid fortifications and powerful firepower to fight against such a terrible enemy. The Empire is not afraid of hybrids, but that does not mean that every battle with hybrids is easy. If you encounter a hybrid alone on the battlefield and you can only rely on the Gauss rifle in your hand, then if your superior happens to be not a fool, he will definitely let you run as far as possible. I sense that more hybrids are approaching. Zarachel reminded. They come with bad intentions. Raynor kept a close eye on the status of the life support systems of various Imperial troops on the HUD display screen on his helmet, ensuring that one of the severely damaged troops could be retreated at the most necessary moment, and another could be ordered to fill the front line. It seems that this is just a small appetizer before dinner. The truly terrible enemy is still behind. Augustus grabbed Titus, who was about to rush out. Once Titus got too excited in the battle, it would not be so easy to find him. This happened a lot when Titus was sent to fight in the Imperial colonies. This bastard drove recklessly on the battlefield of Odin. When he was excited, there was no one left. He only remembered to call the command center when he needed someone to repair the damaged mecha. With bursts of cold laughter, as Zarachel said, more hybrids appeared. Haha, why bother to resist? They were hybrid destroyers, a kind of Protoss hybrid with slender limbs. But even with the twisted elegance of the Protoss, these monsters still look grotesque and twisted. Just stare at the creepy evil head, and you can even see the brain tissue hidden under the translucent skull. The fighting style of the hybrid destroyer is more like that of the Protoss, and it even has a similar plasma shield. Its terrible mental attack has caused thousands of Mobius Legion soldiers to go crazy. At this moment, even the armor is equipped with equipment to shield mental attacks to protect the mind, and some Imperial Royal Guard soldiers are bleeding from their noses. Even Augustus, who is under heavy protection, feels a surge of blood and a stuffy chest. Damn psionic power, damn mental attack. Titus roared, "This is fucking unfair. Cover action team, suppress these hybrids with EMP bombs." Raynor ordered in the channel. The Empire's elite forces are naturally indispensable to the presence of ghost agents, especially the covert action forces of the Furrow Ghost and the Empire's chief ghost agent Nova Terra. These elite ghost agents had been hiding in the crowd waiting for orders. Raynor gave an order, and powerful EMP shockwaves were launched between the hybrid destroyers, clearing their shields. For a moment, war cries, roars, and explosions filled the air. The fighting power of the hybrids was quite amazing, and they were fearless. For a while, two predators dragged their seriously injured bodies and almost rushed to Augustus, but they were killed by the Royal Guard soon after. The battle lasted for more than 20 minutes, and ended with the last hybrid being killed by several Purifier Legion soldiers. The attack of the hybrids did bring a lot of chaos, but the three forces were all elites among elites. The Protoss, especially Artanis, were full of anger, and their fighting power soared, forcing the hybrids to retreat step by step. Augustus also fired a few shots with the Protoss troops that followed him, but they were all aimed at the hybrids that were seriously injured, but not dead on the ground. At his current level, he would not rush forward like Titus and scream to fight the hybrids. At this time, the ground was already full of the bodies of the hybrid predators, most of which were torn apart and dead. The Protoss fought very cleanly and neatly, and always killed people with a single blow. However, the hybrids still caused some casualties to the Protoss and humans. Raynor immediately ordered the Cetor emergency squad to treat the wounded, and send the seriously injured out of the temple. The medical soldiers of the Cetor emergency squad were equipped with advanced Humoian nano repair robots, Procyon serum and Procyon double-barreled healing ray gauntlets, which could even help the Protoss heal their wounds. Soon, the various troops gathered again, and prepared to move forward, to explore this mysterious and dangerous temple. Augustus walked towards Artanis, who was standing in front of several huge bodies of hybrid predators. His white executor robe was not stained with blood, and his eyes were as bright as a torch, like a god of war. He stared at the bloody bodies of the hybrids in silence, as if to say that this was the fate of fighting against the Templars. "Keep going." Augustus confirmed that Kel-morian and the Purifiers were still following him, and walked to Artanis' side and said, "It is foreseeable that there will be more hybrids in Erna than these now." Artanis fully agreed with Augustus. "Be vigilant, warriors, there are greater challenges waiting for us ahead." At this time, Zerachel, Raynor and others also came over, but Artanis, who had killed gods and Buddhas before, actually avoided Zarachel's eyes for a moment, and did not dare to look him in the eye. "Artanis, your noble qualities are so precious, it reminds me of a Dun ambassador." Zarachel also noticed Artanis' reaction. "You don't have to feel guilty about a prophecy. My brother Arcturus will tell you that he never believed in any prophecy." Augustus said, "Destiny is created by one's own hands. Correct logic and correct choices determine a person's life. Let's keep moving forward and uncover the damn truth." Raynor said, "He is so stupid and cute." Titus teased Artanis, and said to Zerachel, "Zerachel, it seems that we can only strike first. Titus is a wise man, and knows how to add fuel to the fire. Chop off his head with a knife, and you will be the Archbishop of Durham. Someone has to save the Protoss, why can't it be you?" This move could not help but cause Salandris to glare, but Zerachel and Artanis both laughed out of the rich emotional flow of the Protoss. "Keep moving forward." Artanis hesitated for only a moment. Although the prophecy brought him a great shock, it was far from enough to shake the firm will of an executive officer. "Templars, clear the way ahead." Augustus walked side by side with Artanis, Kel-morian, Zerachel and others under the protection of the troops. Soon, they passed through the halls of a different world, and were stunned by the magnificent scene before them. He realized that, if Erna even contained artificial continents and mountains, it was undoubtedly the largest temple in the universe. It seemed that a 1,000-foot-high wall rose from the horizon, and the shining square-stepped pyramids and giant obelisks that stood like high-rise buildings extended infinitely along the diagonal line and widened infinitely. Golden light sprinkled from the dome, shining with the light of myth. These altars show that this place is called the Temple of Unity. The Xel'Naga is somewhere inside. Artemis said, according to the prophecy, the two chosen races need to work together to find the whole of revelation in the temple. Only when the two chosen races appear together will the altar reveal the way to awaken the sleeping Xel'Naga. Chapter 687 I will never betray. The space here is so vast and huge that the ceiling seems as far away from the sky, dotted with artificial light sources like the sun and stars, casting an awe-inspiring halo over the pyramid-shaped temple complex that stretches like towering mountains in the distance. There are many huge obelisks, huge columns, sarcophagus, huge stone simulations of star systems, and even ancient walls that occupy most of the sky floating in the air, as if the mountains are rising from the ground and hanging upside down above the clouds. In the Temple of Unity of Erna, every inch of land and every landscape is derived from the ingenious artificial landscape. The temple is like a mountain range, and the dome is like the blue sky, which is as incredible as a miracle. Walking in it is like being in a lively natural landscape. The black organic walls are outlined with green lines that symbolize life. Every texture that looks like leaf veins and petals contains vitality, like an endless net woven by flower buds. The implication is self-evident. The Xel'Naga are the creators and the ones who brought the first life. Without waiting for a break, Augustus, Artemis and Kel-morian immediately ordered to continue moving forward. Since a large number of hybrids have been found at the entrance, I'm afraid that Ammon's minions have already taken the lead. Although this place is ridiculously large, the road in front of Augustus seems to be only this wide road that twists and turns at the end and appears between the temples. There, the distinctive triangular dome of the first hall of revelation is already faintly visible. On the side of the road stand high walls like cliffs, lighthouses emitting a bright copper blue light, and huge pillar walls. Groups of columns carved with golden ratio spirals, whirlpools and geometric lines are arranged on both sides. This is just the interior of a temple, but Augustus finds himself climbing up along a winding mountain road between high mountains. Every time he walks a section of the road, he can see a bottomless steep cliff blocking the way forward. The inner walls of these cliffs are carved with amazing giant consoles, so large that it seems that only giants can use them. If you want to move forward, you can only find other ways, sometimes a gate hidden in the wall, and sometimes a suspended bridge made of geometric columns and rocks. This process is more like decrypting in a maze. If it weren't for the guidance of Zarachel and Artemis, it would be difficult for humans to find the way in a short time. However, in addition to this, the Protoss and human forces cooperated closely in the first half of the journey, with orderly division of labor and faster progress. Augustus only encountered multiple raids by small and medium-sized hybrid forces, but these attacks were resolved and repelled in time, but they still delayed the progress a lot. The Empire, the Purifiers and the Terran all sent their most elite troops, and even the human medical soldiers were all veterans who had experienced famous battles such as Ea, Char and Tarsinus. Although these hybrids in front of them were also very difficult, they would not let them fail here. At this moment, Augustus was once again blocked by a magnificent wall that occupied the entire horizon. It seemed that the only way to pass through was a tightly closed giant door. The giant door was extremely large and high, and it was carefully carved with interlocking triangles, hexagons, and circles. In front of the door were two huge triangular columns, one of which was surrounded by bright blue light and humming, while the other was much dimmer. Farther away from the gate was a magnificent and solemn giant stone statue. The light in the stone statue occasionally flickered, which was quite strange. A team of Durham Templars were heading to check it out. Go ahead, use the explosives. Raynor pointed at the door and said familiarly, use Lars G7 cluster explosives. Wait, the explosives you carry won't have much effect on this door. Kel-morian said, use solar light cannons. Just as Augustus was about to speak out, to stop the two explosive maniacs, a giant stone statue in the distance suddenly made a loud noise and stood up with a bang under the traction of powerful energy. Then a terrible shockwave swept across, shaking the earth. "What is that?" Titus shouted. "A moving stone statue. It's a Xel'Naga construct. It's Xel'Naga technology that gave these organic rocks life. Artemis, be careful. It seems to have entered a defensive posture." As soon as the voice fell, the Xel'Naga giant stone creation called the construct attacked several Protoss Templars around it, and 2 terrifying energy rays were transmitted from its eye ridges filled with green flames, tearing and burning the land under their feet. "Pure form, pure essence, show your power. This construct should be the gatekeeper," Augustus said in a deep voice. "I'm afraid that the way to open this door lies in it. Since the Xel'Naga wants us to show our strength, let him do as he wishes. Soldiers, kill it." The construct was very large, but it was also a more obvious target. Soon, all kinds of long-range firepower from humans and Protoss were concentrated on it. Artillery shells, phase weapons and solar-powered weapons, bright tracks everywhere in the sky, only to blast its body into pieces and retreat. Augustus was standing less than 1,000 yards away from the construct. The muzzles of hundreds of Goliath robots and royal predators around him were constantly flashing, and continuous explosions followed. The scene was very spectacular. He could notice that the construction material of this construct was very hard. Even weapons that were strong enough to tear through heavy armor could only leave a shallow scar on its surface. If the construct could be taken back for a search, it should be possible to obtain a lot of technology from it to help the development of materials science and engineering in the Terran Empire. In order to get the help of the Purifiers and Aram, one would have to spend too much money on favors, so Augustus also cleverly promised to share part of the Aena Xel'Naga heritage to win people's hearts. But as the original discoverer and initiator of the exploration, the Terran Empire can still get most of the gains. And even if it is just a doorway on a construct, it is enough for humans to study for decades. Be careful, the rays emitted by that thing are very destructive and can easily disintegrate our armor, Raynor said in the communication channel. As soon as Raynor finished speaking, the Xel'Naga construct began to guide a powerful shockwave, and the terrifying entropy explosion swept away the Protoss below it in the blink of an eye. With this shockwave, several Xel'Naga charging crystals that looked like smaller constructs appeared out of thin air, and once they appeared, they attacked the surrounding humans and Protoss with terrible rays projected from their eyes. Since these Xel'Naga technologies are so powerful, how did they lose to the Zerg back then? Titus' eyes widened. Is it because of their large numbers that they are amazing? I'm afraid so. Augustus nodded, and I heard that they attacked by surprise back then. At this time, the giant structure had already shown signs of decline, and the wounds on its body were increasing. Considering that it was blocking hundreds of elite human and Protoss warriors, it was quite amazing that it could resist for so long. The Xel'Naga structure seemed to lack wisdom and only attacked according to the fixed procedures set by the Xel'Naga countless years ago. Therefore, it was clumsy and rigid despite its powerful strength, and it was soon caught in the loopholes of its attack mode. Even so, after more than 10 minutes of bombardment, the Xel'Naga structure finally fell down and turned into a pile of grey-black boulders piled up in a mess. A huge four-sided pyramid emerged from the broken incarnation of the structure and joined with the dimpeller in front of the gate, thus opening the tightly closed gate. Augustus asked Raynor to mark the remains of the construct so that the troops entering Erna could recover them, and then he ordered the troops to move forward. They continued to move forward at a very fast speed, and soon passed through a gate guarded by constructs again, and the Hall of Revelation seemed to be right in front of them. There was a large square in front of the Hall of Revelation, with exquisite carvings emitting green flashes on the ground. The mysterious giant obelisks and magnificent statues surrounded the pyramid-shaped Hall of Revelation building, and several supergiant suspended towers floating around. The scouts reported that the corrupted Mobius Legion and Tal'Daram troops were found ahead, and there were many of them. Now our vanguard troops have engaged them. Under a huge ancient wall, Raynor and Augustus stood facing the altar of the Hall of Revelation in the distance. Several Royal Guard Marines wearing golden and red power armor were on guard everywhere, and a giant Goliath armed robot equipped with amber alloy armor was striding forward. As Raynor said, there were signs of fierce fighting near the Hall of Revelation, less than a mile away from here. There were even some defensive buildings from the Tal'Darim Protoss and the Mobius Legion, and the huge and corrupted body of the hybrid could be vaguely seen in them. There were several siege tanks with billowing black smoke nearby, which were left by the Mobius Legion, and the bodies of the Mobius Legion soldiers were all around them. There were still subtle traces of void corruption on the armor of these soldiers, and it was obvious that they might have entered the void before. For these human soldiers whose consciousness had completely succumbed to the hybrid, Augustus had no choice but to order them to be killed. Otherwise more soldiers who were still loyal to the Terran Empire would lose their lives. In any case, since the moment they pulled the trigger on their compatriots, they had been marked as traitors. There were also many betrayed Mobius Legion soldiers outside the Temple of Inna, and according to the number of known missing Mobius warships and elite squads, they may have at least hundreds of thousands of them. Some of them were not originally soldiers of the Mobius Legion, but members of other Imperial troops, anti-Imperial organizations, or miscellaneous local armed forces. Compared with well-trained professional soldiers, ordinary people are obviously easier to control for hybrids. At this time, Artanis, the senior executive of Darum, and Kel-morian, the executive of the Purifier, were leading their troops to fight these enemies, while Augustus's Terran Empire provided fire support from the flank. After all, Augustus is not a Protoss hero who can fight 100 alone, and now he can't charge into battle by himself. It seems that Ammon's minions came earlier than us, but how did they get past those constructs? Raynor said to Augustus. Maybe these bastards took a shortcut. Titus pointed to the top of his head. Maybe they found other ways to get in. At this time, a team of Cetor emergency medical soldiers carried a wounded rebellious Mobius Legion soldier, who was a survivor of the battle just now. There were many bullet holes left by the Goliath robot cannon on his armor, and he was almost shot into a sieve, but he was finally rescued. At this moment, the soldier had been stripped of his power armor and was lying on an emergency medical stretcher, covered in blood. The nameplate on his uniform showed that he was a Marine sergeant stationed on the summer of the Mobius 2nd Fleet, named Maximum Redius. Records showed that Maximum had been serving in the rebuilt Imperial Blaxis colony. It can be clearly noticed that there were many scab scars on the face of the sergeant, and it seemed that they were all scratches from himself. Augustus had seen many Mobius Legion soldiers who were controlled and corrupted by the hybrids. He had seen the terrible scars left by their self-mutilation and mutual attacks when they struggled painfully under the distortion of the hybrid's powerful mental power. Some of them dug out their eyes, and some had all their teeth pulled out. This poor creature, Titus said to the soldier, if I kick those hybrid bastards in the ass, they will have to run for an hour to find that piece of rotten meat. What is this? Augustus took a bloody booklet from a lieutenant of the Cetor emergency team named Amanda Halley. Your Majesty, this was found on Corporal Maximum Radius. It records his condition before he was controlled by the hybrid. Lieutenant Amanda said. Augustus slowly flipped through the booklet and roughly found what happened on Maximum's warship. Their original mission was to go to a lost Zelnaga ruins world to find the holy relics mentioned by the locals, but they did not realize that there was a huge hybrid manufacturing factory there. When the hybrid followed the ship returning to the mothership and entered the warship, the disaster began. At first he flipped quickly, but it became slower and slower until he stopped on the last page. There were more than a dozen lines of words written on it, and each sentence from top to bottom was increasingly difficult to recognize, as if the spirit of the person who wrote these words at that time was infinitely close to madness. That sentence was I will never betray. Augustus sighed deeply, put him in the hibernation chamber of the White Star, and take him back. It is hard to imagine what kind of desperate struggle these soldiers experienced before being completely controlled, but they all failed in the end. Now, they have become slaves of the hybrid. Augustus can only hope that after killing Ammon, the influence of the hybrid on these soldiers will dissipate on its own. After the Mobius Legion soldier was sent away, Augustus received another call from Artanis not long after. At this time, Artanis and Kel-morian's troops had defeated the Tal'Darim and Mobius Legion troops around the Hall of Revelation and were ready to open it. Artanis said that they can't open the Hall of Revelation. Augustus frowned after receiving Artanis' communication. It's been in disrepair for a long time, and it's broken? Raynor asked, but since even the Protoss don't know what to do, what's the point of asking us? Why don't we dismantle it and take it back for careful study? Although Titus has been promoted, he is still a thief at heart. You can only know by going and taking a look. Augustus said. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 688 The Chosen Race. The Hall of Revelation is a huge pyramid-shaped stone structure with a towering spire. It is poetically located in the center of the rectangular square of the temple. It is engraved with grand cosmic constellations and vivid murals, which are mysterious and inspiring. Can't open it? When Augustus crossed the distinct Dalem Protoss and Purifier Protoss warriors under the Hall of Revelation, and stood between Artemis and Kel-morian, his subtle height was obvious. Why can't it be opened? Long before going to the Aterian Rift to find Ulna, Augustus had already gone through the relevant battle plots in his mind many times, commonly known as mental cloud clearance. Remember when Kerrigan in the form of the Queen of Blades and Artemis came here, the Hall of Revelation was immediately opened. Control variable elimination method. Could it be that the problem lies in the fact that Kerrigan is not here? But Augustus did not let Kerrigan come with him this time. First, the Queen had to stay in Korhal to stabilize the people's hearts, and second, she was still one step away from completely absorbing the essence of the original cleavage pool. Artemis, you said before that only when the chosen races appear together, the altar will reveal the way to awaken the sleeping Xel'Naga. Augustus turned to Artemis and said bluntly, does this also mean that, if the two chosen races arrive here, then there will be no way to open the Hall of Revelation? I hate solving puzzles. Titus, who was standing aside, stared for a long time and felt dizzy, as if there were two little people fighting above his head. Titus has never been good at dealing with antiques, but as long as there is money to be made, his intelligence is enough to teach himself to become a top archaeologist. But over the years, with Augustus and Raynor making plans, this guy has used his brain less and less to make decisions. Only Raynor looked at Artemis, and then at Augustus. Our eldest son of God, a chosen person, what is going on? Your interpretation makes sense. Artemis also thought about this possibility. This is a bit subtle. There are only two races here now, humans and Protoss. There must be one that is not among the chosen ones. So who is it? To be more hurtful, it is possible that neither of us was chosen, which is even more difficult to say. The Xel'Naga never interfered with the civilization process of mankind, and humans never thought that they could become the successors of the Creator. Only the Protoss have always regarded themselves as the eldest sons. For their status as the eldest sons of God, they, the Protoss, naturally feel honored and proud. As the first race promoted by the Creator, the Protoss claim to be the guardian of order and justice in the universe, and in accordance with the traditions of the Xel'Naga, they meticulously perform the duties of helping the weak and the poor in the Doru doctrine. If there are two races that should be promoted to the Xel'Naga, as the eldest sons, they should at least be ranked first. At least that's what Artemis thinks in his heart. But the fact may not be so. History tells Artemis that before the Great Catastrophe, the Xel'Naga left Ea because they were too disappointed with the Protoss, and then created the Zerg. As for why the Xel'Naga were disappointed with the Protoss, the truth of history has long been lost or deliberately blurred. Maybe the Protoss had already been abandoned by the Xel'Naga. Zerachel, what do you think about this? Artemis threw this question to Zerachel, who came with Augustus. As for the Purifier Protoss of Kel-morian, they also couldn't come up with any ideas. The main Purifier's intelligent personalities all came from the warrior class of the ancient Protoss Empire, and they knew nothing about research. The ancestors were better at fighting. I learned that the Xel'Naga once came before the Protoss and the Zerg to teach or transform them, Zerachel said. These are the two races known to have the closest connection with the Xel'Naga. The Xel'Naga once had high hopes for the Protoss, and perhaps the same is true for the Zerg. He looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him. A respectable protector named Zamara told me that they believe that both we and the Zerg are products of the Creator's experiments. In fact, the Xel'Naga did not create us, but transformed us. In any case, Zerachel seemed to like the atmosphere of everyone listening to his stories quietly. Zamara believes that the Xel'Naga also have a life cycle, but their life form is simply incomprehensible to us, almost equivalent to eternity. But in the end, the Xel'Naga will also age and die. He talked eloquently, but before that, they will choose two races, slowly guide and transform these races, and let them merge into a carrier to become them. Become the Xel'Naga. When Artemis and others were speechless, Augustus took over Zarachel's words. That is to say, the Xel'Naga chose the Protoss and the Zerg. It is not possessed to become a body that accommodates the will of the Xel'Naga, but to evolve into them. In Augustus's view, this is close to the truth. The only difference is that the Xel'Naga will never actively transform these races, but let nature take its course. They will wait for these races to complete their self-development and self-exploration until they find Erna through the Xel'Naga artifacts left in the universe, accept the guidance of the Xel'Naga, and become one of the creators. The god-descended Protoss who transformed the Zerg have always been the group of Xel'Naga who followed Ammon. From this point of view, they have violated the principle that the Xel'Naga will never interfere with the development of creation. It seems that the Xel'Naga also gave the Protoss a lot of information during the period when Ea was playing tricks, but they definitely deliberately concealed the part where they broke the rules. The information that will be revealed in the Hall of Revelation will guide Artemis and his team to find the truth, and then they will be able to indirectly make them realize how big a trap Ammon has buried in Kala. But I guess there is nothing about humans in this, right? Raynor said. The Protoss and the Zerg are just the two races that are considered to have the most potential. Zarachel chuckled kindly, that's all. Speaking of which, the Protoss and the Zerg are the two races that are favored by the Xel'Naga, and humans were far from making a fortune at that time. But humans don't really care about this. They didn't really know a little about the Xel'Naga until this era, and they lack knowledge of these creators, let alone the slightest respect. Zerg. Artemis's adjutant, Salandis, was the first to get restless. Would the Xel'Naga choose them? A bunch of bugs? Titus originally agreed very much, and suddenly remembered that Augustus also raised a lot of bugs in the palace. The Xel'Naga may not have the same concept of good and evil as we do, Augustus added in his mind, but Ammon and Nerid are definitely bad guys. The Protoss and the Zerg can indeed be regarded as the first races to be chosen, but Augustus knows that Kerrigan, the Queen of Blades who became the Xel'Naga in the original storyline, is a human plus Zerg, and has nothing to do with the Protoss. In other words, among the three races of humans, Protoss and Zerg, only the Protoss, the eldest son of God, was excluded from the ranks of upgrading. You mean, we still have to find the Zerg now? Raynor looked at Zarachel and said. But how can there be Zerg here? Artemis was silent for a while, but still accepted it calmly. If there are, how can we find them? I'm afraid so. Zarachel looked at Augustus and blinked. We have a few of them here. Augustus cleared his throat. To be on the safe side, I will immediately order Swan to send them all in here. Is it too late? Titus was about to say that we had walked for so long to get here, and by the time they arrived, the hybrids would have already smashed everything in the temple to pieces. Anyway, we can try it first. Augustus looked at Artemis and Clararian, and pointed to the sky. Maybe we can call for support. Spear of Adun, locate the coordinates immediately, preheat the main gun, and prepare to penetrate the temple. Artemis immediately understood Augustus's intention. There is actually this trick. Titus thought about it. They really didn't know the structure of the temple at first. After a while, the dome in the sky that was shining with bright light suddenly emitted a deafening roar, and the shining purification beams fell from the sky, violently shaking the temple of Erna, and a large amount of building debris fell one after another, landing heavily on the ground. A dazzling warp matrix light curtain descended from the sky, and hundreds of Golden Age Templar warriors holding solar-powered battle axes landed on the battlefield. Immediately afterwards, the Purifier's teleportation beacon was also launched nearby, and hundreds of Purifier sentinels and legionnaires also arrived at the temple. A few minutes later, the airdrop pod launched from the Terran Empire fleet finally arrived, but it was not the fully armed Imperial Marines, but the primitive Zerg covered with heavy shells and the semi-mechanically modified Cerberus-engineered war dog Zerg. The most eye-catching one was a huge primitive Zerg that looked like a theropod dinosaur. It was taller than the ordinary Goliath armed robot, and its eyes emitted a dim light. It is worth noting that a miniature green brain worm, shaped like a green caterpillar, was lying on the huge head of this primitive Zerg. When this primitive Zerg walked towards Augustus, he also took some time to explain that these Zerg were allies of the Terran Empire, so that the Protoss put down their psychic blades. This was not unacceptable to Artanis. Emperor Augustus Mengsk's allies were spread throughout the Korhal sector, from humans, Protoss to Zerg. If Artanis was told that an ancient Xel'Naga was working for Augustus, it would not be unacceptable. This is Dehaka, a patriarch of the original Zerg. Augustus introduced Artanis and others. This is Alpha the Brainworm, my capable man. Yeah. The brainworm on Dehaka's head nodded rather reservedly, without speaking, continuing to maintain majesty and mystery. In front of the Protoss, this guy was still quite decent. Want a smoke? Titus took out a cigar from inside. Light it up. The brainworm held the cigar in its mouth, signaled Titus with his eyes to light it up, and exhaled a heavy puff of smoke. The protagonist always appears last. Dehaka, you can't get up early without essence. Raynor naturally knew Dehaka. This primitive alien insect has left a clone in the Augustus Palace all year round, and he is also very familiar with humans. The Emperor of the Terran Empire said there is essence here. Dehaka retracted his claws and folded them around his waist. He lied to Dehaka. I dare say that there is also the most powerful essence in the universe here. I will never lie to you. Augustus naturally painted a big pie for Dehaka, but this guy doesn't look very smart, but he is actually very cunning and difficult to deceive. What Augustus cares most about is the remains of the Xel'Naga deep in the Temple of Erna, and those remains may still be able to extract a little bit of the remaining Xel'Naga essence, the key for ordinary races to be upgraded to Xel'Naga. A little Xel'Naga essence can revive everything on a planet that has been completely destroyed. With just one drop of Xel'Naga essence, Dehaka might be able to evolve into Godzilla on the spot. But this good thing can't be given for free. A dirty brainworm. On the other side, Salandris did not hide her contempt for the Zerg. Nonsense. I take a shower every day. The brainworm argued. Artanis was silent for a long time before saying to Augustus, is this the brainworm you raised? I feel a powerful energy on it that far exceeds that of ordinary brainworms. You Protoss are not blind sometimes. The brainworm laughed. Yes, it's me. Fortunately, Augustus was well prepared. This time, he also brought the royal brainworm Alpha just in case, and locked it in the prison cell next to Titus. This guy is a homebody anyway, playing video games at home every day. In order to eliminate Ammon's influence on the Zerg, Augustus also transformed it into a primitive brainworm early. In any case, Augustus's habit is to make preparations early. Prepare more means, you may not use them, but you can't do without them. That was his style. Go ahead. Augustus ignored the bully brainworm and pointed at it, asking it to stand in front of the Hall of Revelation. What are you going to do? The brainworm glanced at Augustus, a little doubtful. It actually didn't know what it was doing here. I won't go. Dog Emperor, I know it's not a good thing. Unfortunately, it had no choice. Since Augustus promised to pay him with essence, Dehaka, who loved essence like his life, naturally obeyed him. Dehaka stretched out his claws and pressed the restless brainworm back. He came to the gorgeous columns of the Hall of Revelation and stood side by side with Artanis. In the blink of an eye, a strange change occurred. The vortex-shaped and geometric loops on the surface of the Hall of Revelation suddenly appeared with light, and the magnificent stone building slowly rose. In the dazzling flash, the first Hall of Revelation was activated. It seems that the key Zerg is still missing to gain the recognition of the Hall of Revelation. But in the eyes of humans like Augustus and Raynor, the Hall of Revelation did not seem to have any obvious changes, except that it became brighter. Do you understand? Augustus asked the brainworm. Ah, my brain is itchy. The brainworm thought for a while and said, this light is really bright. I see it. Only Artanis spoke slowly. The Xel'Naga are the original existence. They were born in the void. They have a sacred mission, to create life and escort the endless reincarnation. When a new universe is born, they will use an avatar to enter this universe. Once the avatar is destroyed, they will be forced to return to the void. All this time, they have been waiting for us to assemble the Xel'Naga Keystone and come here according to the guidance. So, Ammon should not have his own avatar. Augustus said immediately, otherwise he would not have to fabricate his own rebirth. After thinking about it, these settings still need to be written, otherwise the plot will not be connected. Chapter 689 The Clown is Me. And once Amun-Ra shapes his avatar in the universe, he will return again, and bring the ultimate darkness. Hearing this, Artemis thought of many things in an instant. Zarathul is right. The plan to expedition Ea has made us ignore the real threat in front of us. The Terran Protoss was not completely unaware of the changes in the void, but even so they still decided to recover Ea first. Because they have the Golden Fleet. I hope it won't be too late. Augustus said in his heart, you finally understand, my baby. The Golden Fleet may have already arrived at Ea when they said this, and now they are preparing to throw the hero probe Probus up to light a crystal tower. It can be said that, if Amun's avatar is killed, he will have to return to the void again. Raynor held his chin and thought, but how can we determine the location of the avatar? It is not easy to create an avatar that can contain the will of the Xel'Naga, and it will be very fragile before it is completed. Zarathul guessed, Amun will definitely hide it under the heavy fog. Selendis, I must inform my mentor Tacitor about this. Artemis thought that in the next 2 halls of revelation, they might find more truths that would surprise the Protoss, and he began to get anxious. It is impossible to contact the outside world in the Atarian Rift, and in this remote world, if there is no psychic connection to the spire, the transmission of news will be delayed for many days. Don't worry, maybe Amun will tell us himself. Augustus couldn't help but smile. Now Augustus is still unsure of the location of Amun's incarnation of the evil god, because it was originally a super hybrid created by the huge remains of the Overlord after his death in Ea in the flesh and blood of countless Protoss. In this timeline, the Overlord's body has long been evaporated by the powerful Twilight energy. But since all signs indicate that Amun's will is returning to the real universe, he must have used other methods to shape his incarnation. Amun, who regards himself as a god, is so arrogant that the incarnation he wants to create must be the most powerful body in the entire universe, and he cannot afford to settle for second best. Amun will tell us himself. Then he is either an arrogant egomaniac or an idiot. Ty just listened for a long time. Maybe he is both an egomaniac and an idiot. Raynor complained. But anyway, at least we have learned how to deal with Amun. Augustus concluded, as long as we can find and destroy Amun's incarnation, he will be forced to return to the void. On the other side, Artemis, Zarathul and kel-morian also agreed. Yes, but I knew it a long time ago. The yawning brainworm squatting on Dehaka's head interjected at the right time. To maintain his image as a great swarm master, you can know this kind of thing, even if you don't see it. This is only the first hall of revelation, and there are more secrets waiting for us to uncover. I suspect that Amun's minions came to destroy the hall of revelation. To cover up the truth we must act as soon as possible. Augustus glanced at the arrogant brainworm and said nothing. It really understands it. As he became more and more worried that Zarathul's doomsday prophecy would come true, Artemis led the Terran Protoss to take the lead as the vanguard and walked in front to the second hall of revelation. Augustus exchanged views with kel-morian alone. The forces of the Terran Empire and the Purifiers joined forces, following the Terran forces closely while keeping a certain distance. At the same time, Dehaka's Primal Zerg and Alpha Cerberus Zerg also joined the Imperial forces to serve as reconnaissance forces or support the flanks. As they approached the depths of the Temple of Unity, the road became wider and wider, and countless magnificent walls and temples pointing to the sky extended infinitely on both sides. Augustus realized that they were climbing up along a sloping road, which was undoubtedly the step to the gods. In the depths of the Temple of Unity, their battles with Amun's minions became more frequent, and rare hybrid behemoths also appeared in pairs, with terrifying momentum. But in general, the wide terrain was quite advantageous for the Protoss and human coalition forces, so they would not be dragged into a small enclosed battlefield. Amun's army also had a fierce conflict with the constructs guarding the temple. Obviously, this dark god could not control the divine mechanism in Ulna. Even so, the vanguard of the Terran Protoss troops, led by Artemis, did not slow down their pace. The news from the first hall of revelation gave them a sense of mission, to save their people from danger, so they were full of fighting spirit. Augustus also followed his troops and advanced quickly, and from time to time he had to confirm the status of each unit with Raynor. At this time, they had been marching in the winding corridors of the Temple of Unity for more than 2 hours. Even with the assistance of the power armor servo system, Augustus was really tired. Fortunately, during the years when Augustus was in power, he did not indulge in sensual pleasures and relax his requirements for himself. Under the guidance of glory and fury, Artemis's Terran Protoss almost cleared most of the enemies on the road ahead, and the remaining remnants were not enough to threaten the elite Royal Guards. But twice, the enemy almost broke through the Royal Guards' defenses. Once, it was a huge hybrid, and once it was a powerful Tal'Darim Ascendant. They both caused some casualties to Augustus's guards, but were still killed by the determined Imperial soldiers. The situation was so critical at that time that when the Goliaths standing behind Augustus fired at the incoming enemies, the shells almost rumbled over his head. The original Zerg and Cerberus Zerg also proved their fighting power and obedience, which was almost unimaginable before, which should be attributed to Queen Kerrigan's patient training. By the time Augustus saw the triangular spire of the second hall of revelation, the Terran Protoss had already exchanged fire with the Tal'Darim Protoss army that met on the narrow road. But when the human and purifier armies arrived, the Tal'Darim Protoss had basically been dealt with, and the arrival of reinforcement only accelerated their trend of defeat. This makes sense. After all, Artemis led Protoss warriors from the Golden Age on the Spear of Adun. They were all Templars among Templars, 1 in a million. As for this Tal'Darim Protoss army, it looked more like a weak brigade selected for the purpose of I want to eliminate the weakest of my warriors. The strongest Tal'Darim had gathered in the slain Death Fleet, ready to bring destruction in the name of the Dark God. In any case, whether Ammon wanted to destroy the Hall of Revelation before Augustus and others knew the truth, or to occupy Ulna, he was afraid that he would not be able to do so. In the third hour of entering the Temple of Unity, the road to the second Hall of Revelation was completely cleared. Under this magnificent pyramid-shaped megalithic building were the wreckage of Tal'Darim and Terran war machines. When Augustus passed through the huge square in front of the Hall of Revelation, the purifiers and the Royal Guards were still clearing the remaining hybrids and Tal'Darim. In front of him was a severely damaged Tal'Darim vanguard, its walking legs completely destroyed, its cockpit pierced, and the battered body of the pilot still lingered. The vanguard was the Tal'Darim Protoss version of the Immortal, but unlike the latter, the pilot of the Tal'Darim vanguard was not a glorious warrior, but a sinner who had experienced failure and humiliation, and was at the bottom of the strict chain of ascension of the Tal'Darim class. The Death Fleet will destroy you. The Tal'Darim Protoss in the vanguard cursed, and the hoarse and harsh mental language sounded as if it came from a throat coughing blood. Marash, witness my redemption. As he wished, a Royal Guard soldier holding a CP-07 Salamander flamethrower expressionlessly purified him with flames, and the nutrient solution in the cockpit turned into a ball of blue steam. Ammon should really send some decent characters here, otherwise I will defeat its minions here. Royal Brainworm Alpha laughed twice, and several Zerglings with neon lights on their heads tore a Tal'Darim dead apostle to pieces in no time. It looks like you didn't do anything at all. Ty just looked at the Brainworm on Dehaka's head, wondering when these two bugs became so friendly. Bullshit, my efforts are definitely worth the food I eat in the palace. The Brainworm cursed. You trained these Zerg well. As a commander, Raynor had been paying attention to the battle situation, and only then did he have the energy to say a few words to the Brainworm. With the first domesticated Brainworm, the Terran Empire can use it to recycle those ownerless Zerg nests in a wild state, which is a profitable business. Now, this Brainworm has become a powerful primitive Brainworm, which can evolve in time without genetic modification. It can control a large swarm of insects and strengthen itself by absorbing essence. It can be regarded as a mini version of the original Queen of Blades. Compared with other brainworms, even if it is still weak, its body is not fragile. Of course, the Brainworm showed an expression that I would not be proud, even if you praised me and called a huge devourer Zergling. Show him a few tricks. Turn around. Sit down. P. I don't know why the Zergling actually did it and behaved loyally and obediently. You really train Zerglings like dogs? Hey, let go, you stink bug. Titus laughed twice and waved to the happy Zergling, but was bitten hard, and the armor on his butt was deflated. Go to the second hall of revelation. Artemis is waiting for us to open it. Augustus waved his hand, and Titus and the brainworm had to obey. The second hall of revelation was exactly the same as the first. Under its majestic temple stood huge suspended columns, engraved with vivid swirling patterns and murals. When it was opened, a gorgeous scene emerged before Augustus' eyes, as if stars were shining and flowers were blooming. However, Augustus still couldn't understand the picture displayed by the Hall of Revelation. What did you see? Augustus noticed that the blue psychic flames burning in Artemis' eyes suddenly surged at this moment, which was a manifestation of the violent fluctuations in the emotions of the Protoss. Of course, this was also expected by Augustus. It was here, in Erna, that the Xel'Naga began to sow life in this universe. They created us, just as they brought life to other endless universes. Each time, they would observe and select the potential races in the offspring, but never interfere. Artemis read the revelation above. In the endless reincarnation, two races will appear each time, one with pure essence, that is, the indomitable spirit, that can adapt to change. The other has a pure form, able to carry huge psychic energy, enough to accommodate the essence of the Xel'Naga. At this point, the truth is already obvious. Perhaps only when two races with pure essence and pure form come to Erna at the same time, can the Hall of Revelation be opened, and that should have been directed to the Zerg and the Protoss. In a sense, both humans and Protoss can be regarded as pure forms, that is, races with powerful psychic energy, but the former has very few powerful psychic individuals. And the pure essence should point to the Zerg, referring to the indomitable spirit that can adapt to change. Atom. Extremely rarely, Zarachel on the other side also showed a violent emotional fluctuation. Old friend. Augustus knew why Zarachel was so excited. This is different from what you said before. Although Zarachel had mentioned before that the Xel'Naga would select two races as their successors, his words made it clear that the Xel'Naga would come down to guide and transform the races they selected. But in fact, the Xel'Naga would never do that. Then, what were the Xel'Naga who came to Ea and Xeris? Since the Xel'Naga never interfered, Zarachel muttered to himself. Then it must be Ammon who evolved our people. Artemis took over Zarachel's words and said, "We have always believed that it was the Xel'Naga, but everything is a lie." No, poor Artemis. Along the way, Artemis has suffered heavy blows one after another. Now that his faith has collapsed, he is almost doubting his life. The eldest son of God. How ironic. Titus smacked his lips. Ha, ha. The brainworm was stunned for a moment, and then the terrifying giant mouth stretched to the back of the non-existent neck. You two should stop gloating over other people's misfortunes. Raynor scolded the fun man and the fun bug in a low voice. Say less. If the Xel'Naga has always been Ammon, then it means that the Kel-morian crystal is also left by him. Augustus knew that, if he wanted to do it for Artemis' sake, he should add fuel to the fire at this time. He meant to remind Artemis not to forget what your current civilization is built on. Kel-morian crystals, psionic matrix, and Kara. The energy source used by the cities and warships of the Protoss Empire is the Kel-morian crystal, and their self-developed solar fragment energy has long been eliminated because it is not as stable as the former. Most importantly, it was based on a Kel-morian crystal that the Great Cass connected the emotions and thoughts of all the Protoss and created the mind network, Kara. The cornerstone of the Protoss creation of this universal empire was left by the Dark God Ammon. Do you dare to use it? I didn't update the past 2 days because my sleep collapsed again. I basically didn't sleep much. It was not a problem with the plot. It was mainly because something happened at that time and my emotions fluctuated greatly. Now I feel okay. Chapter 690. You have to get rid of F2 to become stronger. If it was Ammon who left those Kel-morian crystals on air, it would be horrifying. Artemis' eyes, shining with blue flames, suddenly enlarged, and spots appeared on his skin under his white robe. This was a sign of extreme horror in the Protoss hearts, so much so that they had goosebumps. The Protoss civilization was built on the understanding and use of Kel-morian crystals. In terms of the degree of understanding of Kel-morian crystals, how could they compare with the Xel'Naga who left these crystals? If the Xel'Naga who once promoted the Protoss was Ammon, then he must know better than the Protoss how to use these Kel-morian crystals. In this era, the influence of Kel-morian crystals has spread to all aspects of Protoss civilization. The Protoss buildings, machinery, and a considerable number of spacecraft also rely on the energy provided by the psionic matrix, which is based on Kel-morian crystals. But Kel-morian crystals were not created by the Protoss. Kara, the executive officer Silandris beside Artemis, seemed to scream, and the scream was so strange that it seemed to her that it was not made by herself. The significance of Kel-morian crystals to the Protoss Empire goes deeper into the social structure and is by no means the cornerstone of technology. Speaking of Kel-morian crystals, we have to mention the birth of Kara. Kel-morian crystals mean mind amplification in the Protoss Kalani language, because this magical crystal can strengthen psychic energy, awaken and amplify the innate mind connection of the Protoss. It was with the help of Kel-morian crystals that Cass created the present Kara, a great connection connecting the emotions and thoughts of all Protoss, ending the age of eternal disasters in which tribes fought endlessly, and also the beginning of the universal age of the Protoss Empire. Kara makes all Protoss hearts as one, so that there are no more differences, conflicts, and wars between them, because they are each other. Unity, union, unification. Without Kara, there would be no prosperous Protoss Empire. The Protoss in the Protoss Empire could never imagine life without Kara, because since they were born, the fusion and collision of countless emotional currents in the mind network have always been with them. This is a direct communication from the mind, far better than the clumsy expression in language or body movements. Losing the Kara would mean eternal loneliness, and loneliness was something they could not endure. History tells us that it was the great Cass who discovered and named the Kel-morian crystals, and then used them to create the Kara. Artemis admitted that, even after reading the Voice of Revelation in the second hall of Revelation over and over again, without Augustus's reminder, it was difficult, or even unwilling, for him to think that there might be hidden dangers in the Kara. Whether it was the brilliant civilization of the Protoss or the Kara itself, it seemed to be built on a dangerous wall. But the Kara was pure and flawless, sacred, and inviolable. How could it go wrong? How could it go wrong? It absolutely could not go wrong. The ancestors of the Dark Templar were brutally suppressed and purged as heretics and apostates simply because they were unwilling to join the Kara. This shows the status of the Kara in the Protoss Empire. It is precisely because the Supreme Council believes that losing the Kara will inevitably lead to the Protoss splitting again. Artemis did not notice that his mental language was dry at this moment. Even in the most critical moments of the Protoss Empire, Kara never betrayed our people. In other words, if even Kara betrayed the first son of God, what else did they have? This information was too explosive. If Augustus had bluntly said that Kara had a huge hidden danger before opening this hall of revelation without any substantial evidence, this friendship of many years might not have stood the test. This would be regarded as an insult. Making fun of Kara would naturally be regarded as disrespecting the Protoss, or at least not knowing the seriousness of the matter. Among the Protoss present, not only Artemis and Selendis were extremely shocked, but even Zarachel was silent for a moment. The Dark Templar refused to join Kara, only because they were worried about losing themselves, not because they found problems with Kara. You are so naive. Artemis. Unexpectedly, the first person to speak was not Augustus or Zarachel, but a strictly teenaged brainworm, since Salmon used the hive mind and the telepathic connection to control the original Zerg. Why can't he use something similar to control the Protoss? Augustus praised the brainworm in his heart. Even a brainworm understands this. The brainworm opened his mouth, and seeing Augustus staring at him, he could only hold back the words, "You look down on me." Augustus, this news is too shocking for us. It is really hard to calm down. Artemis felt a painful emotional turbulence coming from Kara. None of the Templars who witnessed all this were willing to accept this fact, and even thought it was a mistaken interpretation. At this time, Artemis, who was dizzy, couldn't help but think that, if Tassida was here, he would know what to do. Perhaps the Kara was not originally a tool used by Ammon to control the firstborn son of God, but since the Kel-morian crystal was left by Ammon, even if he had manipulated it, wouldn't it be obvious to the Protoss that they didn't even notice it? So far, this is still just speculation. The vast ocean of Kara's mind is still pure and flawless, and even the Supreme Protector Ahana has not noticed anything unusual. but no one dares to say that they know every detail of the Kara, which contains too many thoughts of the Protoss, and those with weak wills may even get lost in it. As powerful as Ammon may be able to distort the Kara, just like he distorted the Void, do they really know Kara well enough? But it is absolutely impossible to abandon Kara just because of this. If you want to sever the connection between Kara and Kara forever, there is usually only one way to go, that is to cut off the nerve bundles behind the head like hair strands like the Dark Templars of the Narazim Protoss. But let's not talk about whether Artemis and others can accept this unorthodox practice. For the Protoss, nerve bundles are innate organs, just like the nose and ears of humans. To put it seriously, it is no less than cutting off one's own foot. If we talk about your race without Kara, it would be like boiling water to make ice. Zarachil whispered. Now it seems that this may be both a gift and a curse. Zarachil's words are not very clear. He actually wants to say that your race is just too dependent on Kara. In fact, even without Kara, you can still touch and feel each other. But considering his identity as a Dark Templar, it is not easy to say this. Within the Terran Protoss, perhaps the Templars will naturally and objectively talk about Kara with the Dark Templar, but they will never allow the other party to insult it. It seems that your creator still owes us a lot of answers. Augustus didn't expect that this alone would allow Artemis and others to cut off their connection with Kara, but at least it reminded them and leave them mentally prepared. At this time, Augustus didn't need to persuade Artemis to cut off the connection with Kara, because even if he did, the possibility of success was not great. Even if Artemis was willing to believe Augustus, his subordinates would not accept it. If the Supreme Council was still there, this would be a complete heresy and he would be sent to see it done. The last Hall of Revelation is waiting for us. After that, maybe we can see the Zelniga. It is precisely because Kala connects the thoughts and emotions of all the Protoss together that once something goes wrong, it will definitely be an unprecedented disaster. This is also a complete collapse of faith, and the blow to the Protoss may be greater than the fall of air. In other words, even if there is only a suspicion that Kala may have defects, it must not be made public, otherwise it will inevitably bring unprecedented panic. Unless Ammon really shows the ability to control Kala, the Protoss would rather die than give up Kala. Okay. Artemis had a lot of thoughts and nothing to say. He could completely lie to himself and say that he was just worrying too much, but his heart was still numb. No problem. Kel-morian also said that we will listen to you. Augustus also took on the responsibility of a leader at the moment, and he had to unite all these people. The Darum and the Purifiers were at odds with each other, and they were wary of each other. Only his words were what they were willing to listen to. Then, Artemis once again led the Terran Protoss to the last Hall of Revelation, while the Terran Empire and the Purifier army were still following behind. At this time, the mentality of the three parties had changed to a certain extent. Artemis was eager to find the truth, while Augustus was always on guard against them being controlled by Ammon. If Artemis found that there was a problem in Kara, Ammon might control Kara in advance. As for the Purifiers, no one except Augustus might know what they were thinking. Artemis's Terran Protoss might still want to have a good relationship with the Purifiers, but basically they would only be met with a nose full of disappointment. With each of them thinking, the speed of advancement did not slow down. As they went deeper and deeper, the magnificent buildings in the Temple of Unity gathered more and more. The graceful vortex patterns were scattered around the giant stone pillars that looked like towering trees, as natural and beautiful as the veins on leaves. Sometimes they had to cross the majestic stone bridge that spanned the two lost cities of the Zelniga, and under the stone bridge was a deep abyss. Giant statues stood on both sides of the road, and crystals of various colors like giant spears were inserted diagonally on both sides of the road, like spears of light falling from the sky. Urna is the beginning of life and the starting point of the universe. Everything seems to contain life. On the way forward, Augustus encountered more hybrids than all before. At this time, the intention of Ammon's minions was obvious, that is, to destroy the third Hall of Revelation before Augustus arrived. The battle was particularly fierce around the huge courtyard and corridor outside the third Hall of Revelation. The Terran Empire, the Purifiers, and the Terran fleet, which occupied the high-altitude orbit of Ulna, directly penetrated the Temple of Unity and sent a large number of reinforcement directly to the place. With an absolute disadvantage in both numbers and firepower, the hybrid troops were quickly repelled. The ground was full of tragic traces left by the war. Puffs of black smoke covered the sky. Thousands of human and protist troops had already controlled most of the area of the Temple of Unity. However, Artemis noticed that, no matter how many troops Terran sent, the Terran Empire and the Purifiers tripled their troops. But if the humans and the Purifiers were preparing to compete with Terran for the control of Ulna, Artemis believed that with the character of Augustus and Clararian, they would never do that. If that were the case, Augustus would not have to tell Terran the Protoss Ulna's coordinates. The third hall of revelation. When Augustus arrived in front of the huge altar, the Terran Empire and the Purifiers had already deployed at least 9 legions of over 10,000 people to the area. When the third hall of revelation opened, Zarachil read the revelation of the Xel'Naga on behalf of the depressed Terran Protoss. The Xel'Naga are in front of us. In the Hall of Ascension, they will wake up when the 2 destined races arrive. And the elders among them will sacrifice their lives to infuse their essence into the newborns. And the pure essence and pure form will be reborn as the Xel'Naga, the escort of endless reincarnation. Essence. Dehaka could not understand the murals on the Hall of Revelation, but still keenly grasped the keywords in Zarachil's words. Where is the essence? Maybe the Xel'Naga rely on this method to continue their race. Augustus looked at Artemis and Zarachil on the side and said, that is to say, there must be 2 races among us who will inherit the power of the Xel'Naga and become the new creators. But after that, what should they do? Restart the universe again and enter the next reincarnation? Raynor said, but what is going on? Aren't we allowed to continue living? So, we are just tools for the Xel'Naga to reproduce life. Ty just cursed. Damn it, whether you live or not, it's none of my business. In other words, I will become the new god. The brainworm said a few words, his eyes shining. I'm afraid even if that's the case, you can't do whatever you want. Augustus looked at the brainworm. You see, there are many rules for the Xel'Naga to abide by. Even if you become the new Xel'Naga, I'm afraid you will be the second Ammon. If a naughty child becomes the creator, I'm afraid it will be a mess. And it doesn't say that you have to become a Xel'Naga. Augustus has the final say on this matter. Horus is useless. Whether it is Augustus or Tacitus, they will never allow people who threaten humans and the Protoss to become new Xel'Naga. If possible, it is best not to give birth to new Xel'Naga. They all know that the Xel'Naga is not a truly omniscient and omnipotent god, nor is it an omnipotent god. Otherwise Ammon would not be so crazy. No, I will create a better world. The brainworm vowed, a world where even humans, Protoss and Zerg can live in harmony. This may have been taught by the Queen of the Empire. Artemis, did you see that? Augustus ignored it. The Ascension Hall is opening. Behind the third hall of revelation, an extremely magnificent temple has risen from the abyss, and dazzling light has poured down on the gorgeous high ceiling that perfectly follows the golden ratio. The space seems to be overflowing and flowing, and the forms of light and shadow have become blurred. Sometimes it is brilliant, and sometimes it shines and shines, filled with a mysterious, crystal and extraordinary beauty. Artemis put away the many questions in his heart and walked towards the broad road full of glory leading to the Ascension Hall. This is an opportunity that the Protoss have been waiting for thousands of years, an opportunity to see the creator's Xel'Naga again. Before the catastrophe of the ages, the gods walked on air. Artemis must ask them why they sat back and watched Ammon do evil. Thanks for voting. Chapter 691. Quickly cut off your connection with Kara. This is a temple so huge and magnificent that it is breathtaking. The majestic dome is supported by magnificent hexagonal columns. The perfect lines that reach the sky radiate soft green light, creating a supernatural sense of mystery and power. Passing through the forest of stone pillars and across the continuous corridors, magnificent altars extend forward along the ancient walls on both sides, and the open huge stone stairs are dotted with gorgeous carvings. Every detail comes from perfect and meticulous tailoring, flawless and natural, as if all the beauty in the world is a deliberate imitation of it. Looking up, the towering dome is like a giant net supported by slender beams and giant crystals emitting sparkling blue light. But when he actually stepped into the Ascension Hall, Augustus could clearly feel the grey and dead air spreading in it. In sharp contrast to this beauty, there are traces of destruction all over the Ascension Hall. At Augustus's feet, the collapsed pillars broke into jagged boulders, and crystal fragments scattered in the huge corridors, gleaming like sand in the sun. Countless shrines and sacred objects that could be called works of art were broken and discarded. This was no less than setting a fire in the greatest art hall of mankind and burning all the treasures. Xel'Naga, no, even Augustus, who was not very sensitive to psychic energy, could realize that something was wrong, not to mention Artemis and Zerachel. Because of extreme shock, Artemis even broke away from the crowd and walked alone among the collapsed stone statues and pillars of the Ascension Hall with the light of the psychic blade in his hand, looking for evidence that the Xel'Naga had existed here. Zerachel also wanted to follow, but Augustus stretched out his hand and held him firmly beside him. Guys, this is very strange. Raynor looked around and noticed that the signs of destruction in the Ascension Temple were not left recently, and there was no sign of hybrids entering it before. It seems that there has been a tragic war here. Zarachel's eyes passed over the load-bearing beam walls that rose like flames and looked at the staggered three-dimensional vaults. What kind of enemy can invade Alna and fight against the Xel'Naga? Suddenly, Zarachel said, "This is the war of the gods." Ascension Temple. Purifier Executor Kel-morian stood on the spiral stairs, his bright orange eyes shining like torches. The war has spread here. Even the gods can't stay out of it. At this time, hundreds of people have entered the Ascension Temple. A small part of them are the elite Dalam led by Artemis, and the rest are Augustus's royal guards and purifiers. They are exploring the temple, and the flashes of psychic blades and searchlights are looming in the darkness. Compared with the Dalam Protoss who went deep into the Ascension Hall, the Terran Empire and the Purifiers had actually been occupying the position near the entrance and had never moved away. If a war broke out at this time, at least they would be able to control the key roads and block the Dalam Protoss inside. Through the light falling from the dome, huge corpses could be seen between the collapsed walls and the broken crystals. From Augustus's perspective as a human, this was also a creature lacking in beauty. Their corpses were huge and bloated, and their ugly heads were covered with tumor-like lumps and giant squid-like tendrils. Presumably, in the imagination of Artemis and others, the Ascension Hall should be a scene like this, as if the gods forged by the sun were bathed in glory, solemnly waiting for the audience of the two destined races, just as they were walking among the Protoss on Ea. And as Augustus had already known, the gods were dead. Not sleeping, but really dead. Rather than calling it a sacred temple of ascension, it is more like a morgue of the gods. Augustus stepped over a collapsed column with plant patterns carved on it and observed the Xel'Naga in front of him, which was buried under the ruins with only its huge head exposed through the light of the searchlight on the power armor. Once you see the true appearance of the legendary creator, the Xel'Naga, who is regarded as a god by the Protoss, the mystery shrouded in countless myths and legends and temple totems will disappear. It's so ugly. Titus stood behind Augustus, looked at him with his weird eyes, and said mercilessly, "Are there any living people?" Raynor's voice echoed in the silent Temple of Ascension, but there was no response. "Your gods are dead." Titus added another knife. "They are all dead, and they have been dead for a long time." Zarachel sighed deeply. If that's the case, who had given him enlightenment in the Temple of Ares before? But Zarachel then thought that perhaps there were still surviving Xel'Naga who survived the War of Gods in Erna. Who do you think did it? Augustus looked around at everyone. "It must be Ammon," Raynor said. "Now it seems that he is the winner of this war, because the losers have already died. Ammon is also a Xel'Naga. This does not need further proof. He betrayed the gods." Zarachel said. "Perhaps he just thinks that it is your gods who betrayed him." Augustus just shook his head and said nothing more. At this time, Augustus noticed a spiritual whale that seemed to be crying and crying from the position of the Terran Protoss in the distance. Such a strong mental fluctuation was enough to affect a human like Augustus, so that he also felt a sour nose and heartache. Compared with humans, the reaction of the Terran Protoss was much greater. Both the Templar and the Dark Templar knelt on one knee in front of the remains of the Xel'Naga to express their condolences. Some even uttered a sob from the spiritual level from time to time. These Protoss warriors with hearts as strong as steel and strong wills may have fought on the battlefield for hundreds of years. It is hard to imagine that such warriors would utter a weak spiritual wail. It can be seen how much of a blow this tragic scene had on them. Whether it is the Ea Protoss or the Shakuras Protoss, they all have pious respect and admiration for the creator Zelniga. This is a collapse of faith. On the contrary, an old charlatan like Zerachel looks much calmer. His eyes that are hard to see through are a little more wise in seeing through the world's philosophy. In any case, Zerachel can always foresee more things than ordinary people. He is always on the second level or even the third and fourth levels. Are they crying? I just couldn't understand. For someone like him who was indifferent to emotions, those were just crocodile tears. This is so rare. Raynor had no good feelings towards the Zelniga, but felt sad about the fate of the Protoss. Who could have imagined that the gods he had believed in for thousands of years were dead, and there was only a half-crazy evil god left in the void? The Protoss had rich emotions just like humans, which is why they were regarded as a highly intelligent race equal to humans, rather than monsters like the Zerg. Augustus sighed deeply. My friends, don't cry yet. There will be more times to cry later. What a powerful essence. Before Augustus could say anything else, a huge black shadow flashed past him. It was Dehaka and the brainworm Alpha. I wonder how the old bacon, that has been sealed for billions of years, tastes. The brainworm smacked its lips. It looks quite oily. It needs to be packed for the queen and princesses to take back. Thinking of being praised, the brainworm was so happy that it wanted to wag its tail. Dehaka's movements were even faster. He pounced on the corpse of the Zelniga, tore open a large mass of flesh with one claw, and stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation, eating it with a mouthful of fragrance. After just a few bites, Dehaka's body was undergoing a transformation at an astonishing speed. Not only did his body grow by more than 10 inches in a few seconds, but his grey-green skin was also permeated with cracks reflecting golden light like spiderwebs, looking more and more like Red Lotus Godzilla. The brainworm on Dehaka's head even drilled directly into the corpse of the Zelniga and disappeared in an instant. However, when Dehaka desperately pulled the corpse of the Zelniga, the scene was extremely terrifying. As primitive Zerg, it was their instinct to absorb powerful essence. Even though the Zelniga here had died for countless years, it was still a great tonic for the primitive Zerg. Hold it. Raynor shouted. Dehaka was also one of us, so it was okay to give it a few bites, but we had to consider the occasion. Seeing that the gods were dead, the Protoss were all very sad, but you wanted to eat their gods in front of them. What a blasphemy. The humans couldn't stand it. Upon hearing this, several Royal Guard Marines in heavy armor immediately grabbed Dehaka's tail and pulled out together, but they couldn't pull out this primitive alien insect with red eyes. Dehaka desperately used his strong hind legs and claws to scratch the ground, fighting against the Royal Guards who kept pulling behind him and wanted to scratch out sparks. In such a heavy atmosphere, only this scene seemed too funny, and Augustus couldn't help but cover his face with his hands. Except for the Protoss, no one here would be in awe of the dead creator, and Dehaka wanted to lick the corpse in public. To be precise, it was already licking it. Dinner was served on the spot. Fortunately, Augustus had foresight and did not let in more primitive Zerg, otherwise there would be a feast that would make the Protoss furious. For a moment, the scene seemed chaotic, but fortunately it did not attract the attention of the Terran Protoss, and Augustus turned a blind eye. Just as Augustus's excuse for abducting Dehaka was, following him would give him a powerful essence. For Augustus, the stronger Dehaka was, the more likely he would defeat Zerwen, the ancestor of the worm, and become the new generation of the supreme overlord of the primitive Zerg. In this way, the threat to the border of the Terran Empire was solved once and for all, and the primitive Zerg was collected as a great help to deal with Ammon. The same was true for this brain worm. Bringing them all was also in Augustus's calculation. Ammon. At this moment, Artenis's thunderous mental roar could be heard from the depths of the temple. He must have been extremely angry at this time, and he had already thought that this might be the work of Ammon, the dark god of the Tal'Darim. Did you do this, Ammon? I know you are here. Artenis looked at the dome with interlaced ribs on the top of the Ascension Temple. Face me, you coward. Augustus rarely saw Artenis furious, but since entering Ulna, he had been greatly stimulated more times than in the years he had known Augustus in the past. His mentality at this time must be very different from that of Archbishop Artenis of Darum, who was responsible for saving the Protoss in the original timeline. This kid is furious. Hearing Artenis' words, Titus smiled and said, Ammon is not a fool. How could he really answer him? Unexpectedly, the next moment, the huge rocks in the direction Artanis was looking at shook and cast a grey-red light. Not good. Zarachel looked at the ominous red light. A void gate is opening. Anna, the cradle of life. It is your beginning and your end. In the abyss, only the figure of the eternal extends forward, across the realm of oblivion. A mocking voice emerged from it. Do you want to seek salvation in this empty temple? You will find nothing. There is only the historical truth, that the Xel'Naga have long failed. Come, Artanis. I will end this cycle of corruption. I will grant you liberation in oblivion. In an instant, all the Templars, including Artanis, uttered bursts of spiritual grief under the influence of the red light, holding their heads in pain, and the blue psychic flames in their eyes were filled with blood red. The surrounding Dark Templars were also stunned, completely confused about what was going on. Some Dark Templars tried to lend a hand to their Templar friends, but were immediately attacked mercilessly. In this instant, their minds seemed to be completely filled with terrible mutterings and angry roars. Endless hatred. A Templar cried out, endless pain. Ammon, he has taken over Kara. What's going on? What are these protests going crazy about? Titus was also confused. Why did these protests seem to be completely crazy, just because of Ammon's howl? All these changes came too fast and too fast. Just now Artanis was still scolding Ammon, and in the blink of an eye he appeared and corrupted Kara. Kara. With the reminder of the second hall of revelation, Zarachel immediately understood what was going on and said, Ammon corrupted the Templar through Kara, just like he corrupted the Void. Artanis, cut off your connection with Kara. Augustus wanted to say this a long time ago. It's finally here, but I didn't expect Ammon to move so quickly. At this time, some of the wailing Durham Templars had completely lost their minds and began to attack their compatriots and friendly forces. Kel-morian and Raynor had to order the troops to fight back. Only powerful Templars like Artanis and Selendis, who were strong and determined, could temporarily compete with Ammon's will, but it seemed that they could not hold on for too long. Executor Kel-morian, there is only one way to help them get rid of Ammon's control. In the shortest time, Augustus had figured out what was going on. He immediately looked at the Purifier Executor Kel-morian. I'll go save Artanis. Zarachel stood out from the crowd, but was stopped by Kel-morian. Stand down. Kel-morian stepped forward. His huge mechanical body was extremely majestic. Let's meet the executive officers of this generation. As Kel-morian strode forward, dozens of Purifier Legion soldiers behind him were also undergoing amazing changes. The influx of a large amount of intelligent personality data streams made their orange-white bodies suddenly emit dazzling golden light. Interviewing the personality of the Purifier Council. Loading the intelligent personality of Executive Andanon. Loading the intelligent personality of Executive Damiark. Executive Oiria. Executive Ashrada. Executive Damius. Executive Scipion. Executive Gerudian. Executive Aldrian. The recent official book Evolution mentioned that the Xel'Naga of Verna can extract the essence of Xel'Naga. Chapter 692. The ancestors are here. Augustus and the others were simply stunned by the names of these executive officers, but if Artanis could still stay awake in the mental torrent of Ammon's anger in the Kala, he would be able to weigh the heavy weight of them. Each of these names is deafening in the history of the Protoss Empire. Each of them is the most famous great warrior in the era of exploration and strife, with outstanding achievements. The so-called embodiment of loyalty, bravery, honor and all good virtues is nothing more than this. Their legends, stories, and legends still echo among the Templars of this era. If scholars today want to mention the history of that era of heroes, it would be incomplete and biased if they don't mention any of these great figures. In any case, this is a bit bullying. At this moment in the Ascension Hall, the number of Durham Protoss under Artanis's command is not large, less than 100, and nearly half of them are Shakurus Dark Templars who have not joined the Kala. Among the Templars who were suffering from the crazy whispers and monstrous hatred in the Kala, there were many warriors of the Golden Age who had been sleeping in the Spear of Adun until now. However, even in that era, these great warriors were still legends passed down by word of mouth. When these great executives commanded the army of the Protoss Empire, some of them were not yet born. When Augustus was dispatching troops in the command channel, The Purifier executive Kel-morian had already led dozens of Legion soldiers under his command, who were loaded with the intelligent personalities of ancient heroes, to kill into the enemy camp, and almost no one could stop them. This was not an artificial intelligence machine that fought with combat protocols, but an ancient hero whose personality was almost 100% replicated. It seemed that just like the legendary years engraved in the memory network, the ancient heroes of the Protoss Empire woke up again in new bodies, invincible and unstoppable. At this time, the Protoss of Terran inside the Ascension Hall had already begun to attack each other. Even though the Dark Templar did not want to hurt their Templar friends, words were not enough to awaken the will of these Protoss Templars who were occupied by madness, nor could they save themselves from their sharp blades that did not recognize friend or foe. In just a few minutes, many Templars and Dark Templars fell around Artanis, and he himself knelt on one knee under the invasion of Ammon's will, supporting his head that was about to be torn apart in pain. Even the most powerful warriors were nothing more than fireflies in front of Ammon. The huge mechanical bodies of Kel-morian and the Purifier heroes were like majestic giants in the dust, and their shining armor was as bright as neatly cut silver, like figures walking out of the sun. On the way to Artanis, one after another, the Templars wearing golden blue armor and golden visors attacked Kel-morian, but one after another was ruthlessly and without suspense. Even though they were only controlling a mechanical body made of alloy, the Purifier's movements were still as graceful and swift as before, and the deformable advantage of the body also allowed them to attack in a way that ordinary Protoss could not do. Although the corruption in Kalar at this time made these Protoss Templars crazy, to a certain extent, it also made them no longer able to fight, based on rational thinking. In the eyes of Kel-morian's outstanding and extraordinary executors, this was simply full of loopholes. These were all ancient executors, leaders of the Templars, and heroes who were recorded in history. In each generation, the executors were the most talented among them, the model among models. Adun was also an executor. Your Majesty, this is the bridge of the White Star. The situation is urgent. We have detected that the Terran Protoss ships are attacking each other. Augustus soon received a report from the Imperial fleet outside Erna. As he guessed, it was not only the Terran Protoss in Erna that were affected. There is also chaos on the Spear of Adun. It seems that the Protoss there are fighting for control of the bridge. The incident happened suddenly. Although the generals of the Empire knew that there were constant conflicts within the Terran, it was unimaginable that such a large-scale turmoil could occur within the fleet at this point. This is a fleet that determines interstellar hegemony, not a scattered interstellar armed caravan. Besides, don't they have the Kara that they are proud of? Admiral Francis McCauley, your mission is to blockade Erna and maintain fire suppression on the Terran fleet. Augustus' calm voice immediately gave the completely confused Imperial Navy generals a backbone. Then leave the battlefield to the Purifiers. They know what to do. Augustus did not tell the fleet outside Erna what happened, and it was impossible to explain it clearly in just a few words. As always, the Emperor only needs to execute orders, and that's enough. On the other side, the Temple of Unity outside the Ascension Temple and even the Terran Protoss troops on the surface of Erna were also in great chaos. Some of the Terran troops had even exchanged fire with the surrounding Terran Empire and Purifier troops. The scene was very chaotic, with fighting everywhere, and it was hard to tell who was the enemy and who was the friend. Just on the Terran Empire side, from the Marines on the ground to the fleets in the sky, the channels were all asking what the Terran Protoss were doing and requesting firing orders. The Purifiers acted much faster, because the data network allowed them to exchange information with each other at a very fast speed. The Purifiers received a clear order, which was to cut off the nerve bundles of the Templars as much as possible to save them, although this would cost them more than an ordinary war. This could only save a part of the Terran Protoss army, but could not change the overall situation. To completely save the entire God's Firstborn clan that had fallen into darkness, other methods were needed. From a cold irrational perspective, cutting off the nerve bundles could not only eliminate an enemy, but also bringing a loyal ally, while the Purifiers could be resurrected, and the only loss was the body, which would have to be counted on Terran's account in the future. In the end, the ancestors had to clean up the mess. In the final analysis, the Purifiers' executive officers and archons were not only noble in character, but also had a long-term vision. Although the Templars did not understand politics, they all understood the mysteries of war. Augustus was much more relaxed communicating with these people than with the old stubborn people of the arbitrator class. In Augustus's opinion, the purifiers still felt a little bit reluctant. People who have died once should understand the preciousness of life. But it is undeniable that the purifiers have the intention to deal with the useless younger generation. Beat Artemis up, and he will thank us afterwards, and reimburse the cost. Speaking of which, the purifiers should be angry. Although they still hate the Protoss Empire and the Supreme Council, after all this time, the current Templars are almost ruining their ancestors' foundation. They don't care about their face. I heard that there are many Dark Templars in the Terran fleet. They should be taking action. Raynor said. Once again, the enemy is outnumbered. Zarachol's mood was not as calm as he seemed. He had tried to rescue Artemis with the intention of sacrificing himself before, but since there was Kel-morian, he didn't need to sacrifice himself again. He couldn't help but respect the Dark Templars who were trapped in the Terran fleet and had to fight against enemies that were 10 or 100 times their own, fighting alone. If this is the only way to become a Dark Templar. In the Golden Fleet, the Air Protoss still accounted for the majority, and these Dark Templars alone were not enough to turn the situation around. If they could not escape from this fleet that was falling into madness, they would surely face a tragic fate. Fortunately, at the same time, the Purifier fleet had already prepared to forcibly land on the out-of-control Terran Protoss warship. The most important thing was the Ark ship Spear of Adun and several other Mother ships, which must be in their own hands. It was simply a fantasy to completely rescue the corrupted Air Protoss in the Terran fleet, but it was still possible to seize control of these warships and the chaos within them to prevent them from falling into Ammon's control. They are really crazy. Raynor's eyelids twitched as he watched a Mad Templar in the distance, furiously holding a sharp blade and rushing towards an ancient Purifier hero, but he was knocked to the ground after just 2 moves, like a child who couldn't even walk steadily. The duel between masters was full of murderous intent, and the winner could be determined by a single move. Further away, a Templar was even strangled and dragged out of the battlefield, his face completely lost, like a kitten being held by the back of the neck by its mother. A high-ranking Templar who was suffering from corruption was being pressed to the ground by another Purifier, who used a sharp blade to cut off the nerve bundle behind his head. At that moment, he only heard a scream that would only make humans shudder, extremely miserable and heartbreaking. The nerve bundle is not human hair, but an organ growing from the back of the Protoss head. The Dark Templar of Shakuras would cut off their own nerve bundles to prove their determination to break away from the Kala, and the nerve bundles of the Terran Protoss had long been necrotic due to inhaling too much terrazine. For the Air Protoss, nerve bundles are an important medium for them to connect to the Kala and communicate with other Protoss. The pain of cutting off nerve bundles is like being cut by 1,000 knives and being eaten by 1,000 ants. It is said that the Templar who lost their nerve bundles in the war will become depressed, withdrawn and difficult to approach. Egon Stetman would compare this to castrating a cat, but he never dared to say this in front of the Protoss, because it would not be as simple as being beaten. I dare say they have wanted to do this for a long time. Titus said teasingly. Old Titus had long wanted to take the opportunity to beat up these boastful Protoss. Judging from himself, he dared to say that the Purifiers thought the same. Augustus did not order his royal guards to intervene in this battle, but ordered them to guard the entrance to the Ascension Temple. If it was just to kill these corrupted Templars, it wouldn't be that difficult, but the Terran Empire army couldn't remove the nerve bundles without hurting them, because guns don't recognize people, and they lacked soldiers who could cut into the battlefield like a scalpel. In such a pressing situation, only Dehaka and the brainworms were still feasting on the corpses of the Zelnaga, and they were not affected at all. The royal guards next to them were too lazy to care. Even Artemis is going to be controlled. This thing is really weird. Although Raynor wanted to return to the fleet now, he could only stay here at the moment and keep a close eye on the status of this old friend. Since Ammon has corrupted Kara, Tacita must be in danger. Phoenix, Yerlan, Caldalis, Moyo, Taldarin. These famous old friends are also hard to escape. This kid is going to have his ass cut open. Titus gloated, wishing he could follow up and kick him. This guy is a character who would never mind causing trouble for others. Even if the sky falls, he would first mock Swan for being short and unable to reach the sky. At this moment, Kel-morian was walking towards Artemis with an unstoppable pace, followed by more than a dozen ancient executive personalities. Artemis was only a dozen steps away. A spear of a Dun fanatic holding a solar axe and a plasma shield was blocking Kel-morian and Artemis. In an instant, the fanatic who had been corrupted by Ammon swung the solar axe in his hand at Kel-morian with the force of thunder. Even ordinary Templars need to hold it with both hands. Such a sharp slash was enough to cut the head of the hunter-killer hydralisk, but the opponent dodged it lightly by turning sideways. Then, Kel-morian hit the fanatic's visor with a heavy fist that was enough to cut through steel, and his liver and brain were torn apart, and he fell to the ground. If this blow failed, there would be no chance for the next time. In the blink of an eye, the victory and defeat were decided. Great Kel-morian, Artemis was still able to maintain a certain degree of clarity at this time, and the psychic flames in his eyes sometimes turned from blue to red, sometimes returned to normal, and sometimes roared. In the Kara, billions of Protoss were trembling in Ammon's rage. Kara, angry, furious. He seemed to be roaring and crying, "Oh Ammon." I can hear his voice. In a trance, Artemis seemed to be able to see the glorious figures of those ancient heroes from Kel-morian and the purifiers behind him, and he was immediately ashamed. Even in the era of Adun, these great executives were great figures who could be compared with him. Artemis thought that he was not worthy of being compared with these great heroes. In front of the elders and mentors, the apprentice was always an apprentice. Contain your anger, calm your resentment. Kel-morian said lightly. Ammon corrupted Kara. Even without the Xel'Naga, we still have each other. This is the holy word of Cass. At the same time, several high-level Templars led by Silandis tried to rush to Kel-morian, but they were all knocked aside by the Purifier heroes beside him. Unknowingly, Artemis was surrounded by Purifier heroes loaded with ancient executors. Recommend a book. From the explosive goblin invasion of the whole universe recommendation, a natural disaster explosion flow with a universe background similar to Devouring the Star, with a grand background and explosive excitement. It is worth 10,000 subscriptions, and is super good. Chapter 693, What do we have left after losing Kara? Got Adun. At this moment, Artemis thought he was hallucinating. He actually saw the saints and sages in history, as if every generation of executives were looking at him, and their existence spanned 3,000 years. Looking around, there were tall warriors in white armor, with dazzling light from the solar matrix on the armor, like gods walking out of golden flames. If they were among humans, they would be great figures who could be listed in the Hall of Fame, write books and build statues. But now, they seemed to have crossed time and the insurmountable life and death, and stood in front of Artemis again. Artemis even had an illusion that he had returned to Kara and met the immortal heroic souls of generations of executives in Kara. It was too much face. Under this stimulation, he was much more sober and even found some of his own reason from Ammon's crazy muttering. Great Kel-morian, what should I do? Artemis looked in Kel-morian's direction, but he seemed not to see him, still muttering to himself. This voice whispers of annihilation, salvation, destruction. At this time, the burning blue psychic flames in Artemis' eyes had turned blood red, just like the void distorted by Ammon's endless hatred. Ammon corrupted Kara and controlled the firstborn of God. Kel-morian just stared at Artemis, as if to see if he could break free from Ammon's control by his own will. The neural bundles once closely linked the firstborn's emotions and consciousness, but now they had become a tool to tie your will to the corrupted Kara. Artemis stood up, while enduring the madness and brain-tearing pain in Kara. He understood what was happening in Kara better than Kel-morian. You can defeat him. Kel-morian's voice was still calm and resolute, as if he was a mentor encouraging a young apprentice. With the witness of the ancient heroes, Artemis seemed to have countless courage in his heart, which made him find himself again in the confrontation with Ammon's will. With strong will, Artemis regained control of his body. He held back the nerve bundle decorated with golden ornaments behind his head with one hand, and ignited the psychic blade in his hand with the other hand, intending to cut it off in one fell swoop. But when Artemis was about to swing the blade, he still hesitated for a moment. Cutting off himself meant that he would be cut off from his people, and from then on he would be like a rootless duckweed in the water, with no one to rely on. No, it was this moment of hesitation that Ammon once again controlled Artenis' body and pulled back the psychic blade in his hand. Reason once again faded from Artenis' eyes. The blue representing the pure color's purified psychic energy was almost completely occupied by red, and uncontrollable red lightning surged on his gorgeous armor. This made him look like a Tal'Darim. You cannot defy your fate. When Artenis spoke again, his voice had turned into a majestic and deep male voice. Let me grant you liberation. End this cycle of corruption and embrace a new era. Kneel down. This is your savior. At this time, Ammon seemed to use Artenis' body to say something extraordinary to the old predecessors of the Protoss Empire. Ammon, Kel-morian took a step forward, pointing the sharp blade in his hand directly at Artenis, whose eyes were bloodshot. The Purifier heroes who had been waiting for a long time also showed their sharp blades. Let's do it. The battle just now was not enough for me. It really made my blood boil. It's been dragging on for long enough. Then let's fight quickly. In the name of the Purifiers. When Artenis, who was controlled by Ammon, opened his eyes and looked around, he suddenly found that he was surrounded by Purifiers covered in golden flames, and it seemed that they were eager to take action. Even the Dark God was surprised. What on earth were these people doing? Watching them? What was the difference between this and a new gym gotta being cornered by the old masters in the gym to show off his muscles? End his suffering. Kel-morian looked around at the ancient Purifier heroes and said, Artenis had such a strong will and had been recognized by them, as if they still had the same telepathy as when he was with Kara. The first Purifier hero leaped towards Artenis like a golden orange lightning. In a moment, the swords of both sides had crossed and retreated after one strike. In a breath, the next Purifier followed. Their speed was so fast, their power was like thunder, and their speed was as fast as lightning, so that Augustus and others in the distance could only see that Artenis seemed to be fighting with the golden lightning that crossed one after another. Artenis wanted to dodge a Purifier's fierce attack, but found that his retreat had been completely blocked. He had to swing his sharp blade upward to block, but was shocked back a few steps by the heavy force. The next moment, a wind-breaking blade came from the left, and Artenis had to turn around to deflect the attack. Then, another Purifier came to the other side. This was not like an ordinary battle, but a training and exchange of battle memories between the Templars and the ancient training ground. The Purifier's attack was not full of murderous intent, but to weaken Artenis' strength and make him reveal his flaws. It was more like a test. What is the duty of a Templar? To protect, not to destroy. What is an executor? The model of the Templar, the blade of the Protoss Empire. How do you fulfill your duties? With passion. Artenis had to respond hastily under the continuous attacks. He had to keep turning to deal with the attacks from all directions, spinning and waving the blade, dodging, slashing, stabbing, spinning, and so on. This was a test of battle memory and will. In terms of combat skills and experience, everyone here could be Artenis' teacher. In comparison, they just lacked the powerful psychic power of Artenis. At the same time, he could even answer the questions raised by the ancient heroes by instinct under Ammon's control. But from Augustus's perspective, Artenis' movements were not so elegant, but like a spinning top that was whipped and spinning non-stop. It seems that the old predecessors will not talk about one-on-one chivalry with Artenis, who is controlled by Ammon. This is a righteous group fight. After several rounds of fighting like a wheel battle, many deep and shallow scratches have appeared on Artenis' armor. He fought continuously without any breathing time. But this seems to be feeding moves over and over again. In a sense, this is similar to the shadow run of the Dark Templar. The trial takers must defeat every enemy they encounter alone and gain their recognition. But the Purifiers seem to just want to beat Artenis, and they are afraid of hitting too hard to ensure that everyone will not be left without a slap. As a result, Ammon, who was controlling Artenis through Kara, was also beaten to a pulp. Ammon controlled Artenis to draw powerful psychic energy, to create a blood-red psychic cyclone under his feet. He jumped high and tried to make a gap between the surrounding Purifiers, but he was ruthlessly blocked every time, as if it was an insurmountable wall of iron. As a result, the scars on Artenis' armor became more and more. If the Purifiers launched an attack together, he would have died long ago. Artenis, controlled by Ammon, saw that he could not break through, so he decided to fight to the death. He was suspended in the air and once again drew the powerful psychic energy in his body, preparing to create a mental storm that could destroy everything here. A large amount of red violent psychic lightning was pouring out of the psychic amplifier behind Artemis and gathered around him. The terrifying supernatural power even attracted a violent cyclone and set off a gust of wind. This time, Kel-morian took action. Like thunder from the blue sky, Kel-morian leaped up and landed like a swooping eagle, kicking Artemis's gauntlets as he tried to block the blow. Kel-morian caught Artemis on the ground and forced him to fight with him with his sharp sword. Each of their movements was not superfluous, absolutely perfect and precise, without any sign of slackness. Artemis was indeed Tacitus' favorite student, the future star of Darum, and he had fought more than 10 rounds at the hands of Kel-morian, a powerful executor who had already become famous in ancient times. They wielded their double blades, as if they were driving the flames to fight. It was indisputable that these powerful warriors could destroy a siege tank or repel a terrible thunder beast by themselves. In such a dangerous fight, a single mistake could mean eternal damnation, and the outcome was often decided in just a moment. At a certain moment, Kel-morian raised his right hand and slashed at Artemis' head. However, even though this attack was still as fast as lightning, it seemed too slow to Artemis. He ducked his head to avoid it and leaned forward. At this moment, Kel-morian seemed to have revealed a fatal flaw, so that his chest was exposed to the opponent's other sharp blade. Any good warrior should seize this mistake, and Artemis, who was controlled by Ammon, did the same. Without hesitation, Artemis accurately stabbed Kel-morian's right chest with his left hand blade, and the indestructible psychic blade immediately burned a huge hole on it. But then Kel-morian retracted the blade in his right hand, grabbed Artemis' head from top to bottom with his huge mechanical palm, and lifted him up alive. Before Artemis could struggle again, Kel-morian had already raised another psychic blade. With a wave of his hand, Artemis' nerve bundle was cut off at the root, and he came in response. Along with Artemis's heart-wrenching screams, a stream of blood-red energy dissipated from the severed nerve bundle into the air. This meant that Artemis had been separated from Kara, and Ammon's influence no longer existed. The great pain made Artemis almost completely stop thinking about other things. He only remembered that he fell to the ground and watched Kel-morian and others leave. After the battle, the purifiers looked up at the sky, and streams of data left the bodies of the Legion soldiers and returned to the huge purifier fleet. Artemis, an ancient purifier hero, seemed very satisfied with Artemis' performance. Before leaving, he said to him in a friendly manner, "We welcome you to go to the Cerberus to record your personality." Artemis wanted to say something, but found that the pain of losing the nerve bundle and Kara was almost drowning him. But getting the recognition of the purifiers may not be a good thing. If you are not careful, your intelligent personality will be incorporated into the data network. Remember, if Artemis ever did anything stupid, it was trying to pierce the heart of a mechanical Protoss. When Artemis slowly woke up, he found that Augustus and Raynor had come to his side. I guess Artemis won't be able to sleep for a while. Looking at the old predecessors of the Protoss Empire talking and laughing while beating Artemis, the tasteless Titus almost laughed out loud. Compared with Phoenix, the master of social death, Artemis, who was jointly educated by the old predecessors, was not so embarrassing. Who is next? If I had listened to Augustus and Zerachel earlier, I wouldn't have. Artemis was extremely sad and felt that he was unworthy of Augustus' trust. Zerachel, I can't feel Kara anymore. Without Kara, the language of the mind also seems clumsy, often not expressing the meaning, or not being able to fully express their ideas, which will inevitably lead to more misunderstandings and estrangements between the tribesmen. They can no longer share pain and comfort each other, and all the sorrow and pain can only be faced by themselves. Before this was almost unimaginable for their clan. Loneliness, being able to kill the Protoss. Artemis felt all of this. Artemis, welcome back. Zerachel came to Artemis and said, "It is said that when we are no longer connected to the glory of Kala, we will suffer. But we are not really fighting alone, because honor and inheritance closely connect our warriors. Generation after generation of brave warriors have chosen the path of the Dark Templar. After losing Kala, what do we have?" Artemis looked at Zerachel, then turned to Augustus. "You ask me." Augustus thought for a long time. He took 2 steps, raised his chin slightly, and looked far away for a moment, as if there was endless determination. Freedom? Good question. Korhal was too lazy to enlighten the younger generation. As a senior executive, if Artanis himself could not even get out of the shadow of losing Kala, he would not be qualified to lead the remaining Protoss. Freedom, Artanis murmured to himself, and looked at Augustus. At this moment, the grey eyes seemed to have light. This is absolutely true. Yes, although we lost Kara, we have gained freedom. Well, Kit, now is not the time to feel sorry for yourself. Raynor looked at Artanis and said, it's a mess outside, and there are still a lot of troubles waiting for us to deal with. The most urgent thing is to take back your fleet from Ammon, and save your compatriots. You are always so positive and optimistic, old friend. Artanis said after a long silence. Trouble is like a louse on the buttocks. Titus said. It's commonplace. Raynor said. Think about happy things. If Tacita and the Golden Fleet are already controlled by Ammon, the position of the next Archbishop of Durham will definitely belong to you. Titus comforted the depressed Artanis. Mr. Titus Finley, I will not feel any joy about this matter. Artanis felt offended again. Before leaving the Ascension Hall, Titus walked up to Dehaka and Alpha, who were still feasting on the remains of the Xelnaga, and kicked them twice. Let's go. The outsider raised his head and asked, what happened? Chapter 694, Reliable Terrans. When Augustus walked out of the Ascension Hall, there was already a war outside. Several corrupted Terran legions took the lead in attacking their allies without declaring war, and the Purifier Protoss and the Terran Empire army immediately fought back. A large number of medium and large war weapons were thrown into this unexpected war, including giant elephants, thunder gods, immortals, and war wolves. The sky was dominated by hissing particle weapons, plasma weapons, beam weapons, and missiles. Deadly explosions and terrible flashes were clearly visible, and pale flames swept across the earth, like a violent summer storm. The Purifiers had invested in a particularly large number of war machines. These ultimate purification machines optimized by the protocol were born for war, and loaded with more dangerous and terrifying weapons. How bad is the situation now? A team of 10 Royal Guards firepower teams was spreading in front of Augustus. His eyes swept across the broad shoulder armor of a Royal Marine, and fell on the battlefield filled with smoke. The vast courtyard outside the Ascension Hall was covered with traces of terrible battles. Incredible columns and hanging walls fell from the sky, as if mountains collapsed and collapsed. In an instant, countless art treasures were destroyed. The Durham Templars, corrupted by Ammon, were attacking the lines of the Terran Empire and the Purifiers, even though they were less than 1/10 of the latter two combined. There were shouts and cries of killing everywhere, and the troops of all sides were mixed together. Templars and Purifiers fought with swords, and terrible war weapons could instantly turn warriors on the battlefield into charcoal. These respected and honorable Templars had been twisted beyond recognition by hatred and rage, and they did not hesitate to draw their swords against their former brothers and allies. The effects of corruption on them were obvious. The cleansing psychic energy from Kara had been completely converted to the red color of the corrupt void, which appeared in the color of their Ryzen psychic blades. Even the gorgeous and bright gold armor showed signs of grey decay. The worst situation we could imagine wouldn't be worse than today. 99% of the Terran Protoss have lost their minds, and are even crazier than Meinhof's Zerg zombies. Raynor's eyebrows were twisted together. Our troops can't do anything to them, and can only suppress them with fierce artillery fire. The steps of the Ascension Hall are far above the ground. From this position, the jagged battle lines are in full view, and you can see the spectacular scene of tens of thousands of Templars and Purifier Legion soldiers charging at the same time. Go, go, go. Just at this moment, the primitive Zerg Dehaka had already crossed the stone steps and rushed to the battlefield with the brainworm Alpha. After devouring the essence of the entire Xelnaga, the size of this primitive Zerg leader has increased by more than 10 times, and can even be compared with the 2 Purifier giants moving in the distance. It is hard to imagine what benefits Dehaka has gained from this gluttonous feast, but the golden light overflowing from the rows of sword-shaped sails on his back can show how extraordinary he is. The enemy is the fallen leaves, and we are the strong wind. The Protoss Durham's fleet in the orbit of Ulna is also in chaos. Our Ryan Ravens observed the battle on the Spear of Adun in the mothership's bridge deck at close range. Raynor pretended not to see it and continued. The crystal matrix engines of several Protoss aircraft carriers, Kadarin, malfunctioned for unknown reasons, causing large-scale explosions. The most serious even led to the destruction of the entire warship. Obviously, some of the Dark Templar and the Templar who still maintained their sanity in the fleet were clearly aware of the changes in color and were determined to destroy these great warships rather than let them fall into Ammon's hands. Crazy, all crazy. Titus muttered. They asked for it. Artemis, brother, we are all sorry for this. Raynor said to Artemis. We must face this catastrophe together. Artemis walked from behind Augustus, followed by the Templars such as Silandis who had their nerve bundles removed. The Protoss had really suffered a lot. First, their homeland fell, and their noble people became refugees. Now, the remaining Templars had become Ammon's tools to destroy the world. Emperor Augustus, I must return to my fleet as soon as possible. The scene before him made Artemis feel an indescribable grief, and at this moment, no one could share this unforgettable sorrow with him. Thousands of selfless and fearless Templars were corrupted and controlled by Ammon, and became slaves of the Dark God. How could this not make Artemis feel heartbroken? In a war of this scale, it was impossible to show mercy to the Templars, just because they were controlled and enslaved by Ammon, and did not want to do what they wanted, and there was no time to cut off their nerve bundles. This was undoubtedly a war, and if you were soft-hearted, you would die. The corrupted Templars had completely lost their minds, and they must be destroyed. At this time, you can't just yell, "Don't fight anymore." This is really a tragedy. Whether it is the Templars, the Purifiers, or the warriors of the Terran Empire, they were originally fighting against Ammon's invasion on the battlefield, but now they died in a meaningless civil war. Jimmy, the troops in Ernery are under your command. Augustus nodded at Artemis. We must ensure that the Temple of Unity and the Temple of Ascension are under our control. A special operations transport ship loaded with a stealth module is landing on the altar in front of the Temple of Ascension, slowly lowering the gangway to wait for Augustus to board. Artemis is right. The most important thing now is to recapture the Terran fleet in the orbit of Erna, especially the Ark flagship Spear of Adun. Augustus can fully imagine that the Korhal sector has probably been blown up. The Golden Fleet, which is corrupted and controlled by Ammon, will soon turn around and clean up every star system in the Korhal sector. The colonies of the Terran Empire and the Terran Protoss are within the attack range. It's just that Ammon doesn't think much of humans. The main force of the world destruction will still be the Protoss and the Zerg. In comparison, the war in Erna was just a small scene. The Doomsday War had just begun. Leave this to me, Raynor said to Augustus. I'm afraid the outside world has already been in chaos. You can't do it without me. They took great pains to find this place. Of course they can't return empty-handed. For example, the Xel'Naga constructs and Xel'Naga remains in Erna must be moved back. The war must be fought, and the Xel'Naga's legacy must be recovered. At least these can enhance the strength of the Terran Empire in the future. At this time, the overwhelmed Dalam Protoss has no time to take care of this matter. Augustus didn't say anything else. After handing the task to Raynor with confidence, he boarded the transport ship, and Titus, Zerachel, Artemis and others followed closely behind. Since the time of the new recruits, Augustus and Raynor have been together day and night, fighting side by side, and they can understand what the other wants to do with just a glance. Soon, the transport ship rose into the air and sailed out of the Temple of Erna through the cracks, pierced by the main guns of the Protoss mothership. In the pale white light covering Erna, the majestic and formidable Terran Empire fleet was clearly visible. The black deep space shining with stars set off the giant battle cruisers, the menacing Valkyrie frigates and the nimble destroyers. Led by the White Star, the Gorgon-class battle cruisers such as the Deathmark, Hell's Gate and the Death Domain were lined up in a row, firing intensively at the multiple Durham aircraft carriers on the opposite side. The rumble of artillery fire accompanied by the full flames of laser gun groups swept across the sky. Some of the Durham warships were firing back at the Imperial warships mercilessly, while others were exposed to the firepower of the fleet that destroyed the world. The Durham fleet that Augustus saw at this time had long lost its former unstoppable momentum, becoming loose and obviously lacking strong command. If Augustus was on the other side of the battlefield at this time, he would have seen the massive Purifier Protoss fleet attacking the other side of the Darum fleet with the same ruthlessness, and the number of Purifier warships was obviously several times greater than that of the Darum fleet. After Artemis in the Ascension Hall was controlled by Ammon, Augustus and Kel-morian immediately ordered a joint attack on the Darum fleet. If any of the Darum warships showed signs of being corrupted, they would immediately be hit hard and hit head on, even if it meant being destroyed. It's really lively. Titus sat in front of Augustus and saw the overwhelming firepower net of the Terran Empire fleet passing through the sky like a large net. Titus had never commanded a fleet in combat and was a well-known layman, but this did not prevent him from seeing that the Darum fleet was at a clear disadvantage. Under normal circumstances, the Spear of Adun, with its onboard central control system and all subsystems activated, is enough to fight against an entire Terran Empire fleet. But this is when Ammon has corrupted Kara and the Darum Protoss is in chaos, not to mention a larger Purifier fleet. All the warships have been put into battle, and no one can stay out of it. At this moment, as the transport ship Augustus is riding on is rapidly approaching the Mobius Corps flagship Monixville, the huge ship shadow of the Spear of Adun, which is in the center of the battle line, has appeared in the HUD imaging of Augustus's power armor helmet. At the same time, the Purifiers and Terran Empire fleets surrounding the Spear of Adun are pouring terrible firepower on it from all directions. After the shield of the Spear of Adun was obviously weakened, large numbers of Mobius Corps soldiers and Purifier mechanical soldiers were teleported to the decks of the Ark. Fierce battles broke out on each deck, and a large number of shipboard facilities were seriously damaged in this battle for the warship. Compared with hundreds of Terran Empire and Purifier warships, it can be seen that the Spear of Adun is really huge. Augustus has not forgotten that in addition to this ark, there is another Ark of Salvation, the Pride of Otilis, which is in the hands of the remaining Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire. Now those old stubborn people are probably also blackened by Ammon. Spear of Adun. Augustus looked at Artemis who was sitting next to him and said calmly, "I'm afraid it will take us a while to recapture your flagship, but it is only a matter of time." Artemis on the other side was silently watching Augustus, and Silandis and others around him seemed to be lost, as if they had lost their souls. The incisions on the back of their brains, where the nerve bundles were cut off at the root, still transmitted the pain, as if it was burning with flames, but this could not be compared with the pain in the heart. The more so, the more he admired the decisiveness and determination of the Dark Templar to cut off their own nerve bundles, which has always been regarded as a backward traditional custom by the eldest son of God. For them, the lack of nerve bundles is as ugly and terrible as physical defects, and it is difficult to accept. In the Kala, everyone shares weal and woe, and is connected in spirit. With just a flash of thought, others can easily understand what he is thinking at the moment, and feel the same way. But now, even through tedious and lengthy questions supplemented by body movements, it is difficult for others to understand all the meanings that Artemis wants to express. After all, what is communicated in the Kala is not only information, but also emotions. Cheer up, Artemis, you still have a Protoss Empire to save, and we still have a world to save. Since the day Augustus ascended the throne and became emperor, he has been preparing for this real doomsday. Augustus had long anticipated the terrible situation at this time. The Terran Empire is far more united and stronger than the Empire in the original timeline. The Purifiers have also awakened in advance, expanded their forces, and made full preparations for war, but the challenge is 10 times or 100 times greater than before. First of all, the strength of the Golden Fleet is stronger than before. Secondly, as for the Zerg, the second generation of mind is still alive. I'm afraid that once Ammonsville returns to the real universe, he can control the entire Zerg through the overmind, through the hive mind. This is a real doomsday difficulty. If it goes wrong, it will become the ultimate dark timeline, where everything is dead. But since Augustus decided to change Kerrigan's fate and prevent her from becoming the Queen of Blades, it has been destined that the overmind, the inherent class of the Cerebrate, will not be replaced by the Queen and the Queen. You are right, Emperor Augustus. Artemis knew that Darum was in a desperate situation. He and the Protoss he led might be the last hope of their civilization. The blow brought by Kara's corruption to the first son of God was even greater than the Battle of Aya. If Taram, who was reorganized in Shakiris after the war, could still be regarded as the afterglow of the glory of the Protoss Empire, now they have nothing. Except for the dozen or so Templars around him, Artemis had almost no soldiers available. Artemis thought that without Kara, they had lost all hope, but the Terran Empire and the Purifiers still stood on their side. Now thinking about it, how many times have the Terran humans led by Augustus lent a hand to the Protoss at critical moments? It's like he was a prophet. Too reliable. No matter when, as long as Augustus and his army are still fighting, the situation will not be too bad. No matter when, it seems that nothing can shake Augustus. Could it be that he had already predicted that Kara would be corrupted? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 695. Do you think I'm a fool? At the entrance to the Atarian Rift, on the Alpha Squadron flagship, the Norad III, Imperial Marshal Edmund Duke was dressed in a neatly pressed ivory uniform, with dozens of glittering medals and awards on his chest, to show his outstanding achievements in all-out wars. As always, Duke was standing on the bridge of his flagship overlooking his majestic fleet, imagining the magnificent scene of the fleet's guns and the might of the fleet. The lights in the starport and fleet cluster below were flashing, and the propeller wakes of the warships and ships merged into a searing torrent of blue and red, which was magnificent and imposing. There was no doubt that this was the greatest fleet of the Terran Empire, and the gleaming white decks, the shocking muzzles and the shining golden eagle logo were enough to make every enemy of the Empire tremble. In the Terran Empire Navy, the warships of Alpha Squadron looked larger than their counterparts. In a sense, this may be true, because Duke always ordered his precious warships to be painted over and over again when the fleet was resting, so that they could always be inspected in a neat and new posture. It is estimated that the paint on the Alpha Squadron warships may be at least several inches thick. In short, under Duke's strict requirements, Alpha Squadron can join a grand war at any time and anywhere. Blood Eagle Alpha will prove that it is still the most powerful military force in the Terran Empire, and he is still the most trusted general of Emperor Augustus in the Terran Empire. I really don't know what the Terran Empire will do if it leaves Duke one day. Jim Raynor's group of country bumpkins, clowns, and idiots will sooner or later turn the palace into a circus. Edmund Duke is not interested in political power at all, but he is intoxicated by commanding a huge army. He is keen on fighting and never gets tired of it. Therefore, Duke's object of power struggle naturally becomes Raynor, Runstein, Harnack and other officers of the Heavenly Demon Party. Generally speaking, Emperor Augustus would not show excessive favor to any of his subjects. This was the way of monarch. However, in his heart, brothers who had been through life and death with him were different from surrendered generals of the previous dynasty who joined the group halfway, like Duke. The Emperor has not given any new orders yet. Duke turned his gaze away from his great fleet and slowly turned to his adjutant, Colonel Scott. The fleet has been in for more than 40 hours, and we are just standing in a daze at the entrance to the treasure land. Because the chaotic and powerful high-energy particle flow in the Atarian Rift cut off the communication inside and outside had been completely cut off, and only ships could be sent to shuttle between the rifts to communicate. The last order came from 4 hours ago. His Majesty ordered us to continue to guard the entrance of the Atarian Rift and not let any ships or creatures out of it go. Scott was a young man with a slightly pale face. He was tall, handsome, and well-spoken, which was very different from the barbaric and rude Duke. Since the old Federation era, Scott had been Duke's right-hand man. To be frank, Scott was the one who used his brain the most. Even the arbitrary Duke would listen to his opinions. This person was also very interesting. He was once a staunch supporter of the Federation. Later, he was inspired by the personal charm of Emperor Augustus and his grand vision of creating the Terran Empire. He became a staunch supporter of the new empire without any suspense. I see. Duke nodded. Duke couldn't understand why Emperor Augustus wanted Alpha Squadron to stay away from the battlefield and do nothing, but he quickly convinced himself by saying that good steel should be used on the blade. Once again, Duke turned his head to look at the Atarian rift outside the porthole, which was emitting a little light, but he still couldn't see any trace of the enemy. Even if it was just an explosion, he was eager for some noise to come out there, so that the Alpha Squadron, which had been waiting for a long time, could immediately go into battle. Some people said that Duke was very old, but he felt that he was stronger than those young guys, and his blood was full of passion, and had nowhere to release. Edmund Duke has never been afraid of challenges, but he is afraid that it is not thrilling enough. In fact, Duke does not care who he fights, as long as he can command the army, whether the enemy is human, Protoss, Zerg or some messed up god, it makes no difference. At this moment, Duke suddenly felt a burst of hair stand on end. This unnatural feeling can only point to a hateful creature, the Protoss. The hateful blood red eyes further indicate his identity, the Tal'Darim Protoss. There is no other sign. A man wearing black armor and blood red robes suddenly appeared on the bridge of the Norad III. This guy seemed to be teleported indirectly, completely ignoring the barrier of the battlecruiser's solid bulkhead, and even passing through the dense sensor array. This is exactly the style of the Protoss. It is said that many of their buildings, such as the Forge, do not even have doors, and entry and exit rely on warping. But what is going on now? Kill him. Duke didn't waste any time asking who he was, or why he was here. The most likely scenario was that this was an assassination attempt on a high-ranking Imperial commander. Call the guards. The bridge has been invaded by the enemy. Without any hesitation, Duke pulled out the P-45 pistol from his waist and began to shoot at the uninvited guest. The caliber of this pistol was enough to open the skull of a Zergling and split the person in two. There were many officers and soldiers on the bridge, and people like Duke were of course protected by high-level ghost agents, but all the shots were distorted by the powerful psychic power of this Tal'Darim Protoss. In the blink of an eye, a wave of annihilation swept across the entire bridge from the Tal'Darim's body, knocking everyone, including him, to the ground, and the electronic equipment on the bridge sparked and fell into darkness. The difference between your ridiculous weapons and the blade in my hand is as big as a branch and a spear. The Tal'Darim Protoss sneered and said sarcastically, only you humans are still using primitive and backward-live ammunition projectile weapons, and you have no other strengths. I'm a Lerak, the first person in the Tal'Darim to be promoted. With the echo of psychic energy, he held up the sharp blade in his hand, as if to show his authority. Put down your weapons. What suspense is there in this battle? As he said this, a Lerak stretched out his hand to the empty space on his right and twisted his body, pulling out an invisible Imperial ghost agent. The sharp blade on his nails scratched the combat uniform on the neck of the ghost agent, and drops of blood overflowed from the damaged area. A Lerak casually threw the ghost agent, who fainted due to the psychic shock, to the ground, and rarely did he kill him. Such creatures with short lives, but each of them is eager to die. If this is all you can do, how can you deal with Ammon? A Lerak used the same trick again, and knocked out the remaining ghost agents on the bridge, which really took him some time. You damn Tal'Darim. Duke felt a dull pain all over his body when he got up from the ground. At the moment, there were dozens of Imperial officers and soldiers whose lives and deaths were unknown lying on the bridge, and the alarms kept flashing. What did you do to them? A Lerak, the first ascender of the Tal'Darim, stood at the pinnacle of power in Slain. As an important figure in the hostile forces, Duke could not help but know something. In fact, the more famous these people are, the greater the merits Duke will get for killing them. According to the unreliable information of the Imperial Intelligence Department, a Lerak, the first ascender, is a ruthless and insidious character who is good at plotting and scheming, and is good at playing with people's hearts and manipulating power. If High Lord Marash ruled the Tal'Darim with great power and cruel means, then a Lerak relied more on his superb skills to move between various forces and control everyone. Of course, as the first ascender today, a Lerak's power is also very strong. They can't die yet. The Tal'Darim star looked down at Duke's angry eyes. If you have time to care about the life and death of others, you might as well care more about yourself. A Lerak noticed that the human in front of him was not afraid at all. No, he did feel timid, which is human nature, but soon, this person will be controlled by a series of hormones secreted in the body, and become irritable and reckless. In other words, the butt occupied the brain. When Alarak slowly walked towards Duke, only a few steps away from him, the old general pounced on the first person of Tal'Darim like a tiger and swung his fist fiercely at his grey and sick face. But then, Alarak dodged the blow easily and knocked Duke to the ground with a harder and faster punch. Alarak still held back on this punch, otherwise Duke would have had more than just a black eye on his face. Your fist is as soft as a kitten, and your mind is as slow as a pug. Oh, even the weakest Tal'Darim dead apostle is much stronger than you. I racked my brains, but couldn't figure out what's so good about your ridiculous salamander head. Alarak walked while swiping the sharp blade on his finger across the screen on the console, with a hint of sarcasm in his words. Does your emperor really have no one to use? You should learn from the Tal'Darim. Pa. Duke spat. Listen to me, you bunch of trash are not worth my personal effort. Alarak certainly knew what was going on in Duke's mind. No time for idle chatter. Your pathetic emperor is trapped in Urna. He's a complete fool. He didn't even know he had fallen into Ammon's trap. He sneered. If you want to save him, you must trust me and send a fleet to Urna immediately. Huh. I thought he was a valuable character, but I was wrong. Do you take me for a fool? There was no way Duke would believe what his enemy said, and in a few words, he couldn't figure out what Alarak was talking about, nor did he understand why this Tal'Darim would betray his dark god and inform humans. Yes, but it doesn't matter. Alarak smiled coldly. Or do you think you are so smart? If I wanted you to die, I would have torn your head off long ago. Why waste time with you? Ask yourself, what value do you have that I can use to deceive you? Isn't it sincere enough for the first ascendant to appear in person? Alarak said, you really disappoint me. If Marash and Jinra had died in Atreus last time, I would be the new High Lord now, and I could command all the Tal'Darim without having to go there in person. In just a few words, Duke was convinced that this damn Protoss was more hateful than Jim Raynor. This bunch of crazy Protoss who had taken diazines and were stupid, their brains were abnormal, and their words were infuriating. While there is still a chance, you'd better kill me quickly, otherwise I will throw you into the garbage dump like a dead dog. Duke was stalling for time. It wouldn't be long before the elite guards of Alpha Squadron would arrive at the flagship. It seemed that the Tal'Darim was not going to kill him, otherwise he would have done it long ago. I don't know what you are talking about, but if you want me to betray the Emperor, you'd better give up this idea as soon as possible. Really loyal, Alarak stared at Duke and said, but I'm sure that your Emperor is now trapped in Ulna. His biggest mistake was to bring a group of Templars into Ulna, and now they are all corrupted by Ammon. In order to save your leader's life, I don't mind reminding you again and again to send a fleet into Ulna immediately, otherwise it will be too late. The only way to win is to do better than your enemy, General. If you want to die, then my way will make your death more valuable. No one. Duke said word by word. No one can mobilize his army without the Emperor. No one. TSK, poor coward. It's better for you to die than live in fear. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Alarak had to throw out this sentence coldly. Just as Alarak was deciding what to say, several Terran aircraft carriers suddenly popped up on the still-lit tactical platform of the Norad III. These aircraft carriers looked very strange. Not only was there a strange red light lingering on the golden blue armor, but many Purifier Protoss warships were closely following behind them. All Imperial warships, stop those Terran warships. The communication stream of the Purifier warships suddenly flashed on the bridge, and the sentences were still as concise as ever. I see. This is enough to prove that what I said is true. The beasts are out of the cage. They are the dogs of the void. Alarak said, each one is 1,000 times more terrifying than your strongest human warriors. Ammon corrupted the Kara and turned the Templar into his lackeys, but the Tal'Darim don't have the Kara. We don't need such weak and ridiculous things. Although Alarak had realized at this time that the Terran Emperor might not need to be saved by himself, it didn't matter at all. Alarak was not really in a hurry to save him, but it was just a means to gain the trust of humans. It was enough to just remind them. What are you waiting for? Smash those Templar ships. Their ridiculous warships are as fragile as beautiful shells and cannot withstand a single blow. Alarak's tone was as if he was the commander of the human fleet. He stared at the aggressive Durham warships, and his bright red eyes flashed with hatred and hatred. They are now Ammon's lackeys, a group of poor people who can't control their own destiny. He shouted to Duke, "Don't you understand? This universe is about to end. Ammon wants all of us dead. Hurry up and do it, before they break your neck. Next time, I won't remind you with good intentions. You don't need to give me orders." Duke straightened his face. "Damn it, but you have to fix my ship." Chapter 696, Abandoning the Darkness and Joining the Light. After a while, on the Derham's arc ship Spear of Adun. Spear of Adun. This ship is too bright, it hurts my eyes. After watching the human fleet encircle and annihilate the remaining warships of Derham on Duke's flagship, Alarak was escorted to the Spear of Adun. The Tal'Darim's warship is the model of the art of war. Walking on the wide front deck of the Spear of Adun, Alarak would occasionally feel sour about the miles-long corridors and shining decks. Above his head colorful lights were pouring down from the ceiling shaped by the energy of the Spear of Adun, as if countless falling diamonds were shining under the sun, and the scattered light and shadows showed the majesty and beauty of a glorious giant ship. The Spear of Adun was wide and bright, and every corner seemed to be shining, which was completely different from the depressing atmosphere of the Tal'Darim warship. The Templars obviously took care of the Spear of Adun, as if it were an ancient relic like a mothership, but the Tal'Darim never went to great lengths to do such things. Combat power is the guarantee of everything. That's all. Alarak entered the Spear of Adun as a prisoner of war, rather than an invited visitor. For a moment, he couldn't figure out whether the leader who wanted to see him was the Protoss or the human leader. The current situation is very strange. The Spear of Adun is obviously a rare super Protoss flagship in the world, but the figures of the Terran Empire and the Purifiers can be seen everywhere in it, and huge human and Purifier war weapons are also common. It's really a strange sight. In addition, the escort of Alarak was actually the Terran Empire Alpha Squadron elite guard under Edmund Duke. Could it be that the Spear of Adun has now become the flagship of the Terran Empire? She now has to change her name to Mengsk. Alarak is now very curious about who has the say on this ship. Alarak was somewhat envious and jealous. If he had gotten the Spear of Adun, he could just paint it black and use it. He could make up the name of the Ark of Death and show off his power in Slain. Wouldn't that be wonderful? You finally said something sensible. This ship is actually nothing special. Our ship is much better than this. General Edmund Duke, wearing white power armor, followed behind Alarak, followed by more than 20 fully armed marines from the Alpha Squadron. With Duke's past style, he didn't even have the mood to listen to Alarak's nonsense. Even if he got an order, he wouldn't take him to see Augustus. If it were in the past, Duke wouldn't care whether Alarak was really sincere about cooperating with the Empire. He would have taken revenge for personal gain and shot him in a corner. But even Duke is not completely willful and arbitrary now. After following Augustus for a long time, Duke is also used to considering the overall situation, rather than the gains and losses of a battle or a place. A living first ascender of the Tal'Darim, at least he can get 2 more medals. Not bad. Point if you say so, then so. Alarak said after a moment of silence. He was even too lazy to compliment the broken copper and iron warships of the humans, which was against his conscience of the Tal'Darim. You are now my prisoner, be honest. Duke heard the sarcasm in Alarak's voice and stared at Alarak in front of him. Alarak voluntarily took off his armor and blade, wearing only a blood-red robe, and his hands behind his back were bound by a shackle, made of catalytic alloy. This could not trap a powerful ascender at all, but the hidden Dark Templar masters behind him were a little tricky. But since he dared to go deep into the enemy camp alone, Alarak did not think of retreating unscathed. Even if he was a meticulous and calculating gambler, he was still a gambler. Alarak was able to achieve his current status, in part because he dared to take risks. Edmund Duke, you don't even blush when you say that. Alarak reminded Duke, I really admire your thick skin. I will assume that all aliens have fully developed brains, otherwise how can I talk to these disgusting bastards? Duke said. Me too, Alarak said back. I really should sew your mouth shut. Duke said viciously, you stinking shit, if you dare, try to fight me. The most tragic thing about humans is that they only have a mouth. Alarak has no mouth, but his language output level is far above Duke's. You rely on a pair of ears, but you are deaf. You have a pair of eyes, but you can't see. You haven't been shot by me yet, but my emperor wants you to be executed immediately on behalf of the Terrans killed by the Tal'Darim. I will drown you like a real dead dog, and then stuff my boot into your stinking mouth. Duke's face changed. HMPH, whatever you want. Alarak snorted coldly and stopped provoking Duke. He was anxious. Soon, after several jump platforms, Alarak came to the upper deck of the Spear of Adun under Duke's escort. The closer to the bridge of the Spear of Adun, the more traces of fierce fighting there were. On the road, you could even see many combat machines that had not been cleaned up and recycled. Obviously, a big battle had just taken place inside the Spear of Adun, and the Terran Protoss almost lost this flagship. If Ammon had obtained an Ark ship, he would definitely use it for cruel destruction. The Ark of Salvation became the flagship of destruction of the Dark Fleet. It was really ironic to think about it. When the mobile platform came to the bridge of the Spear of Adun, the magnificent deck control console and the vast starry sky were unfolding in front of Alarak. The bridge was almost destroyed beyond recognition, with huge crystals and polished golden metal fragments scattered all over the ground. Hundreds of servants were hovering above their heads like fish, using tractor beams to clean the devastated decks. What was going on? When Alarak arrived at the bridge of the Spear of Adun, he saw Augustus's royal guard saluting Duke. Your Majesty, endless void energy is pouring out of the void gate of the Temple of Urna. We must close this void gate, otherwise the terrible shadow tentacles will tear our fleet and Urna apart sooner or later. The sensor shows that this void gate is drawing energy from those void crystals. If you want to seal it, you must destroy these crystals. Since you have an idea, do it immediately. Locate the coordinates of these void crystals and send troops. Augustus Mengsk, the Emperor of the Terran humans, is really as his name suggests. Alarak walked to the center of the bridge of the Spear of Adun, but saw Augustus, who was surrounded by people. Your men are not very efficient. Damn it, I should have shot this beast in the back earlier. Duke came to Augustus with a dark face. Don't bother with a Tal'Darim Protoss. If I can't kill you, I can still make you angry to death. Raynor was also standing aside and couldn't help but complain to Duke. I can't imagine there is a bigger jerk than you in this world. When Duke looked at Raynor, he actually felt that the other's hateful face became friendly. After all, he is not a human being. Raynor spread his hands. Duke, why didn't you die outside? You piece of shit. I can live another 200 years. Duke said. Tal'Darim, you must not be rude to Emperor Augustus. Before Augustus could say anything, an unexpected voice appeared. It was Artanis, who had just removed the nerve bundle and was about to restore the glory of Durham. Artanis, first disciple of Tacita, senior executive of Durham. I haven't seen you for a while. How come you look like this now? Alarak said, and the blood pressure of the Templars began to rise. What a mess. He said to Artanis, first you lost Air, and now it's the Golden Fleet. Can't you make some progress? Artanis, you always waste most of your time on assembling troops. This is why you fail. How dare you? Selendis did not allow anyone to insult Artanis in front of her. Alarak was also dissatisfied with Artanis. If Artanis could fight back, Alarak would not have to ask for help from humans. This was a development that even he could not have imagined. Although humans are not worth mentioning, they are not dispensable, not to mention that they have now gained the trust of the mechanical Protoss. Artanis, look at what you have become now. There are only 2 or 3 kittens, and humans and purifiers have to help clean up the mess. TUI. Shame. TUI. 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 But Artanis ignored Alarak, probably because he felt it was embarrassing to quarrel with him in front of so many people. Are you Alarak? Augustus pretended to be unfamiliar with Alarak. Alarak the conspirator. Alarak is used to maneuvering between the various powerful people, pretending to be good and bad, and then defecting at the right time to become the final winner. This is the key to Alarak's advancement to the top of the chain of ascension, commonly known as a traitor. Yes, Alarak, the first person to be promoted in the Tal'Darim. Alarak showed a mischievous expression and added, I remember that the account of Braxis should be put on the head of the Tal'Darim. Augustus waved his hand, drag him away and shoot him. The Tal'Darim and the Terrans have a deep hatred. Today you raised one of my colonies, and tomorrow I will double it back. The Tal'Darim is the most warlike and aggressive faction among the Protoss, but the Terrans are also the hard bones among the human race. Anyway, they have stained each other's blood. Wait, it would be much more beneficial for you to keep me alive than to execute me. When the royal guards were about to take him away, Alarak was really surprised. There were so many people here, and the one who had the final say was a human, and Artemis and Zarachel had no objections. Alarak winked at Artemis, but the other party was blind and could not see. But Alarak was not worried that Augustus would really execute him. Otherwise, he should have executed Alarak directly instead of pretending to do it after meeting him in person. Such a big shot has no time to scare people. Compared with Artemis, Alarak prefers Augustus, who is in line with the values of the Tal'Darim, and is ruthless and taciturn. But the disadvantage is that it is not easy to fool. Tell me, what can you do for me? Augustus's cold grey eyes stared at Alarak with an imposing manner. Augustus did not mind killing Alarak now and making him pay for his blood debt with blood, but it was indeed as the Tal'Darim said, he was now of great value. Although Augustus did not expect that Alarak was looking for him instead of Artemis, he could guess what Alarak wanted to say. You must have known that our dark god Ammon has returned, and the end of the world has come for all creatures in this universe. Alarak shook off the two royal guards who were kicking him and said confidently, what I know is far more terrible than you believe. Countless void gates will be opened in the universe, and the Dark Army loyal to Ammon will destroy one galaxy after another, including your empire and hundreds of billions of people. Speak only of what is useful. Augustus confronted Alarak, and he did not dare to say anything back. You talk too much nonsense, Tal'Darim. Augustus' attitude was also within Alarak's expectations. The Terran's favorability towards Tal'Darim has always been negative, and Alarak knew what he had done before. Our god is Ammon, he said to Augustus. He went back on his word and deprived us of our privileges. Ascension is just a lie, because he believes that death is the most perfect upgrade. After helping Ammon destroy the universe, the Tal'Darim will also perish. He deceived me and my people. So, I vowed to take revenge on him. But no one in the Tal'Darim will believe my one-sided story. Their blind loyalty to Ammon will only make them regard me as a heretic. Alarak continued, now, all the Tal'Darim are still deceived by Ammon. Now, the Tal'Darim's death fleet is gathering in Slain, preparing to launch a full-scale invasion, and the Terran Empire is also under the Tal'Darim's attack. It won't be long before the war will engulf the entire galaxy, and countless humans will be slaughtered. Do you think we will believe you? Raynor interrupted, and he and Duke looked at each other and smiled maliciously. HMPH. Alarak was about to say something back, but he held back. Augustus Mengsk, I want to propose a deal. High Lord Marash knew Ammon's lies long ago, but chose to conceal them, and deliberately led the Tal'Darim to destruction. Help me create an opportunity to challenge the ruling power, and help me defeat Marash, and become the new High Lord. In return, I will make my people no longer regard you as enemies. So, you want me to help you? Augustus looked at Alarak, paused, and said, this is a request. No, this is a deal. Alarak narrowed his eyes slightly and said, then I refuse this deal. Augustus said. Alarak took 2 steps forward in an instant, wanting to overwhelm this weak human emperor with his powerful momentum, but found that the other party was not moved at all. Inexplicable, this is just an ordinary human. Speaking of which, Tassida and Rassigal, the 2 real race leaders, are not here. From the perspective of the Alliance, Augustus's status is indeed higher. Whether it was Zarachel, the High Priest of the Dark Templar, or the high-ranking executive of Darum, they all had a vague attitude of Augustus leading the charge. This was a human. If he had known this, he would not have bothered to provoke humans in the first place, and he could have just let his subordinates handle the destruction of human colonies, and then he could have passed the blame to Marash. But now that things have come to this, there is no point in regretting it. No Tal'Darim would take human lives seriously, as they would be even more ruthless to their compatriots in the chain of ascension anyway. The Tal'Darim had no morals at all, so they would not be bound by this. Long before us, didn't you also massacre the Tal'Darim of Na'an? This is tit for tat. Alarak said without giving in. As long as I become a high-ranking lord, I will not only order the Death Fleet to withdraw from the war, but also help you fight Ammon, and protect your colonies in the far end of the galaxy. I don't mind reminding you that the help of the Tal'Darim has reduced the losses of you humans by more than tens of thousands of people. Alarak paused and added emphatically, of course, I don't care about their lives at all. Humans always like to destroy themselves. He said, even if you leave them alone for a few hundred years, you will be finished. I don't have to go against humans. Alarak knew that Augustus valued his people as much as Artemis, and this was a weakness. As long as he could save more lives, Augustus didn't mind temporarily letting go of his hatred, and for Alarak, this was enough. On the contrary, the Tal'Darim Protoss who love their people like their own children don't have such a weakness that can be exploited by the enemy. Well said, but I refuse. Augustus' face showed no expression. Alarak took a few steps on the spot and continued, very good, this is a request. In exchange, the Tal'Darim will also withdraw from your Kaprulu sector after the war, and we will not interfere with each other from now on. If you are here to ask for help, don't be so high-handed. Raynor said, people with different ideals cannot work together. This is not a condition. Augustus said, anyway, you have been driven out by us. I have made it very clear, as long as you help me win the position of High Lord, not only Slane's Death Fleet, but all the Tal'Darim Protoss will join your alliance to fight against Ammon. As long as you don't go too far, I'm willing to listen to your opinion. But it is definitely not an order. Alarak knew that his bargaining chips were no less than a free hand, and he had already conceded what he could. Otherwise, Alarak would say proudly, as long as you submit to my absolute rule, I will reluctantly let you join me. When you cooperate with a person like Augustus Mengsk, you can't have the intention of playing tricks on him, otherwise he will make you know his tricks. For a moment, Augustus seemed to be thinking about something, and didn't say anything. Alarak had no doubt that, if the other party refused this deal, he could execute him at any time, and cut off the roots. Tal'Darim, it's not a wise choice to believe their lies. On the other side, the Purifier Protoss executive Kel-morian, who had been observing, suddenly said, lies? What else do you have except lies? Mechanical Protoss. Alarak sneered. I remember you, Tal'Darim. Kel-morian changed his words, that humans could understand. I hope your blade is as hard as your mouth. You'd better remember that we will live longer than you, and the memories we store will not be lost. Well, only Tal'Darim and Veloans are difficult to raise. What Alarak didn't know was that the Purifiers really wanted revenge, and it was not too late for 10 years. Even if 1,000 years have passed, they will still seriously bring up old matters with you when they wake up. Tal'Darim, whether you can gain our trust depends, not on words but on actions. Zarachel said. Dark Templar. I never talk to cowards who dare not even show their faces. Alarak said immediately. Zarachel did not say anything. It would be embarrassing to really argue with Alarak. Besides, Augustus would say that a gentleman would rather take action than speak. However, Alarak made an attitude clear. He did not care about angering everyone to prove to Augustus that he had no intention of forming a private alliance with anyone to divide the multi-ethnic alliance that Augustus had worked hard to promote. Augustus Mengsk, believe it or not, Alarak glanced at Artemis next to him and said, anyway, you seem to be the one in charge here, and I'm waiting for your answer. Alarak did not want to shake Augustus' authority, but just wanted to determine who among these people was the one who made the decision and gave the order. Remember what you said today. Augustus made the final decision. Time will tell. Don't try to deceive me, Alarak. I know you better than you know yourself. Darum has no objection. Artemis said. We do too. Kel-morian said. Very wise. Alarak said. For now, supporting Alarak to take over the Tal'Darim, so that the powerful Death Fleet will withdraw from Ammon's camp, and even expand the power of his own camp. Apart from Alarak, Augustus really can't find a suitable candidate who can shake the high-level Lord Marash. As for Jynara, the second person to be promoted, this kind of character who can be beaten by Ammon's champion who came out of nowhere and ran away in panic is not mentioned. Although Augustus still decided to accept Alarak's request temporarily, the hatred between them must not be let go. However, since Alarak has come, who will be the next one to abandon the dark and join the light? A wise choice. I was right about you. Alarak resisted the urge to laugh out loud. We should go to Slane right now and hold a Rakshi ceremony according to our tradition to challenge Marash. You don't need to remind me what I should do, understand? Augustus stared at Alarak coldly and said, "The only thing you should do is prepare your damn ceremony and wait. The most important thing for Augustus now is to block the Void Gate of Erna, recover all the Zelniger heritage, and then summon the army back to the Kaprulu sector to rescue Shakurus and bring the Dark Templar under his command. Things should be prioritized, but if the Tal'Darim can withdraw from the war in advance, it can also effectively reduce losses and reduce the scale of the battlefield. I feel like the leader of the Kaprulu martial arts world. Legacy of Tyrannid. Artemis, keep an eye on Alarak. You'd better make sure he is always in your sight." Augustus said to Artemis, "I don't trust this guy. I can't guarantee that he won't do something else." "Okay, Alarak." Artemis walked towards Alarak. "I will keep a close eye on you during the time on the Spear of Adun. Whatever you want." Alarak raised his rebellious head high and said, "I won't allow you to leave my sight. Oh, follow wherever you want. I have no objection." Write more today. Chapter 697, Erna's Legacy. A few hours later, Augustus rewarded Duke with a golden medal and sent him back, then returned to his flagship White Star, along with Raynor and Zerichel. The surrender of Alarak, the first ascender of the Tal'Darim, was just a minor episode, and Augustus did not want to show too much respect for him, lest he not understand his position. Alarak was known for his cruelty and cunning, and his personal combat power was also unparalleled. It was not appropriate for Augustus to keep him by his side, as he might stab him in the back one day and use the emperor to control the princes. So Augustus threw Alarak to Artemis, who was the only one who seemed to be able to control him. By this time, the magnificent fleet battle in the Atarian Rift had come to an end, and the fleets of all parties began to gather their warships and recover the fleets of carrier-based aircraft that had come out in full force. The Terran Empire and the Purifiers worked together to defeat the corrupted Dalam Protoss fleet. They tried their best to save some of the Dalam warships, but they had to destroy most of the rest, because the Templars on them had completely fallen into darkness. In this civil war with the other two allies, the Dalam Protoss suffered the greatest losses, with more than a third of their warships sunk in the war, and the rest were also severely damaged, including the Archship Spear of Adun and several Motha ships. Only less than 20 warships did not need to be overhauled, and could be immediately put into the next stage of the battle. The Protoss are always used to directly warping fleets and buildings from distant air and other Protoss Empire colonies, instead of building new warships like humans. This is the foundation of a universal interstellar civilization. But sadly, since Salmon corrupted Kara, these warships are now the last strength that Artemis can gather. If it weren't for the Terran Empire and the Purifiers to help Artemis take back his warships, there would be almost nothing left, and he would almost become a commander without troops. In contrast, the Terranid Empire fleet under Augustus only lost a few dozen battle cruisers and some fighters. This was mainly because the Imperial fleet only provided fire support and completed the encirclement, while the Purifier Protoss fleet under Krellarian was the one that carried out the assault. The Purifier Protoss could withstand far more casualties than the human army could bear, and those AI-programmed warriors who joined the battle in accordance with the combat protocol could withstand 100% casualties without affecting morale. This allowed these warriors to be deployed on those Dalam warships that were destined to be destroyed in this battle, and to save them as much as possible by cutting off the Templars' nerve bundles in the battle while ignoring their own casualties. And only the Purifier Protoss could do this. For the Purifier Protoss, death is a glorious sacrifice, not an end. It is appropriate to say that they are all heroic spirits who have died once. These ancient Protoss heroes still regard themselves as Templars. They have a high sense of honor, are used to charging into battle, and regard falling behind in battle as a shame. In the final analysis, although the descendants are unfilial, they still have to beat themselves up. The so-called family disgrace should not be made public, which is probably the reason. If it weren't for the Purifier Protoss who could exchange their lives for lives, Augustus would have ordered the destruction of all the Daram warships instead of trying to see if some could be saved. To deal with the corrupted Kara, Augustus still has the killer weapon of the Zelniger artifact in his hand, but it can't be used now. Ammon's plan to destroy the world is not without flaws. His biggest flaw is his arrogance and underestimation of everyone. Among the three races, he despises humans the most. but coincidentally, Augustus just knows the whole process of dealing with Ammon. However, Ammon has just corrupted Kara, and it is too much to expect Carax to work out a solution like in the original timeline. Augustus can only remind Carax indirectly that the Xel'Naga artifact can be used to temporarily imprison Ammon's consciousness so as to extract it from Kara, but this obviously takes time. With this trump card, Augustus is not worried about the problem of the Golden Fleet. At present, he is more worried about the various Terran Empire territories and the people there outside the Atarian Rift. Since Ammon has corrupted Kara, as time goes by, the only force among the Deremprotus that can still resist him is the Nerazimprotus Dark Templar of Shakurus. When Shakurus falls, the only humans in the Kaprulu sector who can still fight back will be Augustus's humans. Alarak brought some Tal'Darim troops. According to him, they are the most powerful warriors under his command. Raynor's voice brought Augustus back to reality. At this moment, the two of them were walking along the gangway in the middle of the bridge into the interior of the steel behemoth of the White Star. The lines of the bulkheads on both sides were neat and tidy, as if they were shining like pure silver. In their spare time, the crew and sailors would clean the alloy steel floors of the battleship's decks and other exposed metal parts over and over again at the captain's request, cleaning them to make them shiny and new. As the flagship of the new generation of the Terran Empire, the White Star can be seen with gorgeous golden wolf ornaments and emblems symbolizing imperial power everywhere, and the soldiers on board are all elite royal guards. There are countless corridors and heavy steel doors that look exactly the same in this behemoth. The roar of the engine and the hum of the fan have always been with it, never far away. Like a precision running machine, this battleship, along with every component and crew inside it, is running in an orderly manner. There are always all kinds of strange noises in the depths of the battle cruiser, some of which even the most experienced engineers in the battleship cannot tell where they come from. The battleship was so huge, with thousands of different compartments, some of which had never been visited by anyone since it was built. Even if what he said is true, we can't count on the loyalty of the Tal'Darim. Raynor continued, Talander said that, even if these Tal'Darim glare at you behind your back, you must knock him down immediately. We are not in the chain of ascension, and it will do him no good to defeat him with an underdog. Augustus acted very relaxed and joked, with Artenis watching him, I can rest assured. Artenis? Raynor couldn't figure out which part of Augustus' words was a joke. I'm worried that he will be fooled by a Lerak and have nothing left. You underestimate Artenis. Although the Templar are not as good at gossiping and scheming as the Tal'Darim, they are not stupid. Augustus shook his head, and Artenis is not a stubborn person who doesn't know how to adapt. If a Lerak can really prompt the Tal'Darim to leave Ammon's camp as he said, then it will be a pleasant surprise. Since coming to Ulna, Zarachil has never been out of Augustus' sight. In this final battle, we must unite all the forces that can be united as much as possible. This respected elder has always held a pessimistic attitude towards the crisis of world destruction, but he has never given up hope. Since the Xel'Naga are no longer hopeful, they must now gather all the forces that are determined to resist Ammon. You are right. Augustus had already calculated this, and had already decided who is worthy of winning over, and who must be dealt with first. The arrival of Ammon changed a lot of things. When there is a final boss who is stronger than anyone else, and does not hide his intention to overturn everyone's table, those forces that would never ally with the Terran Empire in the past will be shaken. Take the primitive Zerg of Zerwin as an example. Although they are afraid of Ammon to the bone, they may not be desperate if they are forced into a corner. Ammon does not need individuals with free will, but only slaves who can be completely controlled by him. Zarachil, you have traveled in the universe for many years, and you have seen much more than us, and you should have a wide network of contacts. Raynor looked at Zarachil and said, before this, an ancient Protoss Empire responded to my call for help. Zarachil thought for a moment and said, I learned that they were a branch of the ancient Protoss that followed the Xel'Naga out of air, but did not evolve into the Tal'Darim. These Protoss call themselves I-Hanli, meaning great teachers in the Protoss language, and are the only descendants of the Xel'Naga. The I-Hanli Protoss are as arrogant as the powerful power they possess. They regard the Xel'Naga as gods, far more fanatical than we are. An ancient Protoss empire? Raynor just asked casually, not expecting Zarachil to have connections. Yes, but we have never heard of or seen the I-Handley Protoss? Zarachel said, we know less about them than the Tal'Darim Protoss. It sounds like they came out of nowhere. Augustus was surprised, which he had never expected. The I-Handley Protoss is known to be a branch of the Protoss that worships the Xel'Naga extremely. This Protoss faction has taken another path of development, that is, using Xel'Naga technology to embellish its own civilization. Augustus optimistically estimated that, if they saw the Xel'Naga Morganernary, they would probably explode on the spot. Different culture, different traditions, different positions. This Protoss may also be very powerful. But just like the Purifiers, they have long withdrawn from the stage of history, and have been in a deep state of dormancy. In the original timeline, the I-Handley Protoss did not appear. If you insist, it is the Zarachel troops in the cooperative mode timeline, but that is not actually the official history. However, the current timeline has long been messed up by Augustus. Tacita, Phoenix, Zarachel, Arcturus and Tychus have all survived. In a sense, it really looks like a parallel world timeline in the cooperative mode, but it is not quite the same. Augustus speculated that perhaps the glorious history of the I-Handley Empire was completely staggered with the rise of the Ea Protoss Empire, because they may have left Ea before the Aeon of Disaster. Before the Protoss Empire entered the golden age of expansion, the empire had already been dormant, so that they did not know each other. In other words, the I-Handley Protoss are extremely mysterious, and have always avoided communicating with other Protoss branches, but they are still watching them in secret. If this awakened Protoss Empire can become a helper for the Terran Empire, then it is not a bad idea. However, Augustus remembered that the former home planet of the I-Handley Protoss Empire was the planet Tirida IX, which is now located in the territory of the Terran Empire. This is a hidden danger of territorial disputes. It is really a territory that has existed since ancient times. One of the original intentions of the I-Handley Protoss return is to restore the glory of their ancient empire, which is enough to give Augustus a headache. Zarachel, can you still contact these Protoss? Augustus thought to himself that no matter how to recruit them, let them come first, and don't waste the thugs who come for free. It is not enough to rely on humans alone. This is still good news. Considering that the second generation of the Overmind is still alive, it is not enough to rely on Artenis's original team to fight against Ammon. My trip to Erna interrupted my contact with them. Once I leave the Atarian Rift, I will try to contact the I-Handley Council again, Zarachel said to Augustus. As they talked, they had already walked into a fast-moving internal elevator, and soon boarded the bridge deck of the White Star along the running ramp. Your Majesty, there is a new communication request waiting for your review. As soon as Augustus walked into the bridge, the mechanical adjutant of the White Star called him. It's Artenis. Augustus took a look and said, connect it. Artenis figure wearing platinum armor immediately appeared on the main screen. Emperor Augustus, we are working on closing the void gate opened in the Ascension Temple, and expelling the shadow invasion from the void. A part of the footage shot in the Erna Reunification Temple was connected to the screen. The scarlet void energy was pouring out from the majestic walls of the temple, tearing the towering walls. It's really spectacular. Raynor said, this gate leads directly to the void. Maybe we can throw some nuclear bombs in, to give Ammon a little surprise. If we really want to do this, my suggestion is to throw something more explosive in. Augustus nodded to Artenis, but now, we can't just leave this thing alone. Augustus is still waiting to take over the Xel'Naga legacy in Erna, and he can't just sit back and watch it be eroded by the void. At the same time, in the magnificent temples of Erna, alloy forged trusses rose from the ground, and huge steel cranes were lifting huge Xel'Naga structures, sending countless precious Xel'Naga artifacts, document slabs that preserved ancient knowledge, and Xel'Naga kinetic machinery that stored powerful void energy. These extremely precious ancient relics were all sent into the interior of the Hercules transport ship that was rising and falling. The ground was full of large space engineering vehicles and busy figures, and the roar of the machinery was deafening. In time, these precious Xel'Naga will be able to be used by the Terran Empire. For example, by studying the Xel'Naga space-time technology, the warp speed of the Imperial warships will be significantly improved. After Augustus led the fleet out of the Atarian Rift and returned to the Kaprulu sector, the excavation of Erna will not stop until it is hollowed out. In the introduction of the I Handley Protoss skin, it is mentioned that the I Handley fleet awakened by Zarachel belongs to an ancient empire. In essence, this is a setting to sell skins, but I like different racial factions. I have wanted to write this for a long time, and I have buried the foreshadowing a long time ago. Chapter 698 I Handley Star Spirit. Looking out of the porthole on the White Star's front bridge deck, the dazzling white flash of the Aterian rift was rapidly receding, and one magnificent Imperial battlecruiser after another was lined up in a long column behind, with bows connected to sterns, with no end in sight. The entire fleet was brightly lit, and the lights along the outlines of the warships made the emblems and hull numbers of each warship particularly eye-catching and spectacular. Below the Imperial fleet, the huge fleet of the Purifier fleet with flashing orange lights could be seen, like a torrent of flashing white and orange flames. Looking out of the porthole on the other side, the huge hull of the Spear of Adun occupied the entire field of vision, and the gorgeous bow alone was like an unparalleled, brilliantly lit golden city. The fleet of golden void glow ships pierced through the fluorescent blue matrix curtained around the Ark ship, like a golden and blue sword piercing the sky. An ancient Protoss empire that is awakening. Artanis' eyes widened a little, and he looked like he had never heard of it. The leaders of the Terran Empire, Darum and the Purifiers gathered on the White Star to attend the pre-war meeting held by Augustus to discuss the next battle plan. There were many people standing on the wide bridge, and the tall figures of the Protoss were very conspicuous. Basically, all the leaders of the races who could be present were present, and this grand occasion was very rare. The I Handley Protoss may have separated from our race millions of years ago, and followed the Xel'Naga without hesitation and left Air. But no matter what, the I Handley must not have found the Xel'Naga, so they had to stop at the edge of our known world, and establish their empire. Zarachel said, the only thing that can be confirmed is that they are Protoss, our relatives. There may be quite a few relatives scattered among the stars before and after the War of the Eons. That sad catastrophe forced our race to leave our home planet and scatter to places that are far beyond our sight. Perhaps the arbitrators of the Supreme Council know of their existence, but for the sake of the internal stability of the Protoss Empire, they have not made it public. Artanis hesitated to speak. In the eyes of the Supreme Council, the Protoss who do not believe in Kala are all heretics, but on the contrary, I'm afraid that in the eyes of the I Handley Protoss, they are the unforgivable pagans. The I Handley Empire. From the information currently obtained, this is an ancient Protoss empire that is equally arrogant and powerful, which is exactly the same as the consistent character of the Protoss. It sounds very similar to the experience of the Tal'Darim. Raynor thought of something. It's just that the Tal'Darim found their god Ammon, but the I Handley didn't. Alarak, have you Tal'Darim heard of the I Handley Protoss? Augustus looked at the first person in the Tal'Darim who was promoted. No. Hearing Augustus's question, Alarak mocked several forces in one breath. Now no matter what level, they dare to call themselves an empire. Of course, no one here cares about his opinion. The pale grey face of the first promoted was full of dissatisfaction. His previous verbal cannon output almost offended everyone. So, when they were on the Spear of Adun, the executive officers of the Purifiers asked Alarak for a few moves in the name of exchanging skills, and they were almost beaten into pigheads. Alarak believed that only pain and torture were the true meaning of life, but that didn't mean he was the one who suffered pain and torture. This is really unpleasant. Staying on the Spear of Adun, Artanis had too many rules to follow, not to mention that Artanis, that idiot, was still meddling with him about his terrazine intake. It was really annoying. We haven't seen them either. Korhal expressed his opinion on behalf of all the Purifier Protoss. The attitude of the I Handley Protoss is crucial. More strange Protoss were added. Zarachel, didn't you say that the elders of the I Handley Protoss would contact us? It should be now. Raynor mentioned at this time. Your Majesty, the communication with the unknown signal has been connected. They claim to be a fleet of the I Handley Protoss. A communications sergeant reminded Augustus at this time. The main body of the I Handley Protoss ships and constructs is a very special deformable organic meteorite, powered by void crystal arrays, Xel'Naga kinetic energy machines and the Xel'Naga artifact well of nebula, with battlements and clear corners. Therefore, the I Handley fleet is like a meteorite fleet composed of countless meteorites. Everyone, let's hear what the I Handley Protoss have to say. Augustus nodded and turned to Artemis and the others. A few seconds later, the communication screen was transferred to the main screen of the White Stars Bridge. What Augustus saw was the huge bridge of the I. Hanley Protus mothership dotted with many green void crystals. Its wide deck was made of some kind of simple black stone slabs, on which were carved runes as fine as blood vessels in mysterious geometric patterns. The far wall of the bridge was inlaid with ancient reliquaries, and the rich darkness spread from the shadows radiating from below. The I. Hanley claimed to be the last descendants of the Zelniger. Whether it was their ships or their clothing styles, they were almost identical to the Zelniger creations in Urna. Along the black stone table decorated with spiral and vortex patterns, the elders of the I. Hanley sat high on the huge stone chairs dotted with gems and crystals, and their emerald green eyes seemed to be looking down on all living things. Gods above, we are speaking to you from afar, the Spokesperson of the Zelniger. Augustus said nothing, and looked at Zerachel. The Spokesperson of the Zelniger was talking about Zerachel. Zerachel once told Augustus that it seemed that the I. Hanley Protus believed that he was the Dawnbringer of the Zelniger and the one closest to their gods. Although in a sense, it was true, at least it was a corpse. The I. Hanley Protus were fanatical believers of the Zelniger, and they firmly believed that the gods would give them wise guidance. Not to mention, Zerachel was really worshipped as a messenger of God by the I. Hanley Protus. A charlatan versus a fanatic, this is called a professional match. Great I. Hanley elders, I'm extremely honored by your arrival, Zerachel said with respect. And Zagatinas, gods bless you, Zerachel. An I. Hanley elder said gently, we have just woken up from a deep state of stasis, and do not know much about this era. Those detectors that are still working, have brought us deeply disturbing news. A large number of hideous alien creatures are wreaking havoc on the ruins of our ancient homeland, slaughtering the creatures there wantonly. It is indeed as you said. This is a dark era. At the same time, the I. Hanley elders looked at Augustus, Raynor and others calmly. They did not have any ill intentions, but simply felt that human noses and mouths were very strange. For Zerachel to call them elders, these I. Hanley Protus must be quite old. In the era when they were sleeping, humans may not have arrived in the Kaprulu sector. The I. Hanley elders wore heavy robes of the same color as their meteorite battleships, with green sacred runes painted on them. He wears a crown of perfect proportions and the ends of his hair, which is a bundle of nerves and falls to his chest, are decorated with many beautiful stone ornaments. The I. Hanley Protus are proud of their status as the descendants of the Creator, and for this reason, they will do their best to decorate themselves and their warships with Zelniger relics. Although the first son of Air also worships the Zelniger as a god and regards the Zelniger as their mentor, their fanaticism is far less than that of the I. Hanley. If the first son of God and the Tal'Darim have more or less gone astray, then the I. Hanley Protus seem to be the true successor of the Zelniger. At least, the I. Hanley is a Protus civilization that has developed entirely based on Zelniger technology. Their emblem is a Zelniger with a Protus face, which shows this. Elders, this is indeed a dark age. Zerachel looked at them and said, the fallen among the gods, the Zelniger Ammon, has returned with endless hatred for the endless cycle and all things in the universe. The Doomsday War has come, and Ammon's wrath will eventually engulf the entire galaxy. He said, all things in the universe only hope that we will win. Hearing what Zerachel said, the elders of I. Hanley did not show too much surprise. For thousands of years, the detectors of the I. Hanley Empire have been monitoring other Protus tribes and Zerg, and they also have some understanding of the beliefs of the Tal'Darim. However, the Dark God and the Zelniger that I. Hanley believes in are obviously not the same thing. Even if it was Ammon who came to Air to teach and promote the ancient Protus, the I. Hanley would only choose what they are willing to believe, and naturally separate the positive image of the Zelniger from Ammon. In the early days, Ammon and his followers came to Air and taught the ancient Protus. They really walked among the Protus as the Zelniger, the creator and the true god. This is why the Protus regarded the Zelniger as gods. The army of the Dark God is extremely terrible. Another elder I. Hanley, who was shrouded in shadows, said, only gods can fight against gods. How can mortals who are destined to die disobey gods? This is the truth. Zerachel, have the gods given any revelation? From here, we can see the difference. The Zelniger prophecies mentioned by Zerachel are sometimes too crazy even in the eyes of his compatriots, but I. Hanley believes them unconditionally. Wow, this is an oracle, it must be worshipped. Point, the gods no longer exist. Zarachel still told the truth. Anyway, Ihanli will know what happened in Erna sooner or later, so it is better to tell the truth, otherwise there may be a gap. The elders of Ihanli were silent after hearing this, waiting for Zarachel to continue. They had never found the Xel'Naga, so they were inevitably discouraged, and thought that, since the gods had left, they would never return. Zarachel sighed and recounted the prophecies in the Hall of Revelation in Erna and the scenes in the Hall of Ascension. It was not known whether it was an illusion, but Augustus felt that the eyes of these Ihanli Protoss were straight when they heard about Erna. When Zarachel talked about the death of the Xel'Naga, there was another sound of people sucking in cold air due to extreme shock and pain. But the Protoss seemed to have neither eyeballs nor the need to breathe. Impossible. The gods are eternal. What a blasphemy. The reaction of the Ihanli Protoss could be described as furious. TSK, how pitiful. Alarak laughed out loud. Let them also feel the pain of the Tal'Darim being betrayed by the gods. Ha 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 ha. How vicious. Tal'Darim. Raynor thought to himself, be a human being. Shut up, Alarak. Artanis was a leader of extraordinary bearing, but if you were gentle to Alarak, he would only regard you as weak and vulnerable. But we still have a glimmer of hope. After seeing the tragic situation in the Ascension Hall of Erna, Zarachel thought that even he would feel discouraged. But after Augustus's reminder, Zarachel realized that, since the Xel'Naga in Erna had long died, the kind voice that had given him enlightenment before was obviously still alive in some form. Augustus even believed that it must be a living Xel'Naga. I don't know where he got the confidence from. The prophecy I received before was most likely from a Xel'Naga imprisoned in the void by Ammon, the last god who still had good intentions towards creation. Zarachel said, the last god. Zarachel, you have brought us too many surprises. After a long silence, the oldest Ihanli elder finally said, even if we believe you, we must go to Erna, the abode of the gods, to confirm that this is true. After that, we will summon the fleets sleeping in various parts of the universe, exile Ammon, and rescue our gods. Judgment is coming. Augustus was jealous of the Protoss. It was always like this, as if they could create a fleet from some forgotten and unknown corner, as long as they built a beacon. This is the foundation of an ancient civilization. Look at you, Earthlings. The communication with the Ihanli Protoss was interrupted. Obviously, they still needed some time to digest this information. Can the Ihanli Protoss really be trusted? Augustus asked Zarachel after the communication ended. Augustus knew what Ihanli was planning to do when he went to Ulna to find out. But anyway, they had already dug up most of Ulna's treasures, and there was not much left. They are trustworthy. Zarachel replied. Augustus, next, I will meet up with the Ihanli Protoss and further gather the forces I can muster. Zarachel's network of contacts is indeed very wide. In addition to the Ihanli Protoss, he has also contacted many famous legions, or fleets commanded by famous Protoss heroes. Well, be careful on the way, Zarachel. Augustus nodded. Since Zarachel said that Ihanli is trustworthy, then that's it. What kind of combat power can a fleet made of stones have? At this time, Alarak, who had long disliked Ihanli, couldn't help but speak wildly. I think their fleet is cool. Augustus commented dryly. The color scheme of this Protoss faction looks very supermodel. Even the Tal'Darim Protoss who stole the fleet are qualified to say so. Raynor asked back. Creation is meaningless. Even the most brainless creatures can create. Alarak narrowed his eyes. I don't need to remind you twice about this. That's enough, Alarak. Those who enjoy the fruits of others' labor have no right to criticize those who have worked hard. Artanis could no longer sit still. Wow, Artanis. Alarak snorted coldly. Have you Templars only learned to reflect in your life? Can't you say something I like to hear? Artanis was speechless for a moment. If Titus were here, he would at least say, who the hell are you? Now is not the time to argue. Augustus took control of the situation with ease. Continue our combat meeting. I will lead Alpha Squadron and Artanis to Shakuras to rescue the Terran Protoss there. He looked at everyone. Jim, you lead the remaining fleet and Executive Colonel to return to the Imperial world to help eliminate the Mobius Legion rebels entrenched in the Scar of Vengeance and the massive invading Hybrid Legion and Overlord Swarm. You may also have to face Tacitus' corrupted Golden Fleet. Try to avoid direct confrontation with it, but you must delay the Golden Fleet's advance as much as possible. Augustus deployed it in an orderly manner, as if it had been in his plan for a long time. Tacitus has turned the tide countless times in desperate situations, and I believe this time will be the same. Artanus' trust in Tacitus is much higher than his own. We can't put our hopes on Tacitus being able to take back the Golden Fleet from Ammon by his own strength. Augustus looked at Artanus. Now, Artanus, you are the last hope of the Terran Protoss. You will eventually become the leader that Tacitus expects, and this era should end with your name. Artanus, we have always believed that your potential is far greater than you think. Zarachal also encouraged. Do you have any other suggestions? Augustus asked again. I have no problem. Alarak managed to say, it seems to have nothing to do with me. There is an introduction video of the Ihanli Protoss on Station B for details. Please watch the Uphost Invader. This is the real popular science. Chapter 699. Crazy. During his tenure as the vice captain of the Fury in the Imperial Northern Fleet, Captain Roberto Lamas was not popular with many people because of his strong personality and his ruthless pointing out of his colleagues and subordinates' omissions in their work and demanding them to correct them immediately. However, no one could deny that he was outstanding in warship management. Since Roberto was transferred to the new Minotaur battleship Mobius Ring, which was built in 2502, he officially served as the captain of the ship. His superiors in the Augustgrad Navy Department confirmed that this was a wonderful appointment and that he was outstanding and of excellent character because of his excellent judgment and amazing courage. Mobius Ring is a well-designed new battleship equipped with shield force fields, missile launch bays and Yamato guns, equipped with a nuclear arsenal to launch planet-level extinction wars. The Empire has already completed the construction and launched thousands of such battleships. From the Korhal uprising to the establishment of the Terran Empire, from the ascension of Emperor Augustus to the 8-year expansion of the Empire. Over a span of more than 10 years, the Empire has forged a large number of officers and soldiers with excellent qualities, and many excellent commanders have been selected from the large-scale total wars. Before that, they might have been just farmers and miners in some borderland. Although there are many famous figures in the army of the Terran Empire who have become famous in the old Federation era, most of them are new generation generals who have grown up slowly. Before becoming meritorious commanders, they were as unknown as Jim Raynor, who grew up on the Shiloh farm, and the same is true for Roberto. In the era of the Terran Empire created by Emperor Augustus, the dangers faced by mankind are far greater than ever before, but for capable people, this also means more opportunities. At present, the Terran Empire needs more warships and warriors to deal with the threats from the Protoss, the Zerg and even more terrible enemies. This means that those who are too young and lack qualifications can also be promoted by exception. After the Second Total War, the Mobius Ring was assigned to the Mobius Corps, which was under construction, and the name of the ship was determined at that time. The Mobius Ring is considered to be a symbol of an infinite cycle that never ends. Its existence is both extremely wonderful and implies the fear that those who are trapped in it will never be able to step out of the endless reincarnation. During its service, the Mobius Ring has shuttled between various distant and dangerous star regions on the edge of the Caprulu sector and has been tempered and is capable of any task assigned by Korhal Augustgrad. Roberto Lamas and his naval officers and soldiers are as proud of their magnificent warship as all imperial warriors fighting for Emperor Augustus, and they believe that they are engaged in an extremely great cause, that is, defending the people of the Terran Empire from internal rebels and alien forces. As always, at this moment, under the command of Roberto Lamas, the Mobius Ring is once again ready for battle. Today, before the Mobius Ring left the hyperspace jump state as scheduled, Roberto inspected his warship as usual. Walking in the warship's crisscrossing corridors, Roberto passed through several airlock doors in turn, inspecting the cabin behind the Mobius Ring laser gun turret deck, the ammunition depot, and the engine compartment on the bottom deck. Roberto felt a great sense of responsibility at every moment. Since he was appointed as the captain of the Mobius Ring, it meant that Emperor Augustus handed this meritorious warship into his hands. A captain is the head of the warship. The Imperial Navy regulations stipulate that he must do his best to lead his warship into battle and personally encourage his junior officers and soldiers to bravely join the battle. As long as he gives an order, the huge weapon system of a battle cruiser and the many officers and soldiers serving him will respond immediately. The vice captain's main responsibility is to manage all aspects of the warship and ensure that it can be handed over to the captain in the best condition in any form of war. Roberto could clearly feel that the Mobius ring was a little deserted. This was because the number of crew members in the warship was less than half of the required number, and many positions, such as engineers, ordnance technicians, and engine technicians, were much less than before. This made the Mobius ring appear to be lacking in maintenance. Both the interior and the exterior were dirty and messy, and the paint on the deck was stained with dried blood and other unspeakable stains. There were a large number of weapon boxes and parts boxes piled up in the armory, but only a few people were sorting them out. A cold wind blew through the rows of soldiers' rest cabins with 3-layer beds on the lower floor, making Roberto instinctively feel a chill going straight to the top of his head. At some point, Roberto almost lost his temper. His sharp eyes were enough to count every speck of dust on the dial, and could tell at a glance that a careless and untidy sailor was in a state of being mobilized at any time and joining the battle immediately. She should be an elegant lady, not a drunkard. How could Roberto allow such a serious problem to occur in his warship? However, Roberto's anger was fleeting. Because this scene was normal, there was nothing wrong. In general, there was a shortage of people everywhere on the Mobius ring, and some systems had to be performed by one person, but Roberto still had enough confidence in this warship. Even if the number of crew members was insufficient, Roberto's crew still maintained the normal operation of the warship with 10 times the enthusiasm of the previous work, just like the parts that never stopped working. A large-scale non-combat casualties rarely occurred in a large battle cruiser, unless they encountered a terrible infectious disease or an unknown disaster in the interstellar space. Although Roberto and his crew could not figure out what had happened on the Mobius ring, it was obviously a trivial matter that was not worth worrying about. Even in this situation, the Mobius ring would continue its duties. When Roberto approached the engine room, a bloody smell came to his face, making him frown slightly. Rows of corpses were neatly stacked on the rear deck of the Mobius ring, like bundles of firewood piled high, as if they could be ignited by a fire. The death of these corpses was very miserable and chilling. Almost none of them was intact. They were either unrecognizable or broken. Something had peeled off their skin, so that the muscles, tendons, and blood vessels were clearly visible. Blood flowed from the bottom of these corpses, gathering on the cold floor into an evil pattern with many limbs and slender bodies. The scene in front of him looked like a place where a cult sacrificed life and blood to the evil gods, and the sacrifices were hundreds of crew members of the Mobius ring. There were many twisted words written in blood on the floor, ceiling and walls. Send them to hell. We will be reborn in blood and flames. Everyone will worship or be silent. There was already an answer to where the missing crew members went, and most of them died by suicide, rather than internal armed conflicts. Roberto frowned, but didn't think there was anything wrong. If someone told him that there wouldn't be so many corpses piled up in the engine room, it would be abnormal. Except for him, there were no living people here. Roberto withdrew his gaze from the miserable corpses and turned to the door of the engine room. Suddenly, a giant monster with a hideous face was standing there, staring at Roberto coldly with its extremely deep and dark eyes. It has the characteristics of both Protoss and Zerg. Tall and burly, with a carapace-like crown on its head, carrying the breath of a ruler, and its image is strange and unique. In those dark eyes, Roberto seemed to see his ghost-like face, which was blue and white, while his skin became transparent and thin, and he could see the fine and dense blood vessels underneath. While staring at the monster, Roberto felt a severe headache, as if there was a voice in his heart roaring for him to draw his gun and shoot the monster, asking him to resist this cruel tyrant. But Roberto couldn't do it. Roberto had resisted the will of the monster, but he overestimated himself and missed the opportunity to commit suicide at the last moment. Just like the other crew members in the Mobius ring, they shouldn't have brought the evil alien relic on board the spacecraft. However, Roberto didn't regret it now. He bowed his head to the monster, brushed past it, walked out of the engine room, and continued his work of inspecting the warship. In the various cabins of the Mobius ring, those who were still alive still lived and worked as before, and even had normal conversations. In their minds, they were still loyal to the Terran Empire, so in the initial stage of the fall, the Imperial Navy headquarters could not even detect the changes on the battleship. "I'm willing to obey," he said. "Today, the Mobius ring will continue to fight as always, and complete her mission. For this, they are willing to destroy everyone, including themselves. This moment is coming soon." An hour later, Roberto returned to the bridge of the Mobius ring again. At this time, this huge battleship had completed the jump. Not only this battleship, but there are more than a dozen Mobius core battleships with some strange black symbols around it. Under the starlight of the universe, these battle cruisers lined up behind the Mobius ring flashed with cold iron black light, setting off these shocking huge starships. Below the Mobius ring is a pure and flawless green planet without any natural satellites. Jlar. This is a jungle planet with a peaceful climate, with few extreme weather and terrible natural disasters. Compared with Char, where terrible lava flows in the sky and underground, Jlar is simply a paradise for human survival and development. Among the many worlds of the Terran Empire, such a paradise on Earth is rare. The only planets that can be compared with it are probably Agria and Haven. Jlar's rich land can easily feed colonists from all over the Terran Empire. Its stable continental plate also reserves a large amount of crystal ore and gas resources, which are enough to support its development. Soon, within 10 years of the world, Jlar quickly rose as an important fulcrum world for the Terran Empire to expand outward. Now, this rich world has a population of more than 15 million, and the largest city, Maya, is the commercial and cultural center of the 7 nearby colonized star systems. In the plan of Emperor Augustus, Jlar will become an important core world of the Terran Empire in the future, as a fulcrum for the Empire to continue to expand to the center of the Milky Way. Most of its population comes from colonization, but due to the advancement of food production technology, medical technology and the opening of cloning technology in recent years, Jlar's population growth rate is exploding like many emerging imperial worlds that are in rapid development. The planet is still as peaceful as before, with no signs of Zerg infection or Protoss invasion, and there has been no large-scale interstellar pirate fleet in this area. In fact, since Emperor Augustus vigorously eradicated the pirate forces in the Korhal sector, even at the edge of the galaxy, the once rampant pirates have been difficult to gain a foothold. If it were before, Roberto would never have imagined what they were doing to this important Terran Empire world. Because it was identified as its own force by Jlar's space defense platform, the Mobius core fleet with the Mobius ring as its flagship quickly occupied the planet's high-altitude orbit without any effort. Then, these Mobius warships launched orbital strikes on the main settlement of Jlar. Flames fell from the sky, and a huge fire quickly engulfed the citizen fields on the surface of Jlar like the wind. The burning sky screamed in the tearing of the hurricane. After that, the Mobius fleet sent a large number of airdrop capsules to the coordinates of the towns that survived, because they were outside the main settlements, to eliminate all life on the planet. After entering the atmosphere, these airdrop capsules scattered like a rain of fire were making devilish screams. Roberto knew that there should be an Imperial fleet stationed here. Even if there was not, once the world was attacked, the surrounding fleets would come immediately. Considering that the Overmind, the Golden Fleet, the Mobius Legion, and the Tal'Darim Fleet were invading the Korhal sector from all directions, the limited Imperial fleet was really unable to cope with it. However, Emperor Augustus' plan to build a large number of warships proved to be an absolutely wise choice. Even if Ammon took away part of the Mobius Legion fleet, he still had a fleet. They will soon be surrounded, and the angry Imperial fleet will not hesitate to crush the rebels. But Roberto doesn't care, because his master doesn't care. However, seeing Jlar melt into flames and millions of people die, Roberto's eyes moistened. Roberto still remembers this planet called Jlar, and the gentle wind and rain there, because that is his hometown. When he was a child, Roberto was very afraid of the dark starry sky, thinking that those shining stars were just a pair of terrifying and weird eyes. As for why he became the captain of an interstellar battleship, it was really fate. At that time, the main city of Maya was just a small town built by colonists with scraps of materials, and Roberto lived with his parents in a modified simple RV. At first, their life was very hard, and they even had to receive relief from the imperial government to survive. But Roberto remembered that his childhood was still very happy because his parents gave him selfless love. One year, a Terran Empire battleship docked here, and Roberto saw for the first time a well-dressed and medal-wearing Imperial general. What are we doing? Why did it become like this? Like Roberto, some people on the Mobius ring also began to burst into tears. At this moment, some people noticed the crazy jumping of the Terran Empire warship warp signal on the radar scan map, but they behaved very calmly. In the surging space fluctuations, the first to jump out were the flagship Hyperion of the Imperial Marshal Jim Raynor and the Gorgon-class battlecruiser Judgment Day, followed by the Solar Storm and Absolute Domination. With thunderous fury, the Gorgon battlecruiser Stormcaller opened fire on a Mobius Minotaur warship on the left side of the Mobius ring, and the flames instantly engulfed the entire deck. Chapter 700 Mental Collapse. The earth-shaking flames gushed out from the shuddering gun muzzles, and the tremors of the full main gun broadside salvos could be felt from boat astern. Accompanied by huge vibrations and dazzling flashes, the shock of the Imperial fleet's artillery fire was indescribable. Like pairs of giant steel birds with flames on their tails, a large number of Viking fighters shuttled between dense orange-red laser barrages, spacefish and high-speed missiles, pressing the huge warships step by step. They circled the severely damaged ships and pursued them fiercely, like a flock of vultures hovering over a rotten corpse. The rebel fleet led by the Mobius ring was obviously at an absolute disadvantage and was defeated in the first contact of the naval battle. Compared with the Imperial fleet with many Gorgons, the strength of the two sides was not proportional at all. Jim Raynor could hardly see any hope of Roberto Lamas' comeback. Similarly, he could not see the strategic significance of this Mobius Legion fleet corrupted by the hybrid attacking Jera. Jera was an important world in the expansion of the Terran Empire into the inner galaxy, but there were no large military ports or surface military facilities here. It was originally a colony established for scientific research and cultural purposes. Compared with Jera, Grissom IV is a better choice. The Apollo shipyard there has become the most important large orbital shipyard of the Terran Empire in the starfield. Occupy the port, rob the warships, and burn the rest. Old method, but effective. This fleet of the Mobius Corps has not been corrupted for a long time, and it is completely possible to successfully infiltrate the Apollo shipyard without being discovered. Even so, Roberto Lamas still chose Jera. Destroying Jera may be able to hit the morale of the people of the Empire, but it is not enough to threaten the still huge Imperial fleet. It will only make those warriors who are still loyal to Augustus Mengsk more angry. They don't seem to want to destroy or severely damage the Terran Empire, but purely to carry out destruction and killing, turning one world after another into scorched earth. I don't know what kind of mood they were in when they opened fire on their own homes. It really makes me feel bad. Raynor said, maybe they are all crazy, but some of them are still sober. If that's the case, it's really sad. Looking out of the golden portholes of the Hyperion decorated with wolf pattern reliefs, one can clearly see the intimidating outlines of the Mobius Legion warships and the dazzling flames from the muzzles. The gushing flames are like man-eating demons. Roberto Lamas' flagship Mobius ring is blocked between the other Mobius Legion warships by 3 Gorgon-class battlecruisers, Stormcaller, Annihilator and Hero of the Storm. At such a distance, it is like a high black wall with turrets colliding with another wall. Like the rising sun, the Yamato guns of the Stormcaller flashed brightly, and the compressed nuclear particle beam rushed straight to the towering and majestic bow of the Mobius ring. The red-orange flames penetrated the solid armor deck, and punched countless holes made of molten metal between the layers of armored cabin bulkheads. When Raynor came to his senses, the bow of the Mobius ring was shattered like a head crushed by a sledgehammer, and the flames produced by the explosion were hot and dazzling. They didn't turn on the shield, Raynor said gloomily. But even if the Mobius ring turned on the shield force field normally, the shield of the Minotaur-class battlecruiser would hardly withstand the frontal attack of the Gorgon, not to mention that it had already endured several rounds of fatal fleet salvos. In contrast, Raynor's Hyperion, which was only a Behemoth-class ship, could even compete with the latest Gorgon, and not lose out for a period of time. In this era, the Behemoth-class battlecruiser has become a thing of the past, old and outdated, and needs further large-scale renovation. to keep up with the higher intensity of war. As an old-fashioned warship that has been in service for more than 10 years, the Hyperion was almost torn apart by Emperor Augustus, but Rory Swan, the chief engineer of the Imperial Engineering Corps, still repaired this legendary warship with magical skills and further updated the equipment, successfully making the old ship keep up with the new era. Of course, this requires a lot of money, which is enough to build more, better and newer warships, but considering that the Hyperion is almost the spiritual totem of the Imperial Navy, the huge empire can still afford it. If it depends on Renault alone, he can only buy on credit at most. I seem to have smelled the disgusting stench of their charred bodies. Renault is already a burly tough guy, but Titus Findlay, wearing a special power armor, looks like a giant when he stands next to him. Titus said with a dark face, "Look at what these beasts have done. I have traveled so far, and I just need to feel the ground. Then take a shower, hug one or two women, drink a few cold beers, and sit at the gambling table for a night. Now it's all over. Except for drugs. It seems that there is nothing that old Titus doesn't touch." Titus once said that he didn't want to be controlled by anyone or anything including women and drugs. But how to say it, now he is completely played in the hands of the Dog Emperor. As he spoke, the Yamato cannon of the Annihilation Messenger also opened fire. The flames penetrated most of the hull of the Mobius ring, pouring out from every porthole, and even the keel and skeleton exposed under the cracked deck could be seen. The flames came and went quickly. After burning all the oxygen, the flames in part of the cabin quickly went out, but at this time the entire battleship was almost on fire. The Hyperion sensors did not detect the lifeboats that escaped from the Mobius ring, which meant that the crew of the ship would follow the huge warship to destruction. The Templars would say that these human warriors died without honor, but Raynor only felt sad. Raynor knew many young sailors who were still serving in the Navy, and their fathers might be veterans of the Korhal Revolutionary Army. There were many officer families in Augustgrad, and they were all former Korhal people. 2 or even 3 generations had served the Mengsk family. Raynor had many colleagues who sent their children to the Imperial fleet. They all knew the fate that their children might encounter. Being burned to death in a burning warship was the most tragic way to die. He couldn't imagine that his son John might have suffered all this, but the warriors on the Mobius ring were also the children of other parents. If he had mercy on them, more Imperial soldiers and civilians would die. At this time, a series of explosions appeared from the midship of the Mobius ring, and the majestic warship broke silently. The hot deck section was full of broken limbs, walls and blood. At the same time, more Imperial battle cruisers appeared from the open jump force field, and more terrible artillery fire poured out, destroying the remaining Mobius Legion warships and other escort ships one after another. This scene made Raynor very sad. It was really a helpless move to destroy these Mobius Legion warships. No one knew how many hybrids were on the corrupted warships. Rashly sending troops to board and seize the ships might pay a very heavy price. There was a precedent. Raynor would not order more people to be sacrificed to rescue these destroyed warships and the soldiers on them, although this was not a decision he would have made in his early years. He was sad and angry, but he could do nothing about it. Except for those resocialized soldiers, most of the soldiers of the Mobius Legion joined the army to defend the Terran Empire, but what they were doing was contrary to their wishes. The fleet of the Emperor of the Empire actually opened fire on the colonies. Since the matter was so big that it was a rebellion of an entire fleet, it was impossible to hide it from the public. For those Mobius Legion soldiers who died in honor, the Empire would record them as martyred heroes according to the actual situation. But those fleets that fired at the Empire's territory would inevitably face the darkest and craziest ending. Whether this was against their will or not, they were actually traitors, and this could not be concealed. The people of the Empire might not need an explanation, but they must give it. People like Roberto Lamas are heroes, but they also brought irreparable trauma to their hometown. If it were me, Titus frowned and stared out the porthole of the Hyperion like Raynor. I would choose a quick death before being controlled by the hybrid. A naval battle of this scale would undoubtedly magnify the insignificance and powerlessness of human beings. Looking from a distance, hundreds of people were just a small black dot standing on the deck, which could be easily swallowed by the flames and torn to pieces by the terrifying explosion. Most of the time they have no choice. The mental power of the hybrids is much stronger than that of ordinary people, and even the two of us are not much better. Raynor said, the soldiers of the Mobius Legion are equipped with anti-psychic equipment, but they are still vulnerable in front of the hybrids, and can't hold on for long. Sarah Carrigan's psychic power may be extremely powerful, even the Protoss can't match it, but there is only one Carrigan in the human world. Some people think that their will is strong enough, stronger than most people, and this is indeed true in many cases. But in front of the hybrids, this is really not enough. The hybrids are deformed Xel'Naga, twisted freaks, and products of evil genetic engineering. Humans are too weak in front of them. And as Ammon's will further revived in the real universe, his influence on this world was further strengthened, which enabled him to influence ordinary people who had contact with them through some Xel'Naga temples, sacred objects, altars, etc. The corrupted Mobius Legion was tricked when they investigated the Xel'Naga ruins and hybrid manufacturing factories in the distant world. The powerful spirit of the hybrids is enough to disintegrate the will of humans and make them slaves of fear. Their method of controlling humans is very strange, but the resocialized soldiers with modified brains are immune to this influence to a certain extent. Just like an infection, the Mobius combat team ordered to investigate was controlled before returning to the mothership and the port, and they immediately brought back something even more terrifying. Only with enough luck, enough wisdom and enough decisiveness can an Imperial commander escape danger before the hybrid controls everyone. But the hybrid is a monster that is stronger, more cunning and more cruel than humans. In addition, some humans who have been consuming terrazine for a long time are also affected by Ammon, because the inexplicable whispers and terrible illusions may oppress their spirits, which has caused considerable unrest on some Imperial planets. In Bashal, due to the long-term intake of terrazine, the proportion of newly born children in Bashal with telepathic potential is higher than that of other planets, making them excellent reserves for the new generation of ghost agents. But this comes at a price. Terrazine contains the power of the void, and the more you consume, the closer you are to Ammon's will. About 3.5 million locals were affected. Many of them went crazy, and some even claimed that they saw the Dark God's plan of destruction in a vision, so that riots broke out in every settlement, and the local garrison had to send out the Marines. However, the proportion of people who remained sober among the Banisher people was higher than expected, and they believed that it was the glory of Banisher that was protecting them. This is the real doomsday, Titus. Raynor said to Titus, Ammon wants us to kill each other and perish in our own stupidity and weakness. He could have killed us all directly, but he chose to use us to kill our own people. Titus smiled, his face ferocious like a butcher licking blood. Ammon thinks he is very smart. Huh. He thinks he is the man in the stands, and we are just lions in the firing. No, or he is the one playing the clown. He may have forgotten that lions can eat people. Even if it was Duke, he would have stepped forward and slapped Ammon twice when he saw him. Raynor habitually slandered his colleagues. He's just a donkey at best, Titus said. Titus was very smart. His brain was as developed as his muscles, but his thinking mode was very different from Raynor's, more vulgar, uncultured and immoral. But it was precisely this difference in personality that made the two complement each other. Remember to tell him in person. Raynor looked at the report on the main screen of the Hyperion. It was obvious that the rebel fleet led by Roberto Lamas had been completely wiped out, and a large number of warship wreckages were scattered on the battlefield. So he came down on the command channel and said, send all medical transport ships and medical troops to Jera, and provide all the help we can. The situation below is not optimistic. What are you doing? Raynor saw Titus turned and walked away. I'm going to put out the fire below. Titus left the bridge with this sentence. Why do you think I went to that little green glass ball? The orbital bombardment of the Mobius core fleet caused a raging fire on the surface of Jera and ignited the dry jungle. The fire spread along the coast with the wind, and the thick smoke that covered the sky drifted inland. It was burning everywhere, as if 1,000 volcanoes were erupting at the same time. The colonial government officials of Jera had received early warning before the orbital bombardment and began to evacuate civilians in advance, but the casualties would not be small. Raynor nodded. The Mobius Corps has sent a lot of landing troops to the surface of Jera. They are slaughtering civilians wantonly. What you have to do is lead the troops to deal with them. In the eyes of Raynor and Augustus, Titus had nothing to do with saving the dying and healing the wounded. He was lucky, as long as he didn't break anything. After saying that, Raynor returned his gaze to the vast star map on the star map table. Or three-dimensional map of an asteroid belt called the Scar of Vengeance was clearly visible. There was originally a Mobius core base in it, but now it has become Ammon's hybrid manufacturing factory. Raynor's mission is to destroy it and put an end to the rebellious Mobius core. This hatred is too big. The territory of the Terran Empire is now in flames. The final battle is more terrible than all the previous total wars combined. Soldiers and people of the Empire die every minute and every second. This is the empire that Raynor and Augustus built together. He will not forget how much his subordinates and people trust him. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.